Okay, Madam Chair, the attendees are filling in. I believe you can start the meeting. Have fun.
Thank you, Billy. Thank you, Anthony. Thanks for everything, you guys. Okay, good morning. Welcome to the Thursday, June 8th, 2023 California Coastal Commission meeting. Just want to announce that today is World Oceans Day. And for us here at the Coastal Commission, it's Oceans Day every day. But we're very happy to celebrate this day with everybody out there in the state of California. Okay, Ms. Miller, please call the roll.
Commissioner Aguirre.
Here.
Commissioner Bochco.
Here.
Commissioner Escalante.
Here.
Commissioner Harmon.
Here.
Commissioner Nuttall.
Here.
Commissioner Rice.
Here.
Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Here.
Commissioner Wilson.
Here.
Commissioner Uranga.
Presente.
Chair Brownsy.
Present. And did you call Cummings?
I did not. Commissioner Cummings, I didn't see you.
Yep, I just got here. Thank you.
You have a quorum.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Miller. All right, I'm going to turn now to our general counsel, Ms. Warren, to report out our closed session.
Good morning, Chair Brownsy and Commissioners. When the Commission met in closed session yesterday at the end of open session, it received litigation information and advice and took action on Pappas et al. Versus State Coastal Conservancy et al. It also received litigation information and advice on Coastal Commission versus North County Transit District, City of Fort Bragg versus Mendocino Railway, North County Transit District versus Coastal Commission, STB case number 36433, Friends, Artists, and Neighbors of Elkhorn Slough et al. Versus Coastal Commission, and AMJT Capital LLC versus Coastal Commission. That concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Ms. Warren. Now we're going to turn to item number 2, the virtual meeting procedures. Mr. Hudson, please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Brownsy and Commissioners. And this Coastal Commission meeting is occurring through the video conferencing service Zoom, and is also being webcast and can be viewed online at calspan.org. If you have access to the internet and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend you use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the Commission today can do so through the Zoom platform or by phone. On the Commission's webpage, we have posted virtual hearing procedures, which is a guide on how to provide comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comment may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during the general public comment period will not be accepted after 8:30 a.m. on each day of our meetings. To provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation during general public comment, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comment are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak up until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have access to the internet, please go to the Commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the Commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. We will provide you with the telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the Commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes the virtual hearing procedures, and we'll move on to item 3, agenda changes. But I would first note that our executive director, Dr. Hucklebridge, is away today, so I'll be sitting in for her during today's hearing. And likewise, Shannon Vaughn, the district manager for our South Coast District, and Barbara Carey, the district manager for our South Central Coast District, They'll be filling in for me, and Shannon will go over the changes to today's agenda. Shannon, take it away, please.
Thanks, Steve. Good morning, Chair Brownsie and Commissioners. We have 8 changes to the agenda today that are noted in the agenda changes memo. They include item 9A, City of Carpinteria LCP Amendment LCP for CPN 230011-1 Formula Businesses is moved to consent. Item 10A, CDP application 4220408, Sandyland Cove Homeowners Association is postponed. Item 10B, CDP application 5220862, Ventura Yacht Club is moved to consent. Item 15A, City of Laguna Beach LCP Amendment LCP 5 LGB 230001-1, Emergency Shelter Overlay and Agricultural Housing is moved to consent. Item 16A, CDP application 5220259, Donovan is moved to consent. Item 18A, City of Encinitas LCP Amendment LCP 6 ENC 220051-3 for appeal period timelines is moved to consent. Item 18C, City of San Diego LCP Amendment LCP 6 SAN 220045-2 Climate Action Plan Update is moved to consent. And item 20A, CDP application 6220893 Oceanside Loma Alta Slough Restoration is moved to consent. And that concludes the changes today to the agenda. So that brings us to item 4, general public comment. And with that, I'll turn the mic back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn, appreciate it. Okay, we're now going to move to item number 4, general public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the Coastal Commission on any item that's not on the agenda today, and you will have up to 2 minutes to make your comments. And so is it Vale or Chris this morning?
It'll be me this morning, Madam
Great.
Chair.
Thank you, Vale. Please proceed. Also, commissioners, we do have, what's the count now, Vale?
We have 45 speakers for general public comment today.
Okay, we will go for precisely 1 hour, and then we'll have to trail the rest of public comment to the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. For members of the public, I will be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it's your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes during general public comment. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload, which may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you will be moved back to attendee mode. Several helpful tips. There's a raise hand function that can help us find you in the attendee list. If you're using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you're participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen towards the bottom. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on the phone by dialing *6. Please remember to state your name for the record. First up, we'll have Mary Jane Schramm, followed by Richard Charter, followed by Elizabeth Hansberg. I'll move all of them in now. Looks like Mary Jane Schramm is in. Please unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Good morning and happy World Oceans Day. Mary Jane Schramm, restating the Marin Audubon Society's support for the plan to eradicate destructive invasive mice from the Farallon Islands National Wildlife Refuge. Next slide, please. On March 9th, Commissioner Bochco, in advising the plan's opponents on strategy, said, quote, "You have a great deal of constituents behind you, and that makes a lot of difference," end quote. Actually, it should not. Constituents reflecting general public opinion should not weigh as significantly in matters of scientific complexity where species survival is at stake. This problem involves ecosystem and population dynamics and unique logistical challenges. What should matter is the relevant experience and expertise of qualified biologists and technical advisors. Next slide. At the December 2021 hearing and at other times, such experts gave their full-throated endorsement of rodenticide as the sole permanent solution. These included Point Blue Conservation Science with its 50 years of Farallon's data, Smithsonian Conservation Biology Institute, California Academy of Sciences, Island Conservation, Nature Conservancy, Audubon Society, and many others. Next slide. These scientists are caring, dedicated people. They're not mouse haters. They've devoted their lives and careers to ensuring wildlife survives and thrives. Next slide. Conservation must be science-based. It's not a popularity contest or a show of hands to choose whether mice should be spared or whether rare and endangered species should be permanently protected. So again, we thank you for your support. And again, happy World Oceans Day.
Thank you. Next is Richard Charter, followed by Elizabeth Hansberg, and then Leslie Honda.
Thank you. Please begin my PowerPoint and advance it every 10 seconds. My name is Richard Charter with the Ocean Foundation. I wish each of you a happy Oceans Day today. A gentle reminder to us all that the protection of the California coast is a cumulative process in which the decisions we make about this place each day are built upon a wise coastal policy decision that has built up over the last 50 years. We are blessed here in the San Francisco Bay Area with 3 national marine sanctuaries, several state marine protected areas, a UNESCO International Biosphere Reserve, and on the coast itself, a world-class constellation of shoreline protection that includes Point Reyes National Seashore, Golden Gate National Recreation Area, and an unparalleled system of state and county parks. Clearly deserving of our full attention in the important dialogue about the proposed helicopter drop of a high-risk anticoagulant poison like rodifacum throughout the entire ecosystem of the Southeast Farallon Island is that in this case, the island being targeted is not some isolated atoll, far from any other ecosystem. The Southeast Farallon Islands is in fact an integral part of our coastal ecosystem here. Western gulls from the Farallons commute to and from the San Francisco Bay Area virtually every day. That is why Region 9 EPA, in their own formal comments on the Farallons poison drop, said that carcasses of seabirds found on mainland beaches after the poisoning at the Farallons would need to be treated with full hazmat protocols. The obvious connectivity of this coastal ecosystem is clearly one of the key topics that must be weighed carefully if and when the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service brings you their operation and management plans for at least 2 consecutive drops and the bait spill cleanup plan in the unfortunate event that a bait-laden helicopter goes into San Francisco Bay. Thank you for your service. And again, greetings on Oceans Day.
Thank you. Next is Elizabeth Hansberg, followed by Leslie Honda, and then Ian Maxstone Graham.
Good morning, Coastal Commission. My name is Elizabeth Hansberg with the housing advocacy group, People for Housing Orange County. Our mission is to advocate for more home building in Orange County to end the shortage, reduce housing costs, and make room for current and future Orange County residents. I'm here today to talk to you about the Coastal Commission's role in allowing new housing to be built in coastal areas. You have within your mission, I believe, to add affordable housing to coastal communities. And so votes in opposition to projects that are proposed in the coastal area only serves to undermine coastal cities' ability to meet their RHNA targets. There are projects currently in Orange County, particularly in Huntington Beach, which is a South County city, which again is not affordable as other cities in Orange County. And we really want you to take that into consideration. There are projects that include both subsidized housing and unsubsidized housing, and the need for affordable housing for low-income people and workforce housing is great in Orange County, and we really need your help in advancing that mission. Likewise, I'd like to comment on currently proposed SB 423, which again would help build affordable housing in coastal communities where there's a high demand to live. And I understand that there's opposition among the Coastal Commission members to this bill. And again, just want to comment that we have a housing shortage. And if we're going to ask existing cities with access to jobs and transit to indeed build more housing, as we saw with the RENA being front loaded to coastal cities in the Skag region. We need your help to cooperate and allow that housing to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Leslie Honda, then Ian Maxtone Graham, then Brian Krupp.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name for the record.
Honorable commissioners and the general public, my name is Leslie Honda, lead ornithologist for the San Diego Audubon Society. We support the comments from Marin Audubon today. I'm here to talk about two topics: to report on seabird breeding at La Jolla Cove and concerns about the unlocked gate at Goldfish Point. I've been conducting monthly monitoring for seabird colonies in La Jolla Cove and visited on May 29th. Bird of conservation concern, Brandt's cormorant are continuing to have a productive year, and currently there are chicks of all sizes and several pairs with nests sitting on eggs. Elsewhere around the cove on the cliffs, first-year birds that fledged earlier in the season can be seen loafing with the adults and among fully protected brown pelican. As the Brandt's cormorant are sensitive to variable oceanic conditions with climate change, and as a boom or bust species with productivity dependent on fish availability, species productivity on good years like this one may be important to the population in the long term. As we can predict oceanic conditions, it is unclear what will actually happen with climate change. Next slide, please. Bird of conservation concern Western Gull have initiated nesting at Goldfish Point, which brings me to my second point, requesting the commission to require the city of San Diego to lock the gate at Goldfish Point as instructed with the Brockton Gate. Once again, I would like to thank the commission for taking action, as there have been favorable outcomes from requiring the city of San Diego to lock the Brockton Gate. Next slide, please. Recent drone imagery shows vegetation has returned due to the lack of unauthorized foot traffic in the area, reduction in disturbance to wildlife, which may have contributed toward this year's success of Brandt's cormorant productivity, and overall protecting the safety of the general public as the cliff areas are slippery. Next slide, please. With Western Gull sitting on nests at Goldfish Point, the issues with the unlocked gate is time sensitive, as the signs in the area are ignored by the public and the slippery cliff areas can be accessed through the gate. For the protection of Western Gull nests and for the safety of the general public, I urge the commission to instruct the city of San Diego to lock the gate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ian Maxtone Graham, followed by Brian Krupp, and then Pepper Edmiston.
Hi, my name is Ian Maxtone Graham. Thanks for letting me speak. I'd like to talk about a plot of land where some construction may be attempted in the next year or so. I know your commission has ruled on it in the past and you denied permission to build, but I have recently heard that the owner and a contractor may be re-attempting to develop the property with one or more large houses. So the lot in question is located at 425 Mount Holyoke Avenue in Pacific Palisades. It's a spectacular spot for taking in the views of the coast all the way up to Malibu and beyond. For years, people from the Palisades and well beyond have gathered along this bluff to picnic, to take pictures, to watch the sunsets, to watch fireworks, to check out the surf conditions, and just to gaze at the ocean and enjoy the breeze. It's a real neighborhood treasure, and it's shared by a lot of people from all over LA. When I tell anyone that someone wants to build on what is practically a sheer cliff, they are stunned that anyone would try and that anyone might let them. I think some of you may know this parcel and be familiar with the earlier litigation about it. And today I just want to bring it back to your attention since it seems possible it will again become an issue. I have no photos to show you today, but at future meetings, I and others will tell you more about the bluff, show you photos and video, tell you about some illegal drilling and vegetation clearing that's already taken place, and make our case against allowing development in this unique and beloved spot. That's all, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next is Brian Krupp, followed by Pepper Edmiston and Barry Castley.
Hey, good morning. My name is Brian Krupp. I'm representing the plumbers and steam fitters of UA Local 582, and I'm calling in support of the Magnolia Tank Farm project because it enhances an area of our coastline that was once blighted by oil storage tanks, provides affordable living and accommodations, and sets a positive example for future coastal development. Magnolia Tank Farm will also create much needed jobs for our area, including 2,200 construction jobs and 400 permanent jobs. We urge you to support the Magnolia Tank Farm project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Pepper Edmiston, followed by Barry Castley, and then Susan Kirks. Pepper, please begin.
Hello,
Am I on?
Yes, we can see you and hear you.
Hi, I'm Pepper Edmiston, and I was here 2 months ago telling you about a major problem we have on the Via de las Olas Bluffs in the Palisades. And I'm back because the slide, which was already dangerous, has become worse and worse. And I was unable to figure out the photos, but Jamie Hall, an attorney, will show you the pictures. But 2 months ago, the city put up a fence, a chain link fence, and that chain link fence has now fallen down the mountain. So I would say we've lost another 3 feet of the bluffs. And the problem is that there's a development that was approved by urban exclusion. So there's never been Coastal Commission oversight for 15515 Via de las Olas. And it just seems wrong and probably illegal that that's happened. So we love the Coastal Commission, and you're created to protect us. So I looked up the ordinance. I've got to talk really quickly, but you know how sometimes you have to say the Pledge of Allegiance again. So this is from 1976. The California coastal zone is distinct and valuable natural resource. Its enduring interest to all the people and exists as a delicately balanced ecosystem. Its permanent protection is paramount to the residents of this city, and the Coastal Commission's job is to promote public safety, health, welfare, protect public and private property and wildlife. Oh my God, is my time up? Well, anyway, 515 Via de las Olas is the poster child for the Coastal Commission. So please review it and don't allow this project to go forward without you. Thanks.
Thank you, Pepper. Next is Barry Castley, followed by Susan Kirks, and then Jamie Hall.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Barry Castley. I live in Venice. I used to live in Ocean Park in Santa Monica. Venice and Ocean Park are in truth the same community, both having been developed by Abbott Kinney and Partners and divided up when their business arrangement was dissolved. Decades later, Venice was absorbed into Los Angeles and Ocean Park was absorbed into Santa Monica. Water rights were critical in each instance. Few outsiders and many residents are unable to tell where Venice leaves off and Ocean Park begins. The community character of Ocean Park and Venice is so similar, yet each community is treated very differently by the Coastal Commission. In Ocean Park, one can build a new construction single-family home, a detached ADU, or add detached habitable space such as a rec room over a garage, all with the de minimis waiver. In Venice, a new construction home requires a full coastal development permit, an ADU requires a full CDP, and a rec room over a garage requires a full CDP. I give you the example of 3129 5th Street in Santa Monica's Ocean Park. It is a new construction, 3,186 square foot, 4-bedroom, 5-bathroom, single-family home permitted with a Coastal Commission waiver. Across the street in what functions as the same neighborhood, literally 25 feet away, neighbors would have to go through the expensive, time-consuming full CDP process to add even a rec room over their garage. When asked about this discrepancy, Venice residents and our council representatives have been repeatedly told that until Venice has an approved land use plan, small projects in our single zone will be subject to a high degree of scrutiny with the incumbent expense and arduously slow processing times. The thing is, Ocean Park in Santa Monica does not have an approved land use plan either. It is listed in black and white on the Coastal Commission's website as one of the coastal communities without an approved land use plan. I can provide you with example after example of new single-family homes in Venice regularly being approved with coastal waivers. I ask you, Commissioners, how is it possible that communities as similar as Ocean Park and Venice are treated so differently by the Coastal Commission? Thank you.
Next is Susan Kirks, followed by Jamie Hall, and then Patricia McPherson.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Susan Kirks. I am president of Madrone Audubon Society, the Sonoma County chapter of National Audubon, and an independent nonprofit conservation organization with about 3,000 members in Sonoma County, Marin County, and the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm speaking to you today again in opposition to the proposed second-generation anticoagulant poison drop proposed via helicopter and buckets at the Southeast Farallon Island to try and eradicate mice from the island. Please refer to our large coalition's letter of November 3rd, 2022 about this proposed plan to disperse approximately 3,500 pounds or 1.45 tons of brodifacoum-infused bait with 2 aerial helicopter applications within a globally significant, extraordinarily diverse, and productive marine ecosystem designated as both a marine protected area and national marine sanctuary. This project is not consistent with the California Coastal Act. In addition to considering the Coastal Act, you must consider present day conditions in our society. You should be making decisions based on equity and on climate impacts. A January 2023 article in a San Francisco publication quoted a Point Blue representative as saying, quote, this is from the climate impact storms that we'll all remember from January of 2023, quote, I would wager the number of mice that survived the storm is much less than what was here before. They dig burrows on the marine terrace and many of those would have been flooded out during the storms, end of quote. Thank you. I apologize for going over.
Thank you. Next is Jamie Hall, followed by Patricia McPherson and then Rochelle Toti. Jamie Hall, you should be in as a panelist and able to unmute yourself.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Hall. I represent a group of neighbors in the Pacific Palisades with regard to a project at 15515 Via de las Olas. You had an informative presentation by staff at the last meeting about the categorical exclusion process. The categorical exclusion for the Pacific Palisades was adopted in 1979. And one of the things that staff said was that accessory dwelling units and pools were not included within the categorical exclusion. And yet 15515 Via de las Olas has both pools and casitas. We got a full set of the construction drawings. We reached out to the city planning department to discuss this, and they said in writing, oh, well, the applicant removed them and we'll be processing them later. This is a prime example of piecemealing, which is prohibited. You cannot break a project into multiple components in order to avoid a coastal development permit. And we know the applicant is proceeding with these components. They have filed a building permit application that has the casita, the accessory structure within that. And the plans specifically show 2 pools proposed for this project. So we really think that you need to be aware of the fact that there is an active effort to avoid compliance with coastal regulations by piecemealing projects. And apparently the city of Los Angeles is sort of allowing this to happen, which is disturbing. I want to show you these pictures as well. This is the bluff that is actually falling apart. You can just scroll through it. This is within 100 feet of the project site. It's just getting worse from the last time we showed you the pictures. This is just another example of why coastal review is necessary. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Patricia McPherson, followed by Rachel Toti and Suzanne Cumming.
Hi, Patricia McPherson, Grassroots Coalition, regarding Ballona wetlands and the litigation against the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. A court may not set aside an agency's approval of an EIR on the grounds that an opposite conclusion would have been equally or more reasonable. For on factual questions, our task, meaning the court, is not to weigh conflicting evidence and determine who has the better argument. In light of that, the court ruled against CDFW's project, citing its lack of disclosure, its lack of ability to act in good faith, and it did not proceed as required by law. I would like to point out that this activity continues May 27th, 2021 meeting at the Coastal Conservancy. Mary Small and Director Bonin, when asked if there was any merit to concerns of saltwater intrusion from CDFW's project to the underlying aquifers classified by the Water Board as drinking water and potential drinking water, Mary Small said there was no merit and Bonham concurred. Both knew that answer was false. The FEIR, in response to the Water Board's concerns, cited the expected saltwater intrusion upon the aquifers. This is all in contradiction to the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and Baiona as a groundwater-dependent ecosystem as acknowledged by the Department of Water Resources. I'd like to remind you that on 2005, Baiona was approved by the regulatory agency, the Fish and Game Commission, as a Title 14, Section 630 terrestrial non-marine ecological reserve. This is not one of the things that we argued in our litigation, as we were very constrained by the amount of pages we could put in, but it is not the department's job. As also on May 27th, 2021, Director Bonin said that he and Mary Small came up with the CEQA goal. It is not their job to come up with the goal. They have to adhere to the Fish and Game Commission's ruling on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rochelle Toti, followed by Suzanne Cumming, and then Dan Kleeman.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rochelle Toti, Nipomo Mesa resident. I have a short video to show of vehicles crossing the Arroyo Grande Creek, which is okay to play it now. As you know, vehicles are not supposed to cross the creek if the creek flow is more than 12 inches deep. It appears that vehicles can get stuck in 12 inches of water and sink quickly, because this was taking when vehicles were allowed to cross the creek. Perhaps it would be advisable to make that requirement 10 inches instead of 12 inches of depth, because as you can see, the undercarriages of all these vehicles are getting washed off in the Pacific Ocean. Another option would be to require a portable bridge when the creek is flowing. The local newspaper ran a story recently about the steelhead trout in California and how endangered they are. I doubt that this activity is helping. Maybe a change would help them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Suzanne Cumming, followed by Dan Kleeman, and then Carissa Rodriguez.
Good morning. I'm Suzanne Cumming, a lawyer and member of Defend Baiona Wetlands. As you've heard, a Los Angeles Superior Court judge has granted an injunction against the California Department of Fish and Wildlife at the Baiona Wetlands and has asked for a new environmental impact report if CDFW chooses to proceed. The court also granted an injunction prohibiting CDFW from taking any action until it complies with CEQA. It looks like we all need a lot of updated information to find out what's going on in the Baiona wetlands. We need a comprehensive land management plan and a new independent updated wildlife survey. The one relied on in the failed EIR done by the Bay Foundation is outdated. It's probably from 2015, before the draft EIR was released. That was 8 years ago. And now, just one example. Since 2015, the endangered least bell's vireo has been documented exhibiting courtship behavior and vegetation on the levees of both sides of Baiona Creek. Since 2015, there are other documented species that have been thriving at Baiona. Again, please support an independent updated wildlife survey for the Baiona wetlands, one not funded by a supporter of the failed EIR. It would help us all. Thanks.
Next is Dan Kleeman, followed by Carissa Rodriguez and Kathy Knight.
Happy Oceans Day, Chair Brownsy and Commissioners. My name is Dan Clement. I am a lecturer for the UC Santa Barbara Environmental Studies Program's Advanced Environmental Planning course. This quarter, the students evaluated potential redevelopment strategies for Isla Vista, which, as you probably know, is a unique college-oriented community located entirely within the coastal zone, surrounded on 3 sides by the university and the Pacific Ocean to the south. The students' analysis was based on an in-depth reassessment of the Isla Vista Master Plan, which was an ambitious redevelopment plan that Santa Barbara County considered, but ultimately rejected, due in part to challenges associated with coastal-related matters, such as developing a parking program that could satisfy both the coastal commissions and local residents' interests. Yesterday, I submitted for your commission's consideration a white paper that the students prepared that sets forth their policy recommendations. I strongly encourage you to consider the students' recommendations when your commission considers matters involving redevelopment of Isla Vista, such as when considering whether to certify future amendments to the county's local coastal program that will be needed to implement the county's housing element update. With that, I'd like to thank you for your time and encourage you to invite Ms. Carissa Rodriguez, Ms. Elizabeth Bartlett, Ms. Carolina Ackerlund, Ms. Nora Okamoto, who have requested to speak, to share some highlights of the students' work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Carissa Rodriguez, followed by Kathy Knight, and then Susie Whitelaw.
Good morning, Chair Brownsy and members of the commission. My name is Carissa Rodriguez, and I'm a current resident of Isla Vista, living at 6750 El Colegio Road. Parking presents unique challenges for successful redevelopment in Isla Vista. We strongly support a current study that the Isla Vista Community Services District is conducting that includes a parking analysis that will inform future parking programs. We also support a number of parking strategies presented to date, such as use of angled coastal access parking along Del Playa Road, metered parking, one-way streets, and a permit parking program in order to optimize parking availability, improve traffic flow, and meet residents and visitor needs. Developing a parking program will satisfy both county and coastal commission requirements. Will be challenging, but it is essential for the success of redevelopment in Isla Vista. We also recommend multimodal transportation enhancements, such as the creation of a new bike boulevard for east-west connectivity to UCSB and changes to MTD bus service to avoid areas used for cycling and to increase service to coastal access points. Changes include adding an MTD bus hub with digitized screens to encourage residents and visitors to choose public transportation to reach the coast. In addition, we propose a parking permit program, which gives coastal priority parking to IV residents in the evenings from Friday to Sunday and metered parking open to the public during the daytime. These measures would enhance parking capacity and support a more efficient and sustainable community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this crucial matter, and I hope you will consider our policy recommendations. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Kathy Knight, followed by Susie Whitelaw, and then Doug Mangione.
Yes, I'm Kathy Knight with the Baiona Ecosystem Education Project. And as you heard, last month we won along with 4 other environmental groups, a lawsuit challenging the California Fish and Wildlife Project based on, as the judge said, their failure to do full disclosure. We are also working to protect the underlying freshwater aquifer classified by the Water Board as drinking water and potential drinking water. We need to protect this important aquifer from saltwater intrusion that would occur if the California Department of Fish and Wildlife proposal to turn this rare freshwater coastal wetland into a saltwater bay. We want to make sure that that drinking water aquifers are protected, because right now we've had a lot of rain this year, but we can go into very severe droughts again in the future, and we need to really take seriously and be very careful about protecting drinking water aquifers. So this should not be made part we should not lose this from making it part of a saltwater bay. And also freshwater wetlands are very rare along our coast. So we really want to protect the freshwater of Baiona. Thank you very much. We'd appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is, I'm sorry, was that Kathy Knight? Next is Susie Whitelaw, followed by Douglas Mangione, and then Bruce Sawhill.
Hello, my name is Dr. Susie Whitelaw with Save Our Beaches San Clemente. Today I'm going to go over a few potential permit violations by OCTA at San Clemente State Beach. Here is your notice to them of an incomplete application in April for that area. Next slide. Back in March, there had been a big rains and a mud flow had inundated the tracks behind the location of this truck. And OCTA brought in an excavator to remove that. But as you can see, they also brought in several truckloads of rock. Note that in March 15th, there was no mud on the tracks in front of the truck. And also there's a beautiful vegetated dune on the seaward side in front of the truck. Next slide. It did not rain on March 16th or 17th and no landslide occurred. On the 18th, we found that the vegetated dune had been bulldozed down and covered with earth across about 150 feet of coastline, extending 10 to 20 feet out onto the dry sandy berm. I do not believe that they notified you of this action. Next slide. By April, it was apparent that what had been bulldozed down was rocks covered with dirt in a highly unstable fashion. Next slide. These permit violations are part of a pattern. About a mile south of that, in February, we saw OCTA bringing in truckloads of rock and dumping them on top of the berm. This area was 200 feet north of where their emergency permit allowed this. Next slide. In March, they bulldozed those rocks down onto the wet sand with ample evidence of earth-moving equipment. Next slide. On March 15th, then they dumped more rock on top of the bulldozed rocks, creating another 150-foot-long seawall. Next slide. OCTA's rock dumping has caused tremendous cumulative impacts through implementation of these numerous small actions under their maintenance agreement. Please negotiate a new agreement that will require mitigation of these cumulative impacts and assure the maintenance of a dry sandy beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Doug Mangione, followed by Dr. Bruce Sawhill, and then Elizabeth Bartlett.
Good morning, Chair and the board. My name is Doug Mangione. I am speaking on behalf of the 2,500 skilled and trained electricians of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. I am commenting today in support of the Magnolia Tank Farm development. I think most will agree this is a good development project. It's going to be built by skilled and trained construction workers, paying good wages and benefits for them and their families. And they will construct a project that will only enhance and benefit the surrounding areas. There will be much needed low-income housing component to this. And also parks and trails will be constructed for the benefit of all that want to experience our beautiful coast and wetlands. Magnolia Tank Farms is a responsible coastal development that should be improved. Thank you for letting me comment today on this.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Bruce Sawhill, followed by Elizabeth Bartlett, and then David Look.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Dr. Bruce Sawhill, and I'm a citizen of Santa Cruz County. I'm also a founder of a citizens advocacy group called Friends of the Rail and Trail, the largest transportation advocacy group in the county. What started as a ragtag group of citizens meeting in garages and coffee houses now has an active membership of almost 1,000. As you no doubt know, there is an almost 150-year-old rail line that runs the length of our county, much of it in the coastal zone. For almost 100 years of that history, passenger service ran on that line and freight service longer than that. My organization was created 20 years ago with the vision of making full use of this historic rail line, not just for passenger rail, but introducing our then new idea of adding a trail alongside. Over the decades of our existence, we pushed for acquiring the rail line from private railroad ownership, finally prevailing in 2012 with help from the CTC. In 2016, we campaigned successfully for a tax measure to maintain the rail line and to plan and build the trail. Work is currently underway on the trail with over half of the 32-mile trail funded and in the planning stages. In 2021, we prevailed in a referendum about keeping the rail 74 to 26%. I'd like to thank the Coastal Commission for working closely with our Transportation Commission to address challenges that inevitably arise with such a complex project. In particular, the North Coast Segment 5 of the trail was an admirable example of cooperation and problem solving. The CCC has been supporter of our vision of rail and trail, and this needs to be called out and celebrated. Thanks for letters of support over the years, putting your mouth where your philosophy is. Our rail line is written into the California Rail Plan, and we look forward to the low environmental impact travel and coastal accessibility that this connection will provide in the future, using clean, quiet electric rail. The climate is changing, and this is thinking ahead. We need to change how we do things to survive and thrive. We look forward to working closely with the commission to bring this vision to life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Elizabeth Bartlett, followed by David Look, and then Brian Peoples.
Good morning, Chair Brownsy and members of the Coastal Commission. Thank you for your time. My name is Elizabeth Bartlett, and I'm a current resident of Isla Vista, living on 65 Sábado Tarde Road. We had the opportunity to assess the recreation and open space section of the Isla Vista Draft Master Plan for the purpose of redeveloping recommendations in Isla Vista. Isla Vista has a great network of open spaces and access to recreational activities on which to build. However, some of these facilities are underutilized and could be redeveloped in order to better serve the community. We are proposing that amenities be provided, particularly at coastal access points such as public bathrooms, water stations, showers, and more seating. We also recommend improvements to the parks on Del Playa to emphasize Isla Vista's proximity to the ocean. This can be done by adding volleyball courts and other recreational facilities to the open space along Del Playa. We are also proposing the installation of emergency phones in strategic locations to increase the safety of the parks and beaches. In addition, we are proposing enhancements to the mid-block connecting corridors to improve pedestrian and bike transportation to the coastal access points. Lastly, we think that the parks should be visually updated through native landscaping and the addition of community art to make coastal access points and other recreational facilities more visually appealing. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next is David Look, followed by Brian Peoples, and then Craig Berry. David Look, you should be in as a panelist if you can hear me. Wait, David's gone. Okay, looks like David has left the Zoom. We'll move on to Brian Peoples.
Okay, Brian Peoples with Trail Now. We're a local agency organization in Santa Cruz County. What's illustrating there is a railroad tracks that we're looking to convert into a trail from Watsonville to Davenport. It's 32 miles. The northern rail track there was supposed to be completed a decade ago. But with the plan to build a trail next to the tracks and keeping these old tracks that that will never have a train has caused it to be too expensive. They're destroying farmland and it's delayed the construction. And the Coastal Commission actually approved only a temporary trail. And as part of that temporary trail, there's a condition 4 that is a triggering event that has actually occurred now. And so they're out of compliance. That section actually falls under Commissioner Cummings' district. And so we're hopeful that he'll be working that. Down in the lower section is Harkin Slough, which is a federally protected wetland down by Watsonville. There won't ever be allowed a new passenger rail. And so the passenger rail is actually preventing our trail from being built. 2/3 of the corridor runs through farmland and protected. Can you go to the next slide? So when you have poor planning like this of keeping an old railroad track and building a trail next to it, what you have is cases where it creates accessibility. So what we're illustrating here is that our disabled and physically challenged can't get to the trail. And so this is a great example of how if you keep these old tracks, it prevents our community from having a world-class trail. This actually falls under Cummings' district as well, and I know he's a big advocate of ensuring that disability access is given. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Craig Berry, followed by Charles Rosen, and then Rachel Wilson.
Yeah, good morning. Craig Berry, I'm a member of Protect Playa now, and I was just regarding any possible earth moving of the, it's one of the last remaining coastal wildlife habitats in this area. I mean, it's the only one close by me. And, you know, without having an EIR and, you know, I need you to rethink, jumping into this project and destroying this beautiful habitat that we have in the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Charles Rosen, followed by Rachel Wilson, and then Leslie Purcell. I see that you're unmuted.
Good morning. Yes, good morning. That's my wife, Karen. I'm using her computer. There's something very reassuring about how you at the Coastal Commission make sure your tribal acknowledgements are part of the first item on your monthly agendas. And I truly admire the earnestness with which Chair Brownsy reminds us of the awesome responsibility this commission has in managing ancient tribal lands while maintaining a bond of trust with the tribes. Let's compare that to how the city of Los Angeles operates. With California being the first state to require cities and counties to consult with the tribes to preserve and protect its cultural places, it also set up a special category of resources for CEQA that considers cultural, architectural, and scientific values when determining impacts and mitigation. So the city has no choice but to meet with representatives of the Los Indios de San Gabriel, the tribal entity through which the Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians conducts its business, learning that the Venice median is located where burials would take place due to loss of life along its coastal trade routes. The tribe requested their mitigation measures offset the project's adverse impacts, and the city acknowledged that their concerns would be part of the city's environmental review. However, 1 year later, with the passage of AB 1197, city planning determined that the median project is exempt from CEQA and that tribal consultation would no longer be required, ignoring similar state requirements as well as the commission's tribal consultation policies. And so what we have is another broken promise by a government entity when it is no longer in its financial interest to acknowledge its legal and moral obligations to a Native American tribe. Commissioners, in the next few months, you will be asked to weigh in, and either you'll stand with the tribes that you honor every month, or you will sell the Gabrielinos out to the highest bidder, in this case, the developer of the Venice median. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Rachel Wilson, followed by Leslie Purcell, and then Nancy Buchos.
Thank you. Happy Oceans Day, Chair Brownsy, commissioners and staff. My name is Rachel Wilson and I am from Morro Bay, California. Next slide, please. We are a national bird sanctuary and estuary. Next slide, please. We are an economical getaway for many. Our visitors enjoy sea lions, otters, and playing in our ocean. The interesting thing is that in the entire bay, there is only one beach that is available to all, high or low tide. Next slide, please. This beach is Coleman Beach. It is where families can play on the beach with both parking and bathrooms nearby. It is the beach for those not really comfortable with swimming and those learning to paddleboard, since unlike the ocean, there aren't waves to contend with. It is our all-access beach. Next slide, please. There is a proposal to industrialize this beach and our otter viewing area. I definitely realize that we need clean energy. I taught 7th grade environmental science at a poverty school in Visalia. The problem is that although this proposed location may be economically viable, it would destroy not only a beach that my students use, but the dredging needed would destroy our otter habitat and sea lion platform. Next slide, please. As concerned environmentalists, Morro Bay citizens have proposed an initiative that would reaffirm the local coastal plan that you approved in August of 2021. The land in the brown would remain visitor serving commercial, and the land area of Coleman Park would remain commercial and recreational fishing, so that our tourists, wildlife, and locals have a safe place to relax. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Leslie Purcell, followed by Nancy Boutros, and then Patrick McGibney.
Good morning, Commission. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Good morning. Good morning, Commission. I would like to thank Commissioner Hart. It's Leslie Purcell speaking. I believe it was yesterday who raised a longer term outlook on the Vandenberg rocket launch issues after the Commission had concurred on the federal consistency report for SpaceX proposal. I had been following the Vandenberg proposal that was postponed and had not been aware of the SpaceX proposal. It does appear to me there are real issues and effects of SpaceX. They would increase the launches from 6 to 36 per year. And the first stage processing would increase in frequency. A new offshore landing location is going to be designated, and it's not clear where and what would be the effects on oceans, water, habitat, fish, marine mammals. In addition, SpaceX can add up to 100 personnel. That means coming and going to the site. Has that been analyzed in terms of GHGs and other climate impacts? It would increase the use of specialized trucks for transport and barges for in-water transport. Have these air quality and climate impacts been analyzed, and it's not specified as to the number of trips and so forth? In addition, SpaceX would increase the processing of payloads, refurbishing boosters at their facilities, and this would be up to 36 additional boosters and the fairings each year. Again, these would have impacts. Have these been analyzed? The launches. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nancy Boutros, followed by Patrick McGibney, and then Nina Beatty.
Hello. Okay, can you hear me? I'm getting feedback here.
Nancy, we can hear you, but very, very low volume. If you can speak closer to your mic, maybe.
Okay. Let's see. The thing is, I'm actually on the phone too, but
well, that's better.
You could because I've got my other thing on.
We can barely hear you, Nancy. Can you increase the volume of your phone?
I can't increase. I'm on the phone, and I'm getting feedback right now. What you need to do is you need to have me enter on the phone. So if you could do the next person and then have me enter on the phone, because I'm on the phone.
What phone? What's your phone number, Nancy?
415-987-8800.
And did you call in? I'm not seeing that number on the list.
Yes, I'm on the phone right now.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay. I'll allow you to share on the phone if you can just mute on this device, please.
Yes, I'll do.
Nancy, if you can hear me, I'm going to ask you to unmute now and begin on the phone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Is this Nancy Boutros?
Okay.
Is this Nancy Boutros?
No, this is Nancy Okada.
Okay.
I don't know if there's another Nancy.
There is, but you can go ahead, Nancy.
Okay. All right. Good morning. I'm Nancy Okada. Happy Ocean Day. Thank you, commissioners, for your service and the support of keeping our coast intact. Yesterday, I was surprised when you approved an increase in SpaceX launch operations at the Vandenberg Space Force Base in Santa Barbara, and you increased those from 6 to 36 launches per year. I'd like to know if you were provided with all the information before you made the vote. There was another Vandenberg item on the agenda that was SpaceX Phantom Space Company's plans to conduct up to 48 launches per year, but that one was postponed. The SpaceX approval was contained in the Energy, Ocean Resources, and Federal Consistency Report. SpaceX will not only increase its launch activities to 36 per year, but it will designate a new landing off-site at least 31 miles offshore. The proposal you approved will increase launch operations to up to 36 times per year, as well as an offshore designated landing area. SpaceX may also add up to 100 personnel. They're going to increase their truck use for overland transport and put more barges in the ocean for booster transfer. They're going to increase processing payload and booster refurbishing. And their launches and related activities will release debris into the ocean. But as mitigation, they're going to do coastal cleanups quarterly and donate approximately $22,000 per year to the California Lost Fishing Gear Recovery Project. But more importantly, there will be biological impacts for the multiple federally listed endangered species and their habitat. The launch activity will impact species water use, breeding, foraging, roosting, and may cause species to abandon habitat.
Thank you.
Anyhow, I wanted you to know those details. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Patrick McGivney, followed by Nina Beatty, and then Brian Genovese.
Thank you, Commissioners and staff. I am Patrick McGivney, Chair of the Los Osos Sustainability Group. I would first like to thank you all for your diligent work in protecting our coastal resources and the species on them. I realize you get persistent pushback from various entities that wish to develop, but without adequate resources, ecosystems and communities will collapse. Water is one of those resources, which brings me to a major concern for our community of Los Osos. Our adjudicated groundwater basin has been in overdraft for over 4 decades. The basin experienced seawater intrusion continuously since the late 80s, and groundwater levels have been recharged by seawater. The last annual report shows chloride levels increasing, yet the county still is issuing building permits that require new water use. On April 19th, 2022, Coastal Commission staff sent a letter to the San Luis Obispo Planning directing them to cease issuing CDPs for water-dependent development until the commission has approved and certified the Los Osos Community Plan. The county has ignored this and continues issuing these permits. I recently referenced this letter while appealing 10 new mobile homes the county had approved to the Board of Supervisors. One supervisor replied that the letter was only written by staff, not by the commission, discounting the authority of the staff and ignoring the fact that the coastal staff only voices the commission's concerns and directives. This point needs to be clarified. I would suggest the commission direct staff to make it perfectly clear to the county that you take corrective actions if they again question or ignore your authority. Until the commission has seen the required conclusive evidence showing the Los Osos water basin is sustainable, no water development building should be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nina Beatty, followed by Brian Genovese, and then John Hanna. Nina, you should be able to speak on the phone.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. First, I want to start by saying I'm shocked that the SpaceX project was approved. It was not on the agenda that I saw, and the Vandenberg was to be postponed. So I object that this was approved without adequate public notice. Fukushima contaminated water is planned to be dumped in California waters. Next slide, please. Next, in March of 2011, the Fukushima disaster began and it has not stopped. Next slide, please. We've had continuous dumping of water, 300 to 400 tons of water per day into the ocean from the Fukushima power plant. Next slide, please. initial releases. This is initial airborne releases. The water releases were similar, but they continue to this day hitting the Central Coast. Next slide, please. In the cooling water that they have for the reactor cores that melted down and through, they've been storing these in tanks, and they now plan to dump 1 million metric tons of radioactive water beginning in July. Next slide, please. That's 1 million metric tons of radioactive water into the Pacific Ocean, and it will come on the Kuroshio Current to the Central Coast. Next slide, please. The Greenpeace and other environmental organizations are opposing this action. Next slide, please. And many countries, China, Korea, even the Japanese people are opposing this as against the science. Fishermen are very apprehensive about how this is going to affect the fishing environment, the marine environment. Next slide, please. There have been protests. Fish have no voice, and that's absolutely true. They have no voice in this situation, nor do the whales, nor do the dolphins, nor does any marine life. Next slide, please. There have been rallies. Next slide, please. But who will speak for the ocean? Next slide, please. This needs to be stopped.
Thank you, Nina. Next, we have Brian Genovese, followed by John Hanna, and then Manny Pinedo.
Good morning. My name is Brian Genovese. I'm a real estate agent and also a resident of Huntington Beach. Happy World Oceans Day. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address the esteemed commission today. I'm here to comment in favor of the Magnolia Tank Farm project in Huntington Beach. This project looks to boost the housing inventory in our community. Also, it's going to provide much needed workforce and affordable housing. It's good for the economic and business development of Huntington Beach. It'll help provide more lodging for tourism, helping relieve the current strain on accommodations during major events. Developers also have a plan to address sea level rise following the Coastal Commission sea level rise policy. Almost 4.5 acres of parks and trails will be added as well. And it creates almost 3 acres of coastal conservation area, providing a buffer to the wetlands, fostering wetland protection. Hope you'll consider approving this project when it comes before you. Thank you for your time and hope you all have a great day.
Thank you. Next is John Hanna, followed by Manny Pinedo, and then Ernesto Medrano. John Hanna, you should be able to speak.
Before Mr. Hanna speaks, Vale, we're coming up on the hour for public comment. How many members of the public do we still have?
We have 6 left before I have to go back and check on who was signed up that I'm not seeing. So,
okay. Well, why don't we do Mr. Hanna and the other 2 gentlemen that you called out, and then we're going to pause and we'll trail the rest of public comment to the end of the day. Okay. We'll explain to folks what that means at that time. Okay, thanks.
Okay, John Hanna, you're unmuted and should be able to speak now.
Hello, my name is John Hanna, and I'm here representing the 90,000 members of the Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. I also am a community college trustee in Orange County. I want to join in the comments made by Mr. Doug Mangione. And so I want to point out, I'm here to support the Magnolia Tank Farm project. This is not a pristine or a natural site. These are a blighted industrial property with oil storage tanks. And this project will do a number of things. It is sustainable. It is using building methods and products that are sustainable. It will have a diverse workforce. It will have a workforce, both construction and operation of the hotel, that is paid a living wage, that is diverse, that will have health insurance and will have pensions. This is something that's important to do. It will provide much needed housing, and including affordable housing in a community that currently has not been too inviting to affordable housing. So I think this is something that the Coastal Commission should look positively at. I believe that will fit in very nicely in that Coastal Commission, and would urge the Coastal Commission respectfully to support this project. Thank you very much.
Okay, Manny Pinedo, you should be able to unmute your phone and speak. You can unmute by dialing *6. Manny, if you can hear me. Okay. I've
This
asked.
is Manuel Pinero.
Perfect.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Good morning, worthy commissioners. Thank you for taking my call. My name is Manny Pinero. I represent Monterey, Santa Cruz County Building Construction Trades Council. I'm calling in support of the Magnolia Tank Farm project. The reason being Orange County is facing a serious housing crisis. This project would be a model for the coastal development, and it'll help meet your housing goals there in Orange County. I encourage commissioners to please support this. And not only that, it'll create 2,200 construction jobs. And after this is completely done, built 400 permanent jobs. We encourage you to please support this. Have a great Ocean Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker before we cut off will be Ernesto Medrano. Ernesto, I see that you've unmuted. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Yes, good morning, members of the commission. My name is Ernesto Medrano, representing the Los Angeles and Orange Counties Building and Construction Trades Council. And I'm calling to urge your support of the Magnolia Tank Farm coastal program in the city of Huntington Beach. We support the development plans for this project for many reasons. The transformation of a former use as an oil storage facility to a vibrant new mixed-use neighborhood that will dramatically improve the aesthetics and the value of Southwest Huntington Beach, while creating new coastal public open space and access, affordable and market rate housing, good paying career jobs, and tax revenues for the city. The Los Angeles and Orange Counties Building and Construction Trades Council and its affiliate local unions have signed a project labor agreement with the owners of the property that guarantees good wages, good benefits, and local and veteran preferential hire. This opportunity cannot happen unless the project is approved by your commission. Furthermore, they have provided for industrial democracy for the unions, for the workers that will be working in the hospitality side. Our agreement also provides preference to veterans of the armed forces through the building trade sponsored Helmets to Hard Hats program. These partnerships create a pathway to middle-class careers in Orange County for men and women throughout the joint labor management apprenticeship programs into the construction trades. The agreement also provides for skilled and trained workforce on the site for the highest safety and industry standards. These benefits will bring life-changing opportunities for local working families during the construction process and operation of the project. More quality housing supply is a need for Huntington Beach, and a clear mandate has been placed on the city through the state's RENA process. Huntington Beach needs approximately 13,500 new housing units to comply with state law. That's why this project is so critical, as it represents the largest ready-to-build parcel in the city. A significant portion of the homes will also be set aside for limited income hotel workers employed at the hotel, an innovative approach to workforce housing. The site is resilient against sea level rise and provides increased public open space and access, all priorities of the California Coastal Act. Again, we ask you to enthusiastically support the Magnolia Tank Farm project in the future meeting.
Thank you. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Val. Great job, as always. I just want to say to those members of the public who signed up but did not have an opportunity to speak, we will, this will be the last item on our agenda. So at the end of the day, we'll return to public comment. So if you want to check in after lunch and see where we are, we hope that you'll come back and share your public comments at that time. So are there any questions or comments from commissioners by any of the items that were raised in public comment? And I just want to make one comment quickly, which is with respect to the Vandenberg increased launches. That actually, it was on our agenda. It was in the our federal oceans, energy, et cetera, report. However, there will be a focus on those increased launches when the Vandenberg issue returns, the Vandenberg Air Force consistency determination returns. So I encourage the members of the public who are concerned about that to keep their eye on our agenda. Not sure when it's going to come back, but it will be sometime this year. Okay, I saw a hand up for Commissioner Cummings and then Commissioner Nothoff.
Yeah, I was going to comment on that, but thanks, Chair, for making those comments on the increased launch issue. But the other thing I just wanted to mention quickly is that I appreciate the UC Santa Barbara folks for coming out and speaking up, and for the students engaging as well. It's great to see youth engaging in our democratic process, and just want to encourage that group to please provide their comments to the county supervisors within their district and to comment on the housing element process. That's the best kind of early stage to really get those ideas and thoughts incorporated into their housing element before it comes to the Coastal Commission or any other decision-making body. So just want to put that out there to that group and thank them for coming out and speaking up.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Nothoff.
Thank you, Chair. I just, this is, I don't know if others had heard about this before, but the Fukushima dumping of contaminated water is very alarming. And if there's something through our federal consistency jurisdiction that we could have some impact on that, I'd appreciate staff looking into that.
Could not, Mr. Hudson.
Just going to thank you, and I couldn't agree more. And we will ask our staff to evaluate what our role could play in that, what our role might be, and to evaluate further actions.
It is incredibly alarming.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we are going to move to the next. Thank you to all the members of the public for participating and sharing your views this morning. And now we're going to move to item number 5, Ms. Vaughn.
Thank you. Item 5 is the administrative permit items for all districts on the agenda today. Staff is not aware of any opposition to the 5 administrative permits being reported today. We are asking whether 4 or more commissioners object to the approval of the administrative permits being reported today.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Vale, are there any members of the public who wish to comment?
Just one available for questions.
Okay, any questions or concerns by commissioners? Okay, do 4 or more commissioners wish to withdraw an item from the administrative calendar? Okay, seeing none, the administrative calendar is approved. Okay, moving on to item number 6, which is the consent calendar, Ms. Vaughn.
Thank you. Item 6 is the consent calendar for all districts on the agenda today. There are 3 items on the consent calendar, and staff is not aware of any opposition to these matters, and the applicants are in agreement with the staff recommendation. There is an addendum for item 6B, the Tallman CDP application, which includes minor corrections to the staff report, and staff is recommending that the commission vote and approve the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Vale, are there any members of the public who wish to comment?
Yes, I have one speaker, the applicant Lisa Miller for 6C, and then a few other available for questions.
Okay, let's proceed to Ms. Miller. She will have 2 minutes.
Okay, she should be coming in as a panelist right now. Lisa, you should be available in the panelist list to speak. If you can hear me, you can unmute yourself and begin. Lisa Miller.
There she is.
Hi, I'm just available for questions if anybody had any.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Appreciate it. Bringing it back to the commission. Are there any questions or concerns on the consent calendar? Okay.
I'll move consent.
Okay, moved by Bochco.
Second.
Moved by Bochco, seconded by Rice. The makers of the motion are asking for an aye vote. Ms. Miller, please call the roll.
Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante,
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Harmon,
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Nuttall,
Aye.
Nuttall, yes. Commissioner Rice,
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders,
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga, Commissioner Wilson,
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Chair Brownsie,
Commissioner Uranga, did you want to vote on the consent calendar? Is he frozen?
it's just showing a black screen. I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right. Ms. Miller, you can announce the vote then.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. The consent calendar is approved. All right, moving to item number 7. Ms. Vaughn.
Yes. Item 7 is for applications moved from regular to consent calendar for all districts on the agenda today. As mentioned during the agenda changes earlier this morning, there are 7 items that staff recommends to be moved to the consent calendar. Those include item 9A, City of Carpinteria LCP amendment for formula businesses. Item 10B, CDP application for Ventura Yacht Club. Item 15A, emergency shelter overlay in agricultural housing. Item 16A, CDP application for Donovan. Item 18A, City of Encinitas LCP amendment regarding appeal period timelines. Item 18C, City of San Diego LCP amendment for climate action plan update. And item 20A, CDP application for Oceanside, Loma, Alta, Slough restoration. There is correspondence posted for item 10B, Ventura Yacht Club. An addendum for item 16A, the Donovan CDP application, which updates a table documenting heights in the community. An addendum and correspondence for item 18B. The addendum makes changes to the staff report. An addendum and correspondence for item 19A, Neptune Place Park improvements. The addendum makes some additions to the staff report. And correspondence for item 20A, the CDP application for Oceanside, Loma, Alta, Slough restoration. Staff is not aware of any opposition to these matters, and the applicants are in agreement with the staff recommendation. Thus, we are recommending the commission vote and approve this item, and staff is available for questions.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Vaughn. Let me just check. You didn't say that 19A was on consent, right? Because that's an NSI.
Madam Chair, that's correct. 19A is not on consent. And
Okay,
I think
but
18B was also mentioned.
yes,
So not on.
that's also not on consent. Yeah, I was just going to ask that. So, but 18A and 18C are both on consent.
And 20.
And then I was confused about something else. Which one was it? 12? Was there were one of the items under 12 on consent? Or are they both on the regular calendar?
Both of those are on regular calendar.
I believe that there are 6 items on consent: 9A, 10B, 15A, 16A.
Wait,
18.
You're just going too fast. So 10B.
15A, 16A, 18A, and 20A.
Okay.
Please
Okay.
correct me if I'm wrong, but I
And
think these are the 6.
18C.
And 18C.
18C. Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Sorry for the confusion, but
7 items.
I have so many things in so many different colors on my agenda. I confused myself. So, all right. Are there any ex partes on any of the items that are on the consent calendar for regular items? Okay, seeing none. Vale, are there any members of the public who wish to comment?
There's one signed up that I'm not seeing in the meeting on item 20A, and then several others available for questions on the rest.
Okay, can you call out the person's name for 20A?
Yes, Mitch Silverstein looks like a Surfrider representative. If you're in the meeting, please raise your hand. Seeing nothing.
Okay, all right, then we're going to proceed. Bringing it back to the commission. Are there any questions or concerns on any of the items that have been moved from the regular calendar to the consent calendar? Okay.
Sorry, Chair Browsey, I got frozen now. I just wanted to reinstate my attendance.
Okay, good. Would you like to move the consent calendar, Commissioner?
Sure,
Okay.
I'll go.
Moved
Move the
by,
calendar.
yes, moved by Yolanda.
Second.
Who seconded? Oh,
Not-
second by Nothoff. The makers of the motion are asking for an aye vote. Ms. Miller, please call the roll.
Commissioner Bochco,
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings,
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante,
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Harmon,
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Nothoff,
Aye.
Nothoff, yes. Commissioner Rice,
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders,
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga,
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson,
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre,
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Chair Brownsy,
Aye.
Brownsy, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. The items moved from the regular calendar to a consent calendar have been approved. Okay, we're going to move on to the South Central Coast District. Ms. Carey, I believe you're going to do this item, number 8.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Item 8 is the Deputy Director's Report for the South Central Coast District, which includes 1 permit waiver and 1 emergency coastal development permit. I would note that the emergency permit was approved for the city of Goleta for the temporary placement of steel plates to restore emergency vehicle access to the Elwood Mesa area while the city develops plans to repair a road that was damaged by storm runoff. Staff is not aware of any opposition to any of the items being reported today, and we are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items in the Deputy Director's report, and we are available for questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Carey. Vale, are there any members of the public who wish to comment on the items in the Deputy Director's report?
No speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Bringing it back to the commission, are there any questions or concerns? Do 3 or more members object? Okay, seeing none, the Deputy Director's report for the South Central Coast District is approved. I thank you, Ms. Carey. I believe Ms. Vaughn is going to do LA Deputy Director's report. Is that right?
That is correct. Can you guys see me? I don't know what happened.
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
All right, that's weird. Well, I'm here.
Well,
So-
that's okay. That's okay. What Ms. Vaughn, after the Deputy Director's report, I was going to suggest a bio break. So maybe during that break, we can get you back in person. Okay.
Sounds good. So item 11 is the Deputy Director's report for the South Coast District, which includes 3 permit waivers, 1 immaterial permit amendment, and 2 CDP time extensions. Staff is not aware of any opposition to these items being reported today, and we are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items in the Deputy Director's report. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. All right. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on the Deputy Director's report for LA?
We have Robert Roy Vanderhook signed up, but I am not seeing Robert in the meeting. Robert, if you are here, oh, there they are.
Okay, Mr. Vanderhoek, if you want to make your comment, you have 2 minutes. Usually it just takes him a couple seconds to get.
Looks like he's unmuted.
Okay, Mr. Vanderhoek.
There we go.
Hello, good morning, Madam Chair and commissioners and Mr. Hudson. I've been coming to the Coastal Commissions for going to be my 25th anniversary next year. I can still remember the chair and speaking on public comment and knowing Mr. Hudson doing a fine job for during some of that time. And everything is really professional and courteous always. And so this isn't any comment directed towards negativity, but just an observation over these 25 years on and off that Los Angeles, and that's what we were speaking about here, the item is generally, and the reports and the overall situation of Los Angeles. And as an environmental scientist, and by the way, my name is Robert van de Hoek, I know that we are in Audubon, we call ourselves the birdiest county of the United States. And that's by data over a century of information that we have more species of birds in Los Angeles County than any other county in California. So we're unique in that regard. And we have the most number of species of butterflies of any county in California. And actually those two statistics carry out throughout the whole United States. So we are the hotspot of hotspots, of biodiversity hotspots. And yet we have all this urbanization and greater than 10 million people and more than 100 languages spoken. We have a big challenge. And the Coastal Commission, just FYI, there's a lot, we should not be considered, I think sometimes I hear in the background that we are a little bit of a sacrifice zone because we're so urbanized, we don't have biodiversity that's to be protected. But the reason we have so much biodiversity is we have 2 channel islands, and somebody's calling and I can't find the phone. You'll just have to deal with that phone ringing, it'll stop. Where am I in my time? I must be at my 2 minutes by now.
Yes, you are. If you could just wrap up, and that way you can grab your phone call. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to be available and give more input in the future too. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your input. Okay, with that, before we get into the LCPs, let's just, I have to approve do any of the commissioners have questions or concerns regarding the LA Deputy Director's report? Okay, seeing none, 3 or more commissioners object to any item on the report. Okay, seeing none, the Deputy Director's report for Los Angeles County is approved. It is 10:30. Why don't we come back at 10:40? Okay, see you in 10.
Minutes means 15, right?
Well, that's why I say 10. Okay, so anyway, we're back here at the California Coastal Commission. We're on item 12A. Ms. Vaughn, who will be doing that for us?
Right, and thank you. I can introduce the next speaker. So we are on item 12A, and this is the City of Los Angeles Ordinance Amendment, which will be presented by Jennifer Doyle, a coastal program analyst in our South Coast District. If we could queue up the PowerPoint, please. And Jennifer, go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. Item 12A is a request by the City of Los Angeles to amend their coastal development permit program to change and clarify public hearing and appeal processes related to CDPs. The City of Los Angeles issues coastal development permits according to the provisions of Coastal Act Section 3600B, which allows local governments to review CDPs prior to the Commission's approval of its local coastal program. The Coastal Act provides that when a local government chooses this option, it shall submit its permit review ordinances for review by the Commission. As such, the city developed an ordinance with procedures for processing those permits, which was approved by the Commission in 1978. The city is the only jurisdiction in the state with a pre-LCP certification CDP program. In 1996, the Commission approved an amendment to the CDP program to add provisions related to CDP amendments and extensions. The city now proposes to amend this program for a second time. The city's proposed amendment reorganizes the CDP program provisions as part of a broader cleanup of the municipal code intended to increase procedural consistency and to make city processes easier to understand for the public. Other changes include increasing the public hearing notification from 10 to 24 days and increasing the hearing notification radius from 100 feet to 300 feet. The city undertook significant public outreach prior to submittal of the amendment to the Commission, including email notification to nearly 10,000 individuals, a webinar, multiple virtual office hours, and meetings with neighborhood council stakeholders and other stakeholder groups. Staff have reviewed the city's proposed changes and have included various suggested modifications to increase consistency with the Coastal Act and the Code of Regulations. Of note, staff recommends that language be added to clarify that any member of the public can appeal a city CDP to the Commission once the city has notified the Commission that the CDP is final and that no fees will be charged for local CDP appeals. Staff worked closely with the city staff on the suggested modifications, and city staff has indicated support for all the modifications. As proposed and modified, the CDP program amendment is consistent with the Coastal Act and Code of Regulations sections that regulate pre-LCP certification CDP programs. Our correspondence packet includes 2 comment letters received after publication of the Commission's staff report from the Palisades Preservation Association and a letter from Laddie Williams, Ingrid Muller, and Margaret Malloy. You will find the Commission's response to both comment letters in the addendum dated June 6th. Generally, the Palisades Preservation Association commented on a person's ability to appeal to the Commission, noticing requirements, ordinance documents, and the city's use of previously approved projects for similar project reviews. As further detailed in the addendum, the Commission's staff report and the Commission's suggested modifications address the association's comments related to appeals and the noticing requirements of the CDP program as amended and modified, and is consistent with the Coastal Act and the Code of Regulations. Staff would note that the association's comments regarding the reference to Part B, Processes and Procedures, is a reference to a component of the comprehensive ordinance adopted by the LA City Council that was publicly available prior to the council's approval of the ordinance. However, for the reasons addressed in the staff report, Commission staff included a modification to remove the procedures that reference Part B. Therefore, the modification retains existing CDP-specific decision procedures that are consistent with the Coastal Act and the California Code of Regulations, Section 13302. Lastly, the association contends that the city should not use previously approved projects when reviewing similar projects. As addressed in the addendum, ignoring past project approvals would not result in good planning and would be inconsistent with the requirements of the Coastal Act and the CDP program. The comments made by Laddie Williams, Ingrid Muller, and Margaret Malloy raised concerns related to various ordinances approved by the city that are not a part of the approved CDP program. As such, the issues raised are not relevant to the subject CDP program amendment request. Commission staff proposed the Commission incorporate the response into findings. In closing, staff believes that the proposed amendment to the city's coastal development permit program with the suggested modifications is consistent with the requirements of the Coastal Act and the Commission's regulations. The staff recommends that the Commission approve the proposed amendment to the CDP program with the suggested modifications. And the motion and resolution can be found on page 5 of the staff report. And this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Doyle. Okay, are there any ex partes? Okay, seeing none, is there a representative of the city?
We have a few representatives from the city available for questions.
Okay, no testimony.
I'll bring them in. I'll bring Bonnie Kim in right now.
Okay.
And I think I have a few others as well. Bonnie should be able to speak if she.
Ms. Kim, did you want to make a few comments?
Good morning, commissioners. Hi, Bonnie Kim, city planner with Los Angeles City Planning. I just wanted to support the commission staff's recommendation, and we are available for questions, and we have several sort of colleagues from the planning department here.
Great, thank you so much. All right, Vale, are there members of the public who wish to comment?
We have Robin Rudisell, who's in as a panelist and should be able to speak.
Okay. Ms. Rudisill?
Hi, good morning. Thank you very much. I'm Robin Rudisill from Venice. Your staff did an outstanding job in modifying the city's changes to its CDP procedures, but I have a couple of requests. Number one, please add neighborhood councils to the regs in order to receive a copy of the initial decision makers and the appellate body's determinations, as well as notices related to extensions and amendments. They are always an interested party. That's D3, F3, and G1E. Number two, please define how long the city has from the time of a decision made in an appeal hearing to when it has to get that decision to you. It seems to be an undefined gap in the process, and the city has been known to take a very long time to do that. I also have a couple of questions. I don't understand the reason for the change of the city appeal procedures to apply a de novo appellate standard of review to replace the standard that the lower appeal body aired in its action on the permit. It seems to me that the way appeals work is that appellants identify errors or abuses of discretion by the original decision maker. So can you please explain how this would impact how an appeal is done from an appellant's point of view? Also, there are several other city ordinances that affect the coastal zone for which the city has not obtained the Coastal Commission's approval. A significant example of this is the short-term rental ordinance, aka the home sharing ordinance. Is there a way to put clear procedures into this new amendment to make sure that the city gets coastal's review on new ordinances that impact the coastal zone? And if not, what is the way to assure that this happens? Also, the city frequently violates their procedures. In a recent case, the city processed an illegal extension, allowed very significant changes to a project without an amendment, and when it was appealed, they blew through the deadline by which the appeal must be heard by at least a month. This would be like if you always missed hearing appeals within the 49 days. In fact, I've never known the city to hear an appeal within 30 days as per code. So what can we do? Can you please explain how the enforcements and penalties of Chapter 9 of the Coastal Act can be used to enforce these coastal regulations? Thank you.
No more speakers.
Okay, thank you very much, Vale, and thank you, Ms. Rudisill. Okay, bringing it back to the staff could you please respond to the issues that were raised by Ms. Rudisill, please? Thanks.
Okay, yes, I'll go ahead and start off, and I'll just ask staff, Shannon and Jen, to jump in as well. In regard to the first two issues, adding neighborhood councils to the noticing list and adding a set time frame for the city to provide their notices of final action to the commission, I would just note that our staff doesn't have any objection to those sorts of requests. Now, they weren't, but I would note that they were not part, so those provisions are not in the current code that we've had in place since the 1970s, and they weren't proposed as part of the amendment. So the amendment and the current code do comply with our statutory requirements. And although those two additional asks by Ms. Rudisill sound reasonable to me, they could result in workload issues for the city and affect their process. So I would be a little hesitant to unilaterally add those as part of our recommendation. So I think it would be a good idea to ask the city if that is something that they would be willing to respond to today, or if that's something that they would only feel comfortable perhaps contemplating and responding to as part of a future amendment.
Well, can I interrupt you, Mr. Hudson, and ask Ms. Kim to respond to those two issues before we get on to the other issues?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. We again agree with Steve Hudson's recommendation here, and would want to take the time to consider those additional amendments that are outside of the current proposal as part of our future local coastal program amendment that we are actively working on. The ordinance that is before you today went through extensive outreach over the past 5 years, and so this would be kind of a new addition and revision that was not previously considered, and therefore we would prefer to include those as part of another update that will be coming to this commission in the future. And just wanted to note that, what is in the code is not the whole of how the department implements noticing procedures. And we could definitely, based on what we heard today, explore supplementing those and working with the speakers to make sure that they are still able to receive the notice that they are interested in receiving as part of our regular department practice. And I guess I wanted to also turn it over in case there are any other colleagues of mine from the planning department who wanted to speak on the issue as well.
Are there any other comments from the city planning department?
Hi, Hagusalm Carey, Principal Planner with the Department of City Planning. Thank you, Bonnie. I just want to uplift the, points made by both Bonnie and Steve Hudson regarding workflow. I think, the onus is on us to maybe report back to other, sections of our department to confirm how we can respond to the comments made here. So we much appreciate additional time to consider the matter. And just to, elevate also that the larger ordinance that the city went through is really to standardize procedures across the board so that, any person interested in the development process could more easily glean procedures and processes by which development could happen. So at a larger scale, our goal and intent was to keep procedures very standard across the board. So potentially modifying anything for the coastal development permit process pre-LCP would, maybe we would need to consider how that affects the effort to standardize across the board and perhaps what other larger implications that would have. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just to assert the prerogative of the chair, I don't see a notice to neighborhood councils or organizations as onerous or causing a deviation of standardization. It seems like that would be really just a fairly minor administrative addition to your procedures. I mean, I'm kind of responsive to what Ms. Kim said. It may not need to be part of the regulation, but anyway, I'm sure there might be more discussion with this among the commission, but I appreciate your comments. Okay, Mr. Hudson, did you want to continue with the other issues raised by Ms. Rudisil?
Thank you. Eric Stevens, a planning supervisor in our Long Beach office, will respond to some of her additional points.
One additional point was that through this change, the city removed the requirement for appeal bodies to make a finding how the lower body erred in its decision. We recognize that when the commission hears an item, they find substantial issue to see how the local government erred and then go to the de novo hearing. But the regulations and Coastal Act sections that govern the local CDP program in this case don't have those same requirements. And it's our understanding that in practice for the past 40 plus years, the city has looked at appeals on de novo. They're not limited just to errors of the lower body. So we think this change is appropriate and consistent.
Very helpful. Anything else? Were there any other issues or were those all of them? Mr. Hudson?
Thank you. No, that concludes the staff comments. I would just like to ask the city for clarification. Want to confirm there were some provisions in the amendment that did have to do, or I thought did have to do with noticing for the local neighborhood councils. So perhaps Hagu or one of the city staff could just mention, what does the city could describe, what is the noticing procedure now for city councils?
Sure, Bonnie Kim with City Planning or Los Angeles City Planning. So yes, there's a variety of notifications that we provide, some that are required by our code and some that are just done as supplemental practice and just general best practice by the department. Currently, there is no requirement that certified neighborhood councils receive any notification. So our proposed ordinance actually is the first time they have been officially added and would now be a required party to receive mail notice of public hearing whenever there is mail notice required. So they would definitely be required to provide mail notice or be required to receive mail notice of a public hearing. In addition, we offer bi-weekly case filing reports to all neighborhood councils. So every 2 weeks, a summary of cases that have been filed with the Department of City Planning is sent to all of the certified neighborhood councils. That includes a physical copy of the paper application. So they're given that advance early notification of application filing, just as a general practice in our department. And I think the questions that came up today were relative to who receives the letters of determination once an action has been made. Currently, the code requires, that the letter be sent to interested parties. And so I think the question of, would the neighborhood councils be part of those interested parties? We can definitely look into that and see how we can improve our practice so that the code, and the code does enable us to pursue that in the future. There's nothing that would preclude us from doing that, but I think what we would hope that the commission considers is, what is necessary to be codified in our zoning code, and what are ways that we can enhance our notification procedures, just as best practice and standard department protocols. So I hope that sort of gives you an understanding of kind of the range of notices that we provide and what is required versus what is just supplemental. And then just wanted to add to a more recent improvement in our department policies has been to post all of our letters of determination online on the department website. So as long as anyone knows, either the project address or case file number, that is something they can look up on their own at their convenience on our department website. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Kim, for that explanation. Very helpful. Okay, bringing it back to the commission now. Are there any questions or comments? Ms. Nothoff, Commissioner Nothoff.
Well, this might be, thank you, Chair. This might be question because I'm new to the commission, but it's been 45 years and I was a natural blonde when the Coastal Act passed. And I think every time a new administration, a new mayor is elected in LA, I wonder whether we're going to get a local coastal plan there. And just continuing this ordinance is instead of having a certified local coastal plan, I just had the question is how long do we have to wait?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd be happy to provide an update on that.
All right.
So the city of LA does have multiple segments because it's such a large city that they've planned in order to fulfill their LCP requirement. But they are working on the Venice LCP segment, which is one of the most important segments to us and that generates so many coastal permit applications to us. The commission has provided the city multiple grants. And we're working with them and meeting on a monthly basis, hoping to bring something to this commission, I hope within the next, I don't want to put a date out there, but I'll just say within the reasonable future that we could bring forward an update to their LUP. So we do have a draft of that LUP that the city has created. They haven't finished all the parts of it. And they're working on a draft IP as well. So I just want to say there's hope and there's light at the end of the tunnel, at least for that Venice segment. And we're laser focused on that as well.
Commissioner Nothoff, you're on mute.
Oh, okay. Thanks for that update. I was going to say maybe now that they've elected a woman mayor, we'll get it done.
I think that could be it. I do indeed. Okay. Also, Mr. Hudson, given the state of the world, I'm very interested to see what the reasonable future, when that might happen. Okay.
So am I. Yes, I am.
Okay. Commissioner Bochco.
log here. Let me shut the door. I was gonna make the motion, Madam Chair, if that's all right.
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Motion number one. I move that the commission.
Is there two motions or just one? I thought there was.
There's two.
Oh, okay. I thought there was one on this one, two on the next one.
Am I on the wrong one?
Are you on 12A?
No, I
Yeah,
thought.
just for clarification, this one does have one motion on page
Okay.
5 for 12A.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I'm looking at 12B. I apologize.
Yeah, that's, anyway, yeah, so just go to page 5.
Yeah, I just gotta find 12B now.
No, 12A.
12A, I mean, sorry.
No
Here, I
worries.
thought it was all prepared.
Well, while you're looking, I'll just say to Ms. Kim and her colleagues, I appreciated your comment, but also, you know, I think neighborhood associations really provide, such a community service. You know, those community members, you know, spend so much of their time and energy often on important community issues. And so, you know, anything that you can do to, you know, ensure that they're up to date, I think would be very helpful. And it sounds like you have a good foundation for that. So I do want to appreciate that. So Commissioner Bochco, you
Yep,
ready
I
now?
have it. I
Okay.
have it. And I concur with what you just said. I think that's very important. I move that commission adopt the modifications to Amendment 2 of the City of Los Angeles Local Government Coastal Development Permit Program as recommended by staff, recommending a yes vote.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, was that Harmon? Okay, moved by Bochco, seconded by Harmon. The makers of the motion are asking for an aye vote. Do either of you wish to speak?
Only to say that I concur with both what Mr. Hudson said and Commissioner Notoff in terms of waiting for this LUP for decades. And I'm sure that with the new administration, we might see a real pulse.
Excellent. Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner. All right, Ms. Miller, please call the roll. Makers of the motion are asking for an aye vote.
Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Notoff.
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yep.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre,
Uh,
yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Chair Brownsy.
Aye.
Brownsy, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. The amendment to the LA ordinance is approved. Okay, thank you to the folks from LA, and thank you to Ms. Doyle. Good job. All right, moving on to 12B, which is the City of Long Beach LCPA.
Thank you. And 12B will be presented by Danny Ziff, a planning supervisor in our South Coast District. Danny, take it away, please.
All right, hello commissioners. So 12B is the hearing for a local coastal program or LCP amendment by the City of Long Beach to modify the city's certified implementation plan or IP to add enhanced density bonus regulations. The city's LCP already has policies that protect affordable housing. However, because affordable housing needs are not being met, the city is proposing to further encourage the creation of new affordable housing units by providing additional incentives and concessions. The standard of review for the IP amendment is whether the amendment is in conformance with and adequate to carry out the provisions of the Certified Land Use Plan or LUP. Next slide, please. The city's proposed IP amendment is generally consistent with the public access and affordable housing policies of the certified LUP because it aims to maximize access to the coast for all people and not only preserves but encourages affordable housing. However, as shown on this slide, there are a few sites that could support density bonus projects located adjacent to wetlands, Alamitos Bay, and popular visitor serving areas where incentives like reductions in required setbacks and elimination of off-street parking could adversely impact environmentally sensitive habitat areas, water quality, and public access opportunities. Next slide. To resolve these issues, commission staff worked closely with city staff to develop the 2 substantive suggested modifications, which the city has indicated they are in agreement with. First, modifications are suggested that clarify that the certified LCP is the standard of review for coastal development permits, and remove outside references so that future changes to those regulations, which are not reviewed by the commission for consistency with the LCP, would not be inadvertently incorporated into the LCP. The second suggested modification is recommended to ensure that the coastal resources protected by the city's LUP policies are not adversely impacted. This is accomplished by 1, including statements that density bonus projects in the coastal zone can only be approved and individual incentives can only be offered if consistent with the coastal resource protection policies of the LCP. And 2, revising the city's proposal to exempt density bonus projects with a 100% affordable residential component from parking requirements. As originally proposed, the amendment would have provided that some new housing developments would not require any parking. However, the city did not provide evidence that such projects would not generate new parking demand. Failure to provide adequate off-street parking would result in displacement of on-street parking available for members of the public, including beachgoers. Commission staff worked collaboratively with the city staff to address this issue, and based on data from several affordable housing projects previously approved by the commission, suggests these types of projects provide no more than 0.25 parking spaces per unit. Although this standard is a significant reduction from the parking standards for new residential development required by the certified LCP and the parking requirements proposed by the city for mixed income density bonus projects, this reduction in parking standards is appropriate to provide adequate parking for new fully affordable housing developments based on analysis of parking demand associated with similar developments. There is an addendum that responds to a comment letter received from Christopher Peterson and corrects an error in the staff report. The letter asserts generally that the suggested modifications are not required for consistency with the city's land use plan, are unclear, are inconsistent with the affordable housing policy of the Coastal Act, and do not account for recent changes in state law, specifically AB 2097, which prevents public agencies from imposing minimum parking standards for new development within a half-mile of public transit. Regarding AB 2097, the law would still apply to all relevant projects in the coastal zone. And in response to concerns raised about the standard of review for density bonus projects, suggested modification 1 was revised to clarify that such projects will be required to conform with the coastal resource protection policies of the LCP. Regarding the necessity of the modifications, Mr. Peterson suggests that the city has sufficient land use policies that commit to a shift away from automobile dependency to find proposed elimination of parking requirements for some density bonus projects consistent with the LUP. However, the LUP also has policies that require public access be maximized for all people. And while the city is forwarding its goals to encourage use of alternative transportation, many people still access the coast of Long Beach by car. Thus, the commission staff felt that fully waiving parking standards for non-residential uses and for affordable units without adequate findings that there would be no demand would not be consistent with the LUP, and therefore suggest a modification developed in coordination with the city to provide a balanced approach that will provide a substantial reduction in parking standards based on an appropriate parking study, while still ensuring that public access and recreation is protected. Furthermore, the modifications are required to protect other coastal resources, such as environmentally sensitive habitat, wetlands, and water quality, and ensure adequate buffers from coastal hazards are maintained. In closing, the proposed amendment to the city's certified implementation plan incentivizes the development of affordable housing units in the coastal zone beyond existing regulations, consistent with the affordable housing and public access policies of the city's certified LCP, and as suggested to be modified, will ensure that the coastal resources are protected. Thus, staff recommends that the commission deny the implementation plan amendment as submitted and certify it only if modified as suggested. The motions and resolutions to carry out the staff recommendation are found starting on page 5 of the staff report. And this concludes commission staff's presentation. We are available for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zip. Great job. Okay, is there someone from the city of Long Beach? Bill?
Yes, we have a few on standby for questions that I'll start bringing in now.
Okay. And if any of the few wish to just to make a few comments, just please identify yourself.
I have Allison Spindler Ruiz coming in right now. Marianne Cronin. We have Alexis Oropesa and Alejandro Sanchez Lopez. I have Christopher Kuntz as well, but I'm not seeing Christopher in the list.
Is there anyone from the city of Long Beach that would like to make a few comments?
They're in as panelists now, so they can speak if they like.
Of the folks from the city of Long Beach, is there anyone who would like to make a comment? Okay, obviously not. All right, no worries. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak, Val?
Yes, we have 4 members of the public.
Okay, start them up.
Okay.
Also, before we go further, are there any ex partes? Commissioner Uranga, do you have an ex parte on this item? Commissioner?
I do not, Chair Rossi, my hand is raised for just to make a comment regarding the city's efforts, that's all.
Okay, great. Sounds great. We'll circle right back to you after public comment. Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Val.
So first we have Christopher Peterson, followed by Corliss Lee, and then Ann Cantrell, and our final speaker will be Linda Scholl. Christopher Peterson, you should be able to unmute yourself and begin.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Christopher Peterson. I urge the commission to reject the proposed suggested modifications regarding parking, which would prohibit the possibility of a 100% affordable housing project from being parking free. The LUP provides ample justification for the city's proposed parking rules. Certified more than 40 years ago, the LUP acknowledged the short-term need to accommodate cars for coastal access, but said the long-term solution depends on improving transit, walking, and bicycling. Apparently, 40 years later, staff believes we're still in short-term accommodation mode rather than long-term solution mode, a curious position to take given the urgency of the climate crisis. Staff explains its recommendation by making generalized references to public access, but providing affordable housing in the coastal zone is itself a form of public access. The Coastal Act originally required protecting and providing affordable housing. The legislature took away that authority, but the fact remains that affordable housing is still an important way to enhance public access. Why is the parking issue so important? Providing off-street parking is expensive, costing tens of thousands of dollars per space. That's a significant expense for severely underfunded affordable housing programs, an expense that can render some 100% affordable housing projects infeasible. Including small commercial spaces can also improve the financial viability of affordable housing projects, viability that parking requirements undermine. This is especially unjustifiable in areas that the commission certified LUP designates as pedestrian-oriented and neighborhood serving. Please reject the staff recommendation regarding parking. Thank you.
Next is Corliss Lee, followed by Ann Cantrell, and then Linda Scholl.
This is Corliss Lee. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Let's see. I'm trying to move this screen over. Hold on a second. Shoot. I'm trying to exit full screen here. Hold on. Density bonus laws and ordinances do not outweigh the Coastal Act. The topic of parking was acknowledged in the Coastal Commission staff report as an issue that reduces access to the beach, violating the intent of the Coastal Act. However, the staff suggested modification appears to be a poor set of concessions that goes along with the erroneous assumption that we can add people without adding cars. You can't force people to give up their cars. The area is already parking impacted. Naples is one of the neighborhoods under the Coastal Act in Long Beach, and I looked it up and it said 93% of that population have cars. The other misnomer is the term affordable housing. It is not what it sounds like. The definitions of who qualifies for affordable housing is normally set for 60% of the adjustable median income. In Naples, the average income is approximately $120,000 and the AMI is $98,000. 60% of AMI is an income of about $60,000 a year. You aren't providing housing for those that are in the most need by committing to building affordable housing unless those units are designated for the extremely low income and very low income populations, which are below 30% AMI or $30,000 a year in the example of Naples. This proposal should be denied. It is an attempt to solve one problem by creating another. Parking impaction will result and reduce access to the beach, which is a violation of coastal law. It is selling an erroneous set of assumptions that people will give up cars without a reasonable alternative. And most importantly, without defining a requirement for units below 30% AMI. It does not help those most in need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ann Cantrell.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ann Cantrell. Staff recommends that the Commission certify this LCP amendment request with suggested modifications necessary to protect coastal resources and maximize public access to the coast for all people. Even with modifications, trading fewer parking spaces for affordable housing will not maximize public access to the coast. Parking in the coastal zone is already at a premium. Affordable housing is not very low cost, nor even low cost housing. Affordable housing has a number of different definitions, ranging from 60% to 80% of the average income in the area. The average income on the coast in Long Beach is higher than most of the city. It is doubtful these residents will be riding the bus, and each will have a car needing a parking space. EDB projects are eligible for off-street parking reductions and may avail themselves of either the reductions offered by the state regulations or parking reductions often by a table which provides 1 to 2 spaces for up to 4 bedrooms. Even worse, EBD projects outside of the coastal zone comprised of 100% affordable units shall not be required to provide on-site parking. So visitors 1 block from the coastal zone trying to visit the beach will have absolutely no street parking available. Please deny. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Linda Scholl.
Greetings. Thank you for the time to meet with you. I also suggested denying this with regard to the parking requirements. First of all, I don't understand the urgency for the extended density bonus because in this particular case, the Long Beach population has actually declined by 15,000 people from 2020 to 2022. And the population of Long Beach has been rather flat for the last 10 years. In 2010, it was 462,000. It went to 466,000 at 2020, and is now down to approximately 452,000. So we've actually declined by 15,000. And the issue of parking in Long Beach, it's an erroneous assumption that people can and will give up their cars without a reasonable alternative for public transportation. 80% of the people have 1 to 2 cars. 47% have 1 car, 37% have 2 cars. 67% of the people commute out of the city to work, and their average commute time is half an hour. The average household is 2.69 people. Selecting the highest cost land to put very high density properties on it without parking then is going to force the people who are living there to put their cars on the street. And that's going to limit the people who want to come to the beach, who drive to the beach, to be able to access the beach. So it creates another problem, and it doesn't really solve a problem to provide housing that's affordable. The average cost, one of the places in this proposal that was discussed was Alamitos Beach. The rent for the most recent building that was put up here in Alamitos Beach is for a 1-bedroom is $3,400 and some odd dollars a month. That's a lot of money. That's not affordable. And that's the tendency of what happens in this area. So we think that having housing that's affordable for people is important. So we're not suggesting not having housing, just having parking appropriate to the number of people who are going to live there. And last line is people won't even be able to have visitors because there won't be parking for them. And you can't imagine someone traveling in Long Beach, if you know Long Beach, to take the bus, to take care of kids, to go to the grocery store, et cetera, et cetera. So until that transportation is set up, we think this is a bad idea. Thank you.
Is that it, Val?
Yes, that was the last speaker.
Okay, thank you to everybody who testified. All right, I'm going to bring it back to staff. Ms. Ziff or Mr. Hudson?
Okay, thank you, commissioners. Before I turn it over to Ms. Ziff and Ms. Vaughn, if they have any additional comments, I'd first just like to acknowledge that we share Mr. Peterson's goal of encouraging affordable housing. Although I disagree that the commission staff is engaged in short-term and not long-term planning. In my opinion, we are engaged in exactly long-term planning. That's what we're trying to achieve here. The real issue with the reason we have these suggested modifications, and the issue was that although the new amendment as originally proposed certainly would encourage affordable housing, it had a 0 parking requirement for all new 100% affordable residential units. It also had no parking for commercial projects. Now, there was no rationale to support that. And that was something that we worked early on with the city to address, the city staff, and to see if there was some sort of rationale to support that. But as you heard from many of the other speakers who were opposed to this amendment, this is a complex topic. And so we worked really hard with the city staff to find ways to ensure that we still promote affordable housing, but that we don't give up on the importance of public parking, because if new development is allowed that doesn't provide for on-site parking or adequate parking, that would result in displacement of those on-street public parking spaces that members of the public from outside the area use to access the beach. So, of course, we're not trying to put people over cars, just trying to ensure that we find the correct balanced solution. And we think we've done that here. Now, working with the city, we were able to look at other studies, and we have multiple studies to support that the actual parking demand generated by these affordable housing projects, and these were the same standards that the commission has used in multiple other affordable housing projects. There were, I believe, about 3 or 4 within the past 3 years approved by the commission in Santa Monica that were 100% affordable. And there have been 3 similar 100% affordable projects in Venice. And for each of those projects, staff recommended approval using a 0.25 parking ratio. That means one parking space per 4 units. And based on the data that we believe is accurate, that's the appropriate reduced parking demand by 100% affordable parking projects. So that's what we've worked with the city staff to incorporate into our suggested modifications. Now, for the commercial development, we couldn't find a rationale working with the city to support a change in the normally required parking standards. So that's something that the city staff has indicated they'll continue to work on as part of a future LCP amendment, perhaps with specific data about parking areas and public parking supply. That's something that we could address through that. But we do believe that we've struck the appropriate balance through these suggested modifications. So with that, I'm going to end my comments, but before I turn the mic over, I'm just going to ask Shannon and Danny, do you have any additional comments that I didn't cover?
No, thanks, Steve.
All right, thanks so much. And that's it for staff comments.
Great, thank you, Mr. Hudson. That was very helpful. Okay, going to bringing it back to the commission. I have Commissioner Uranga, followed by Commissioner Escalante, followed by Commissioner Cummings. Commissioner Uranga.
Thank you, Chair Browsey. I just want to note that the city is making an executive effort to increase transportation into the East Long Beach, which is transportation thirsty at this point, if you want to call it, if there's such a term exists. And I think that was very evident in this effort when we were talking about the application that we have for the 2028 Olympics going to Long Beach and the Olympic pool, and having transportation available for that as well. So I think that the city is making an effort. I want to thank Staff Member Hudson for his report. Very accurate in terms of reflection. While it might not be a stated goal or premise that the city is working on, but it is one of those where if you build it, they will come. There is not affordable parking there now because there's not affordable housing. So it's one of those chicken and the egg type of deals where, like, if you build it, will people find, will the city reinforce and will the transportation district in Long Beach realize that we need transportation into that area with buses? Then it will happen. But right now it can't because we don't have the infrastructure for it. And that's what this will do, is provide an opportunity for people to want to buy not only affordable housing, but affordable housing close to the beach, which will then involve, the theory would be that transportation would come with it. So I just thought I'd state that to allay any types of concerns that might exist out there in terms of why is the city promoting affordable housing in that area, and why the city of Long Beach is in favor of it, is because if we're going to make a significant change, we need to make a significant change in the infrastructure. And please excuse my voice. It sounds worse than it is, believe me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Uranga, and you sound just fine. So, and thank you for those comments. Very helpful to get the perspective from the local city council person. So really, really helpful. Okay, Commissioner Escalante, followed by Commissioner Cummings.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And yes, thank you, Commissioner Uranga, for those comments. It's always nice to hear your voice. So, you know, I really do appreciate Mr. Peterson's thorough analysis of this and feedback. I tend to align myself with him, and in particular because we're talking about, you know, affordable housing. I do agree with Mr. Hudson that on the commercial front of things, I might not feel the same way, but I do because I know sort of the area of this area of LA County, unlike some other parts in kind of Orange County where it's harder to access. Long Beach has gone already, you know, with the blue line. I mean, has tried really hard to connect the rest of the county through transit. And it is, you know, increasingly showing itself to be a more sort of local mobility, transit oriented type of city because of its density. And I do recognize that and appreciate the direction it's moving towards. So I would be, I do think that is if you don't build it, they won't come either. So if you build some, you know, 100% affordable housing units that will themselves discourage, you know, the renters from having a car because it'll be too costly or too troublesome to be dealing with moving the car around. They're already very compacted streets. I think this could be a good template for the future. So I'm on the camp of being okay with no parking requirements for 100% affordable. And I would like to know if, you know, we're willing to entertain, you know, just changing that and seeing how this goes.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and I just want to thank everybody for their comments and thank staff for their work on this. As someone who grew up without a car for a very long time in Chicago, there were some benefits to having really robust public transportation close by, but also having lived in areas without a car where we did not have good public transit, it can become a really big burden. And knowing that low-income people may have the need to, you know, needs around childcare, school, getting people to and from, whether it's baseball games or the doctor, that's not very convenient the way that our communities have been structured unless you have a car. And so I think as we're moving towards having more centralized communities where cars aren't needed, I think that's a good thing, but I don't think we're necessarily there yet. And so I could see that, you know, the reduction in parking is a good thing, but elimination of parking 100% comes with its issues as our communities are currently formed. So I think that the staff is helping us move towards that, but I just want to urge the caution of trying to eliminate, you know, trying to actually emphasize that low-income people should not have cars, which actually makes life a little bit more convenient in the way that our communities are currently structured.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rice, followed by Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. And I would align myself with Commissioner Cummins' comments. That's, I think that though we'd all like to get to that place where we can develop housing of at any price point and not have to also provide housing for cars would be the goal. It's not necessarily completely practical. And I'm thinking about people who work in off hours, and though the Long Beach transit system is really fleshed out, I'm just looking at some of the schedules. And if you're a nighttime shift worker, you potentially have a harder time moving around. So I want to echo Commissioner Cummings' points. I think that thank you for referencing the parking analysis and parking studies that were done. I think that's really important. The work that staff did in sort of analyzing this, it is really minimal, 0.25 parking spots per unit. And I think in the future, not something that would come under the umbrella of this application. This is where car share also can help fill that gap with between public transportation frequency and levels of service and actually having mobility on your own. And so I think going forward, I would like it if staff actually could also identify what, if any, car share elements, not necessarily associated with an application or a project, are within the vicinity or not, and maybe that's something we can actually sort of try to press on, though obviously that's a separate vendor. I also really like the language and the work staff did and the modifications around that really emphasize that you can have resource protection and housing development. They are not mutually exclusive. And I think that's really important to see that articulated, especially in light of our discussion yesterday around, what is it, SB 480? I can't remember the number. I think there's ways to.
423.
Thank you. So anyway, I think staff got it right here, and I am in support of the recommendations put forward in the staff report. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Brownsie. I just have just a quick question for staff first, and which is, what is the, if you could remind me what the parking requirement is for the business part of this, not the housing part, with relationship to its, what is that ratio?
Sure. I think Danny, I think she's looking that up as we speak. And we may need a few moments to find that answer for you, Commissioner.
Okay,
Wilson.
well, I'm going to speak to it a little bit, and then you can give it to me. I just want to express my community's experience with parking minimums with relationship to businesses. And on those of you know, I live in a little small town of Arcata, and in that town is the plaza, which is the center of our town. And for years there were 3 lots that were vacant. They were vacant because those buildings, you know, burned down or whatever, fell down or whatever it was that happened. They remained vacant until we removed parking minimums in our downtown. Like our parking minimums for our business community created blight and reduced tax revenue for our community, and was actually a real burden for us. And so I feel very uncomfortable. Even, I mean, I align myself with you know, with Commissioner Escalante's comments with relationship to if we're going to seek a trajectory with relationship to and encourage that trajectory, these are the points in which we make those decisions. And from the perspective of even sort of a business district, I get where I totally understand our past policies and our concerns with relationship to parking in those cases, but understanding in some communities, like, we really can create blight by having these parking minimums, because it's just too expensive to then redevelop areas once something happens. Those are just my comments with relationship to this. I can't make the findings necessary to like make the strong pitch for a shift in what staff has done so far, but I want to like really emphasize that I appreciate the trajectory that we are on with relationship to our staff in this commission. I encourage us to keep moving in that direction and to keep really envisioning and committing and believing that there is a future where we're going to have less need for parking. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Through the chair, staff is ready to respond to Commissioner Wilson's question.
Yeah,
sure, please proceed.
Thanks. As proposed by the city, the first 6,000 square feet of, you know, other uses would be, there would be no parking requirement. Anything above 6,000 square feet would then rely on the parking standards that are already in the IP, which range from, you know, it's a pretty big range between, you know, 5 or 20 per 1,000 gross floor area, square feet of gross floor area.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate the update.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just a couple comments. I want to align myself with Commissioner Uranga, Cummings, and Rice with respect to, I think the staff got it right in terms of making the transition the recognition of creating incentives for 100% affordable housing, but also acknowledging that some members of our community actually do need cars. I'm thinking specifically of my peer group, the elderly, and also I think families with young children often, before they get to work, they have to take their kids to daycare. It's hard to drag all your kids' stuff on a public trans, particularly if there's a commute involved. And so, I just feel that the state of our public transportation hopefully is in transition to become much more efficient and better and capable of transporting all members of our community. And I think that the parking values for this program are low and are an incentive to move us away from highly parked buildings, which we all know costs more. So, I really feel like Long Beach is doing some great work in trying to get their arms around transforming their city from what it was to a very community-oriented, I would just say like, when I look at Long Beach, it looks like they're really trying to address kind of how people live and to create the infrastructure to provide better community structures, like more walkable areas, better public transportation, acknowledgement of their parks and the necessity of protecting their coastal resources. So I really feel like Long Beach is a good model in that respect for a big urban area. What happens in our smaller towns with respect to parking and affordable housing is quite different. And so I think the staff got the balance right in this regard. And so I support the staff recommendation. And with that, is there a motion? The motion is on page 5, and there are 2 motions. Commissioner Cummings.
I can do it.
Okay, Commissioner,
sorry.
Yolanda, please go.
Let me bring it up again. I just had it for a minute. Motion 1 is denial of the amendment. I move that the commission reject implementation plan amendment number LCP 8-LP LOB -21-0088-2 to the City of Long Beach certified LCP as submitted, and I recommend a yes vote.
I'll second. And Chair, your mic is muted.
Sorry, thank you. Moved by Uranga, seconded by Cummings. The makers of the motion are asking for an aye vote. Ms. Miller, please call the roll.
Commissioner Escalante,
No.
Escalante, no. Commissioner Harmon,
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Notoff,
No.
Notoff, no. Commissioner Rice,
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders,
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga,
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson,
No.
Wilson, no. Commissioner Aguirre,
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco,
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings,
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Chair Brownsy,
Aye.
Brownsy, yes. The vote is 8 yes, 3 no.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Miller. The IPA amendment as submitted is denied. The motion number 2, Commissioner Uranga.
You're muted.
Roberto, you're muted.
Sorry,
No,
sorry
that's
about that.
okay. Here you go.
I pressed the wrong button and my doggone agenda moved fast forward to I don't know where. Anyway, bottom line is I'm back. Let me see. Geez, where am I?
You're going to ask that we certify the
Right.
IPA as modified. And you're
Right.
going to ask for an I vote.
Right. If I could get back up there again. Like I said, I pressed the wrong button and
That's
it
okay.
went out of whack. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay. Okay, I had denial. Approval of the IP amendment.
Yes.
I removed that the commission certify implementation plan number LCP 5-5-LOP-21-0088-2 to the city of Long Beach certified LCP if modified in conformance with the suggested changes recommended by staff, and I recommend a yes vote.
Okay, thank you.
Multiple got it through.
You
Thank you.
got it. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner
right.
Cummings.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Uranga, seconded by Cummings. The makers of the motion are asking for an I vote. Ms. Miller, please call the roll.
Commissioner Harmon,
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Nuttall,
No.
Nuttall, no. Commissioner Rice,
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders,
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga,
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson,
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre,
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco,
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings,
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante,
No.
Escalante, no. Chair Brownsie,
Aye.
Brownsie, yes. The vote is 9 yes, 2 no.
All right, the IPA as modified is adopted. All right, thank you, Ms. Ziff and Mr. Hudson for all your work on that item. And thank you to the city of Long Beach for working so closely with our staff. We really appreciate it. And to the members of the public who spoke on the this item. Okay, it's 11:52. We have the next item has a lot of public comment. So I think we should probably break for lunch at this time. So why don't we come back? It's 11, let's see, 10 of, so let's come back at 12:35. That'll be a 45-minute lunch. Okay, does that work? Okay, all right. We'll see you all back here 11:35, 11:40. I mean 12:35, 12:40. Okay, thanks. This is our continuation of the agenda. We're going to move to item 13A.
Thank you. Item 13A will be presented by Shahar Amate, a coastal program analyst in our South Coast District Office. And if we could pull up the PowerPoint, please.
All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. Item 13A is a coastal development permit application by the Naples Restaurant Group, LLC, for this year's Big Bay on the Bay, a one-day event to occur beginning on July 3rd, 2023, in celebration of the 4th of July that includes two main aspects. One, a block party fundraiser, and two, a fireworks display. The block party would be located in an area of the city of Long Beach known as Alamitos Bay Landing, and the fireworks would be launched from a barge in the open waters of Alamitos Bay nearby. Next slide, please. Beginning in 2011, the applicant has been sponsoring the annual event, including fireworks displays. In prior years, the commission's executive director has not required a CDP for this event pursuant to the commission's temporary event guidelines adopted by the commission in 1993. However, on May 2nd, 2023, the executive director denied the latest exemption request for the 2023 event due to the potential for adverse effects on coastal resources such as coastal birds. The executive director has made similar determinations for other fireworks displays in the coastal zone, including in Santa Cruz, Cambria, and Pismo Beach. These firework events, which required a CDP, included several mitigation measures to ensure that they are consistent with the marine resource, water quality, hazards, and public access and recreation policies of the Coastal Act. The subject temporary event before you today incorporates similar mitigation measures, as I will detail later on. Next slide, please. As shown on this slide, the proposed block party would be primarily located within a marine-oriented commercial complex in Alamitos Bay in southeast Long Beach on filled state tidelands. The applicant and event operator is the manager of Boathouse on the Bay, a restaurant located directly adjacent to the proposed block party event area. The proposed fireworks display would launch from a barge in open coastal waters of Alamitos Bay, approximately equidistant from Alamitos Bay Landing, Naples Island, and the Long Beach Peninsula. The entire event area is comprised of either open bay waters or filled state tidelands. Thus, the entire site is within the commission's area of original permit jurisdiction, and the standard of review is the Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act. Next slide, please. The block party would begin at 5:30 p.m. on July 3rd. It involves the temporary use and closure of public walkways, public areas, approximately 50 parking spaces, and part of the Marina Drive right-of-way north of the Boathouse on the Bay restaurant. Setup would begin at 2 p.m. that afternoon and would be restored no later than 10 a.m. on July 4th. The block party area would be fee ticketed and perimeter fenced using 8-foot-tall chain link panels. The fee is proposed to be $75 per adult and $30 per child, with options for premium VIP seating at higher price points. All net proceeds would be donated by the applicant to local charities. Temporary development within the block party area includes the installation of vendor booths, food trucks, a DJ/concert stage, and seating areas, as well as a fireworks staging area and safety zone. Beginning at 8 p.m. and lasting about 20 minutes, the proposed fireworks display would involve the launching of around 1,000 aerial shells, 300 to 600 feet in the air. The applicant proposes to use fireworks made of biodegradable, non-plastic materials. A test shell would be expended prior to the start of the event to disperse birds in the immediate vicinity, thereby reducing potential disturbance. The applicant is also proposing to conduct bird nesting surveys, cordon off 50-foot radius areas around nesting trees, and soundproof nesting trees. The fireworks to be visible from numerous surrounding locations. Next slide, please. Based on information reported after previous Big Bang on the Bay events, marine wildlife is not likely to be significantly impacted by the proposed fireworks display. However, the Commission has previously found, in other fireworks cases, that additional measures are necessary to ensure protection of marine mammals, birds, and other species of concern, consistent with Coastal Act sections 30230 and 30231. Thus, staff recommends a series of special conditions to minimize the impacts of the proposed event, including conditions that limit the use of large, quote-unquote, aerial salute shells, which are those that involve more noise and light than typical fireworks, prohibiting the use of fireworks that include plastic or aluminum shells or casings, which is modified as we will discuss later on, and require extensive periodic cleanup efforts over a minimum of 2 days after the event. Additionally, staff recommends pre and post-event wildlife and water quality monitoring and associated reporting to ensure that the area's wildlife and marine environment are not impacted by the event, and to inform whether additional measures may be required to protect wildlife and water quality in the future. Next slide, please. In terms of public access, the block party would restrict the general public's use of a road, parking spaces, walkways, boating docks, and adjacent areas. However, the fireworks and aerobatic displays also provide free attractions typically observed by tens of thousands of people in an urban setting capable of handling such events. Staff's recommended conditions to maintain public access along the pedestrian bulkhead walkways and to maintain access to boating docks in the event vicinity. The event should not adversely affect coastal visitors and in fact draws many people to the coastal zone. Additionally, to alleviate traffic and circulation issues, the applicant is proposing to provide a free shuttle service on the evening of the to transport event attendees and spectators between the event site and an off-site parking area with directional signage. Staff recommends requiring additional measures such as a free bike and scooter valet program, increased Aqualink water taxi service as feasible, in coordination with the City of Long Beach on a traffic and parking management plan. Next slide, please. The commission has received one letter from the applicant in support of the staff recommendations with suggested modifications to the special conditions. In addition, the commission received letters in opposition of the proposed project from 7 parties, mainly from local residents and environmental groups, 3 of which suggested modifications to the special conditions should the commission approve the proposed project. The opposition generally asserts that the proposed project, as conditioned, is inadequate in protecting water quality and minimizing adverse impacts to marine wildlife and nesting birds. These issues have been addressed in both the staff report and addendum for this item, which includes some changes to the special conditions based on suggested clarifications and additional resource protections made by the applicant and members of the public, respectively. Of note, the addendum includes the following changes. 1, expanding the area of bird surveys and monitoring to include the nesting sites on Fuel Dock Road. 2, submittal of a final bird survey and monitoring plan 14 days prior to the event for the review and written approval of the executive director, in coordination with the applicant's consulting ornithologists and the Audubon Society. 3, clarification of the appropriate noise level thresholds at nesting sites during the block party portion of the event. And 4, including more specific details of the post-event cleanup procedures in special condition 5, especially as they relate to the safety of the divers and cleanup crew. In addition to the changes to the special conditions in the addendum, staff also has 2 additional changes to the staff recommendation that we're adding to the record today in response to continued coordination with the applicant. Special condition 3C, which currently prohibits fireworks from using either plastic or aluminum casings, is modified.
It helps.
Such that while the applicant is still prohibited from using plastic labels and wrappings on all aerial shells, they may use aluminum wrappings on some aerial shells when necessary to comply with safety protocols and if minimized to the extent feasible. Additionally, special condition 9A is modified to remove the requirement of a pre-event census of marine wildlife, but to add that while divers and cleanup crews search and remove debris from the base surface, bottom, and the nearby shore, they observe and evaluate any injuries or mortalities to marine wildlife. The changes to these 2 conditions have been developed by staff in consultation with the Commission's senior staff ecologist, Dr. John Engel, and the Commission's water quality specialist, Dr. Vanessa Metz, to allow for changes that staff believes are a balanced approach to maintaining the feasibility of the fireworks show while still minimizing adverse impacts to coastal resources. Next slide, please. Staff also notes that the applicant was concerned that the requirement that the proposed VIP area, as shown on this slide, be reserved as a free public fireworks viewing area, which would which would make the ability to offer a VIP area for the charity event infeasible. In response to this concern, Special Condition 7 has been revised in the addendum to allow the applicant to maintain the proposed VIP section in this area for the night of the event only, but requires the applicant to fully remove all event-related and existing unpermitted improvements and to open up the area to the public before and after the event. Staff clarifies that the applicant would still be required to remove the existing unpermitted dining tables and chairs in the public accessway between the bulkhead and the restaurant immediately south of the VIP area, and to maintain the walkway as publicly accessible throughout the duration of the event. Next slide, please. In closing, staff recommends the commission find that the proposed project as condition is consistent with the Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act. Thus, staff is recommending the commission approve item 13A, subject to the special conditions listed on pages 6 through 14 of the staff report, and is modified in the addendum and on the record today. The motion to accomplish this can be found on page 5 of the staff report. This concludes the staff presentation. Staff, including the commission's water quality specialist, Dr. Vanessa Metz, and senior ecologist, Dr. Jonna Engel, are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Almate. Appreciate that thorough report. All right, moving, Mr. Morris, are you here for the applicant?
Hello?
Hello, Mr.
There you
Morris?
are.
Yes.
Yes.
How much time will you need?
Minute, I would say 5 minutes.
Okay, please proceed. 5 minutes it is.
I appreciate the time today. I just like to start off with, I still don't understand why I'm the only fireworks show in the state of California that has to go through this process. For 13 years, I've done this event. I was approached by the city of Long Beach on the 10-year anniversary of 9/11, and they asked me to organize a celebration of life for that event. I put that event together, and it culminated that evening with the fireworks in the bay that I knew would be a beautiful sight, but I never realized how beautiful it would be. It was incredible. From that event, it came to be that I could do a fireworks show, and the city wouldn't allow July the 4th because of resources. There wouldn't be enough resources to manage it. So we selected July the 3rd, and I brought in the charity groups. I'd just like to clarify, every dollar that's raised and every check that is written to the nonprofits. Not $1 comes through this restaurant to go towards those fireworks. I'm looking at the homes around the bay right now where I sit in the restaurant. Every one of those homes that surround Alameda's Bay write checks to the local charities. The charity then pays for the fireworks and all the expenses related to the fireworks show, for instance, the city permit for security and having the lifeguards in the water. We also, in the last 7 years, have had an environmental company that comes out and does, I'm working with the city on this. We've worked diligently over the years to make sure that we keep our environment healthy. So we do a pre-study before the fireworks show in the water, and we do it after the fireworks in the water. We also send a robo camera down to look for debris in the water. There's never been any debris found at any time that we've done these fireworks. Through this whole process, we've closed this end street that he pointed out to you. It is a street that has maybe 45 parking places, half of which are city staff cars that are right on the waterfront. The other side of the boat owners, they're the only people that are being displaced that night. There's no sidewalk on that street. It is a street to park for city employees and boat owners. So I just look at that as the most underutilized piece of property in this state. It is a beautiful setting, and yet it's just cars are parked there. So me, being a guy in the restaurant business, hospitality, I look at this as a diamond in the rough. And that's how I've been looking at it from day one. We've raised $1.5 million in the last 10 years to give to the local charities of Long Beach. Children Today, which benefits the homeless children, the Boys and Girls Club, Ronald McDonald. I can't think of all of them as I sit here today, but they've all truly benefited. 2 years ago, I got sued by the Surf Foundation out of San Diego. We just finished a trial in Los Angeles 3 months ago. We won that trial by showing with facts and science that we do not have any debris. We do not contaminate the water. We have an arborist that we do the study for the birds. They write the report. We've submitted these reports to the Coastal Commission over the years. All of these reports are submitted, but it just seems to me they don't weigh anything. And yet in federal court, we won the case. I feel like I'm on trial again right now with the added elements you want to put onto this thing. Now we have the robo camera goes down and check for debris. There's no debris. Now we have to send the diver down a day later to make sure that that camera is not lying. And that's another expense that comes off the charity. They also want me to turn in financials for the charities. I explain, I don't get the money. The money goes to the charity. I have nothing to do with their bookkeeping. I don't dictate who they write checks to or anything. They take care of all that. So I don't know why that's a burden for me. I'm just the guy that organizes the event and raises money for local charity. It's just very frustrating to go through this process. I thought after the trial was over, I thought, man, we're on clear sailing. We work with the Los Angeles Water Department to put together a really comprehensive plan to take care of the water and take care of the issues we're all talking about. I participated in that. And I'm thinking, oh, good. Now we go to Coastal Commission. I'll get my one-day exemption. We're flying, man. We're going to raise money this year. Everybody's excited. Nope. I have to do this route. It's unbelievable to me that I get the sense I'm being punished. I really do. I just feel like I'm being singled out. Everything we do has been for the community. 75,000 people surround this bay to watch that fireworks. And those are the city numbers, not my numbers. 30,000 people sit at Seal Beach at the south end of our bay and get the same view of the fireworks. So that's 100,000 plus people coming to this event. And they're giving me grief because I'm going to see the 1,200 people in a piece of property that's the most underutilized piece to do a VIP night. They didn't even want us to use that anymore. We've done it for 13 years and never had one complaint. And I've never heard any environmental group question the reports that are written from the environmental companies that are hired to run the studies in this bay before and after the fireworks. They've never disputed those. So why aren't we getting credit for that? So I know my attorney's on the line to cover some other questions, but it's frustrating to me. I think we're doing things for the right reasons. I'm all about everything that you talked about today, clean water, transportation. I'm totally into it. But I feel that this system is a little screwed up right now. Everybody wants a piece of everything. That's all I have to say right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morris. What's the name of your attorney?
Carolyn Wilson.
Carol Wilson, okay. And Vale, is she in as a?
Yes, we have Carolyn Wilson in as a panelist.
Okay, all right. And then I'm going to ask for ex partes. Do have ex partes? Okay. None.
Commissioner.
All right.
President,
Yeah.
I have my hand up.
Okay. Yes, I saw your hand. Okay.
I have an ex parte, but I will bring it down and bring it back up later when at the appropriate time.
No, you can speak to your ex parte at this time, Commissioner.
Okay. All right, let me bring it up. On June 6th at approximately 3 p.m., I had a meeting with Anna Cantrell and Anna Christensen represented themselves. During the discussion, we discussed the effects of fireworks on the bay, their concerns regarding the effects on wildlife, their concerns on the pollution, and their concerns not only for pollution in the air, but pollution in the water. We also discussed some alternatives that they brought forward. And we also discussed the opportunities to look at other sources of ways of celebration. I also received a call on June 7th, no, Monday, June 6th, sorry, from State Senator Lita Gonzalez, Mr. Morris, and Carpinteria, who is a member of the board for the foundation that gives money away to charities. I did not meet with them personally, as I already had met with Ms. Cantrell and Ms. Richardson regarding these issues. Also, just for point of information to the public as well as to you, Chair, I do not meet with people for Exparte normally 7 days in advance before a hearing. I made an exception here because my staff was not able to schedule them in a timely manner. They did submit a request in a timely manner, and I accepted the Exparte the day before because of that. And although I did not meet with Senator Gonzalez or Mr. Morris or Ms. Perez, I would want them to know that it was not because of the issue, but because I was not able to schedule them in as I already had discussed. So that will be the end of my Exparte at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, any others? Seeing none. Okay, now we're going to move to public comment. Vale, how many members of the public wish to speak on this item?
We have 19, excuse me, 19, Chair Brownsie.
Okay, all right, 2 minutes apiece. Please proceed.
Okay, we'll start with Sky Casper, followed by Brandon West, followed by Brent Mardian, and then we have the applicants council signed up to speak as well, Caroline Wilson after that. Sky Casper, you should be in as a panelist and able to speak. Well, they were. Okay, Sky seems to have left the Zoom, so we'll move on to Brandon West. Who also seems to have left the Zoom. Okay, Brent Mardian, I see your hand is raised and you're next on the list. Please begin.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And again, happy Oceans Day to everybody. So I have been the marine biologist and involved with a lot of the environmental surveys that have been conducted on behalf of Don Morris and the Naples Restaurant Group and the children today, quite honestly. And we've been very happy to support this program since 2015. There's quite a few fireworks shows that go on in Southern California at this time. This is one of the very few that brings as many people together in the region. It supports kids. I mean, I just can't think of a better thing to go through as far as an event and why, you know, a coastal development permit would be justified here. But I did have some things as a scientist, as a practitioner in this region of those things, water quality, birds, sediment, mammals. We do a lot of that stuff for a lot of really big clients here in the region. A couple of things I just want to get out. No impairments to the water. So people that are saying that there's water quality impairments, that's just not true. We don't see it. We've been testing and it's not there. So that's innuendo and hearsay. No impairments to the birds. We have Audubon people out there looking at the birds during this show. No impairments. And that includes fledglings and chicks that are near the show. And we haven't seen anything in the sediment. I personally, you know, have a real issue with Coastal Commission staff recommending our divers get in health and safety, you know, predicaments when there are other ways to get that data. You know, I heard some of those discussions going on, and I'm very disappointed in that because there is no show, there is no effort in science that requires putting people's health and safety in danger or in jeopardy. And that's just the way that the Army Corps works. That's the way the Navy works. And quite honestly, that's the way the California Coastal Commission should work as well. I do applaud those people who are trying to protect the environment. We're all on the same side here. You know, John's group and the guys that are putting this on are doing everything they can to make sure that if there is a problem, we have data that could address it and there could be some course correction. Ad hoc monitoring requirements that don't lead to effective regulation confuse the subject. They don't help it. So I would just, you know, thank you for giving me a little extra time. My last point here is that the regional board is actually working on an NPDES permit right now. In there, there's a bunch of special studies that they're asking people to do. These items that clearly are of concern to the oppositions to this project could be addressed in other places with sound scientific methods that don't involve 5,000 boats in the vicinity, you know, or shut
Thank
down.
you, Miss.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Caroline Wilson, followed by Livia Bodine, and then Joe Geaver.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Caroline Wilson speaking on behalf of the applicant. I'd first like to thank everyone for their time and effort in putting this together. I'd first like to say that we have no issue with a permit that has conditions that are reasonably tailored to the needs of the show. But as Mr. Mardian has just pointed out, the LA Water Board has implemented a robust water quality monitoring program and mitigation plan. And some of these conditions, which are excessive in nature, have remained largely unexplained. When we were first notified that a CDP permit would be required for this year, despite a course of dealing for the last decade where a permit has never been required, we were assured by staff that it would be consistent with prior conditions. We were also informed that the Big Bang event is being specifically targeted and that there are numerous other shows in Southern California, including those in the South Bay, Avalon, and Malibu, that will be under no such requirement. The motivation and reasoning behind some of the specific conditions in this permit does not appear to be a means to mitigate anything unique or specific to the Big Bang's potential impact. Instead, we are informed that a permit would only be required for the Big Bang event because a few concerned members of the public have complained. We were then assured that the targeted enforcement would actually be to our benefit. It was explained that the permit conditions would be reasonable and would settle the ongoing complaints raised by a few specific individuals. However, turning to the permit itself, when we first received it on May 30th, just a little over a month before the show, some of these conditions were far more excessive and burdensome than what we could have reasonably anticipated. To date, we have not received any justification for having divers on the bay floor on 2 separate occasions. And I just have one more point. And so there's the diving issue, and then there's also the condition related to tearing up the AstroTurf on the green belt located next to the restaurant. So far, there's been no justification for us has been provided other than
thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioners.
Next is Livia Bodine, followed by Joe Geaver, and then Anna Christensen. Livia, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Livia Borak-Bodin, partner at Coast Law Group and Legal Director of Coastal Environmental Rights Foundation, or CERF. I'd like to thank staff and the Executive Director for bringing this forward as a CDP and a thorough response to comments. We oppose the CDP as contrary to the Coastal Act because it'll result in water quality, coastal resources, and public access impacts. One major reason the fireworks are discharged from a barge is to enable the debris to fall into the water. As reflected in the video linked in our comment letter, the fireworks themselves, as well as the launch debris, make it into the water. For the record, we do dispute Mr. Morris's reports. As mentioned in the staff report, CERF sued the applicant under the Clean Water Act for unpermitted discharges into Alamitos Bay as a result of the fireworks component. Notably, the court did find the applicant discharged pollutants into the bay without a permit, a violation of the Clean Water Act. This unlawful activity is consistent with the applicant's pattern and practice of ignoring the law where it conflicts with their plans. As staff also noted, unpermitted development remains in what's been labeled the VIP area, despite the Commission's NOV, a grant of extensions until mid-May. That development still exists. The applicant has also expanded the event into Seal Beach in an attempt to turn public land into a private event. Because we've been watchdogging and challenging coastal fireworks for almost 15 years, we know the applicant will take advantage of every ambiguity and discretion in the CDP to hinder the Commission's fact-gathering mission. Therefore, if the CDP is approved, we urge the Commission to modify Special Condition 9 to require an auto sampler instead of giving the applicant the option of whether to put the auto sampler in place. One reason the monitoring has been insufficient is because it's been too far after the event to catch some of the impacts, and the trough should be a requirement. Also, outside of the barge, we request that a trough be implemented to catch the low level debris. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Joe Geaver, followed by Anna Christensen, Alyssa Bishop, and Ann Cantrell. Joe, I see that you're in as a panelist. If you'd like to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Commissioners, my name is Joe Geaver and I live in Long Beach. I understand why staff originally recommended approval of this permit with conditions, but the current circumstances no longer warrant approval. First, the staff made clear that there are ongoing violations on the property and warned the applicant that they must be remedied. The applicant continues to use the public land as if the rules don't apply to him. Second, we now learn that the applicant is planning to use additional public property in Seal Beach for paid entrance to the event, a public park on the San Gabriel River across from the breakwater separating Alamitos Bay. Apparently, your staff became aware of this change only after the public alerted them, not the applicant. Staff seems to be considering this modification as a separate event. It's not. It's simply adding another location for paid attendees. The additional public property is just like the public property next to the applicant's restaurant. There's no difference just because it's on the other side of the river. And because it's part of the same event, there will be cumulative interference to public access and views that's not documented nor considered in the staff report. The fireworks, the public property on Alamitos Bay, and the new public property on San Gabriel Riverbank are all parts of one event. So it's clear that the application you're considering and the staff analyses are incomplete. And that's because the applicant chose not to notify staff of the new development, nor amend the application. So maybe you can postpone the hearing until the application is complete and all the pieces of the event are considered together, but that can't happen today. There's no opportunity for public comment. The staff's original recommendations were clear guidelines on how to go forward with this event while still complying with the Coastal Act policies. But the applicant ignored some of the staff recommendations and now changed the scope of the project without modifying the permit application. I just don't think you have any choice but to deny the application today, and the applicant can only blame himself for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe, is Gordana Kajer with you? Are you sharing an
Yes. Yes, hold on
Would you-
1 second.
okay.
Chair Brownsie and Commissioners, my name is Gordana Kajer and I live in Long Beach. The CDP before you today is more than a permit to host fireworks display and a block party on the edge of the Alamitos Bay. This CDP identifies a separate enforcement action by your staff to hold this business accountable for illegal development in the coastal zone, a public area directly outside the restaurant and adjacent to the bay. And why is this important? The illegal development is on public land and in the middle of the proposed Big Bang event. It's the Bayside space reserved for VIP guests. This business owner installed the tent and platform on public land following the city of Long Beach permit process to keep businesses, particularly restaurants, open during the pandemic. The use of these parklets by private business changed in late 2022, and businesses were notified that the structures were to be removed by January 31st. Restaurants were informed of a new permitting process to reestablish these parklets, but this applicant failed to meet the deadline for that new permit. A law-abiding owner would have taken immediate steps to remove the structure, but that hasn't happened. Your staff report also notes that while this business owner ultimately removed the tent, the platform and surrounding fence remained in place just 2 days ago. I personally observed a private party on Sunday, June 4th, tables and chairs, live music, a food buffet, and in the afternoon of Tuesday, June 6th, a handyman busy on a sanding project. Granting a CDP for this party at this location when the business owner has ignored Coastal Commission warnings for months to restore public access along Alamitas Bay is simply rewarding illegal and offensive behavior. The residents of Long Beach and visitors to Alamitas Bay deserve better. I deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Anna Christensen, Alyssa Bishop, and Ann Cantrell. I believe they're sharing together.
I'm unmuted, right?
Yes, we can hear you, Anna.
Okay, PowerPoint is up. Deny the CDP, don't bang the birds and don't bang the bay. Next slide. Noise and pollution from fireworks shows cannot be conditioned to comply with Coastal Act protections. Next. Big bang fireworks harm the water, the marine life, and the coastal birds. Next. Coastal Act, Section 30230, marine resources shall be maintained, enhanced, and where feasible, restored. Special protection shall be given to areas and species of special biological or economic significance. Next. Fireworks shows emit 150 or more decibels, exceeding the 85 decibels at which human eardrums experience harm. Significant adverse impacts on rookeries within 1,500 feet of the blast site cannot be mitigated. More than 600 coastal birds will flush from their nests due to the Big Bang explosions. Abandoned eggs and chicks will be denied warmth, food, and protection from predators for many hours, even if their parents do return. Next. Overwhelming evidence suggests that fireworks are environmentally highly damaging, having immediate harmful effects on birds, especially through noise, effects that can be long lasting. They produce highly pollutant material, which can have both immediate and long-term effects on the environment and health issues for wildlife and humans. Next. Brandt's cormorants on Gualala Point Island were protected by the commission from a fireworks show that caused them to abandon their nests. As Executive Director Peter Douglas, rest in peace, explained, our job under the Coastal Act is to protect marine resources, and that's what's affected here. Next. This CDP fails to require that alternatives to fireworks or even silent fireworks be used. Monitoring protocols are insufficient to protect birds and marine life or even to gather clear evidence of their impacts. It does not substantially lessen adverse impacts or consider further feasible measures or alternatives that would do so. So it is not in conformity with Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act. Please vote no. And I would add that Mr. Morris should be well aware, apparently he doesn't read our reports, but we have constantly complained about the quality of the monitors that he has hired over the years. It's absolutely, totally inadequate monitoring on all fronts. And
thank you.
Thank
we
you.
ask also that the Sierra Club also be allowed to be engaged in
Christensen,
designing.
thank you so much. Really appreciate your comments. Okay, next.
Next is Alyssa Bishop, followed by Ann Cantrell, and then Linda Scholl.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. May we first play the, I don't believe while the video is loading, that should be adding into my time. Thank you.
I'm sorry, did you say you have a presentation?
We have the video that was sent in to be played after the
Hey, Billy,
PowerPoint.
Billy,
Is that
the
Cantrell's
video is,
video?
yeah, it was named under Cantrell.
Okay,
Oh, yes,
hang on
thank
one
you.
second.
Thank you for showing the video. So that was the most recent Big Bang Bay on the Bay event that we were present underneath trees where there were birds that were nesting. So this is during nesting season. This is when there's still babies in those trees that do not know how to fly. What if that were your kids? You know, if you're so afraid you're leaving your youth that cannot fly, that it's just a horrifying thing. We have alternatives. There's drone light shows, there's noiseless fireworks. But at the end of the day, if our traditions are upholding things that are damaging the environment, we want our grandchildren to be able to see all these beautiful coastal birds. We want our children to be able to jump into the waters that are clean. We are water. We are bodies of water. We need to protect that. We are nature. We are nature breathing. It must be protected. So we call upon you to remember that you are ancestors, and the decisions that you make, or you become an ancestor too, the decisions that you make have an effect on future generations. So please act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ann Cantrell, followed by Linda Scholl, and then Mike Donlin.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ann Cantrell, co-chair of the Sierra Club Los Cerritos Wetlands Task Force. Sierra Club is asking for denial of this permit. None of the many special conditions protect the air, water, birds, or marine life from the noise and pollution of fireworks. The agenda item states that the Commission's Enforcement Division has opened an investigation into potential Coastal Act violations associated with this item. Since January, when COVID outdoor dining permits expired, Mr. Morris has been illegally using the public right-of-way for his restaurant business. Even after enforcement directed him to remove the illegal tent, it took him weeks to comply. Page 14 of the staff report states, quote, as of June 6th, at Commission enforcement staff's direction, the tented structure has been removed. However, despite enforcement direction to remove the structure entirely, the base, floorboards, artificial turf, furniture, and white fence surrounding the outdoor dining area are still present. This blatant disregard of enforcement requirements should be reason enough to deny the permit. Instead, special condition 7D will allow Morris to continue to use this public space on July 3rd as a VIP location, denying public access. Approval of this permit would make a mockery of the Coastal Act. No matter how much money is given to charity, it can't compensate for the harm done to the environment. Please don't reward bad behavior. Deny the permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Linda Scholl, followed by Mike Donlin, and then Joe Walsh. Linda, you should be in as a panelist and able to speak. If you can unmute or start your video.
Okay, I'm trying to, okay, there we go. Let's try that.
Okay. We could hear her, but now she's.
Can you hear me now?
muted.
Yes,
Linda?
we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. I'm a resident. I'm not an expert. I've grown up with fireworks. I used to love them. And I never, ever considered the impact to the birds. While the marine biologist before said there was no impact to the birds, you just saw a video that shows the impacts to the birds. And I believe that at this age in my life, I'm starting to appreciate the delicacy of life and the importance of us to care for life. And that's what I believe the Coastal Commission has a role in looking at that and ensuring that these kinds of programs are done in a way that protects the life. And in this particular case, I'm really concerned about the birds. And we had the the hearing before about the city moving from getting rid of cars to moving into homes without cars and being able to move in a direction that's a better for the environment. I don't have the expertise, but I hope that you as the commissioners have expertise to really look at this and see the impact to birds and if this is something that should be permitted or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Mike Donovan, followed by Joe Walsh and then Corliss Lee.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Mike Donovan. I'm a former council member in Long Beach. I am the founder and volunteer executive director of Ask Foundation. My comments will be from a community perspective. Ask Foundation has been a beneficiary to Big Bang for 10 years, along with many dedicated youth nonprofits. The event is funded by the community and its proceeds are distributed to many nonprofits benefiting our children, such as a guidance center that provides mental health treatment to our community's most disadvantaged youth and their families. Outside of the Big Bang permitted venue, thousands of spectators enjoy the event for free along Alamitos Bay and beyond. Unfortunately, commission staff have added conditions to the permit that may cause the cancellation of the event. That will only hurt our children. And in my 30+ years as a youth activist, our children need our support more than ever. To cause the cancellation of Big Bang will only hurt our children. And it's my hopes the commission will support a permit without added conditions as you have in the past 10 years and be part of making a difference in the lives of thousands of children. That concludes my comments and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next is Joe Walsh, followed by Corliss Lee, and then Leslie Purcell, and we'll go back to find to call names that I cannot see in the list here. So Joe Walsh, please begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Joe Walsh, and I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant, the Big Bang event, the charity, and quite frankly, the silent majority of members in the local community who regularly contribute to the charity and to those who attend and enjoy the event. I first want to refer to and thank the chair for her insightful comments a short while before lunch on the last agenda item, commending the city of Long Beach's efforts to balance its diverse community interests with the need for the community, open spaces, transportation, walkways, parks, and coastal resources. I want to note that the city of Long Beach, including specifically the very people that the chair mentioned, have worked very closely with the applicant and are supportive of the Big Bang event without all the new requirements listed in the proposed modified permit being presented by the staff. Moving the bottom line of my comments to the front, I'd urge the commission first to defer adopting any requirements relating to water quality issues in favor of the LA Regional Water Quality Board, who are developing the NPDES permit requirements and who have been working closely with the applicant. The commission heard staff report, its own staff report that the marine impacts are not expected, and that's based on the data that we have provided or that the applicant has provided after all of the different events. It should be noted that in addition to the marine impacts with respect to birds, the applicant has also sought out and has engaged the Audubon Society, actually study the birds and provide those reports as well. And that information is available to staff. And I think that we're overplaying that component here. If the commission is nonetheless inclined to adopt the owner's requirements proposed by staff, I just urge the staff to act in favor of issuing a single temporary exemption with the same prior conditions so that the applicant can work more closely with the staff, the city, the LA Regional Water Quality Board, the scientific community, and the public to develop a more scientifically sound permit that would apply across the board and not just targeted at one individual. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Corliss Lee.
Thank you. Drone light shows are replacing dangerous fireworks in locations like Big Bear Lake. The eagles nesting in the area are thus protected. This option should be explored for this event. It would create a win-win solution that does not terrify the wildlife. As it is currently presented, we do urge you to vote no on this application for many reasons. Noise pollution negatively impacting our honored veterans, pets, and wildlife. Water pollution of toxic chemicals affecting Alamitos Bay and the Pacific Ocean, and air pollution with toxic gases. The Federal Migratory Bird Act protects all native birds from harassment, not just endangered species, as your staff report stated. This fireworks show violates this act. The birds that can leave, they flee, and you saw that in the video. And that was just one tree. In the study that they say was put forth for the birds, the biologist that was there last year left the area before the show began. The report did not reflect what took place on Oil Dock Road. I was there. I saw her headed toward the restaurant, and I'm wondering if she didn't just go to the party. Snowy egrets, great blue herons, black crowned night herons, and yellow crowned heron rookeries are in direct line of acrid smoke, toxic debris, and the deafening noise from the fireworks on the barge in Alamitos Bay. One rookery with multiple nesting birds on Appian Way by the Long Beach Yacht Club, and another rookery with multiple nesting birds across the bay on Fuel Dock Road by the Navy Yacht Club in Long Beach. All of the above federally protected trees have several active nest sites in the trees along these areas now and through July. Once again, I'm trying to promote the drone light shows. I'd love to see the fireworks, but not the noise and the pollution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Leslie Purcell, and then I'm going to call some names that I haven't seen yet. Leslie? Leslie, you should be able to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. So I would like to also speak about the noise level and the fact that this is called the Big Bang. It is very frightening. It sounded like a war zone in that video. And I had submitted a comment earlier with a New York Times article from 2016, which talked about how Europe, these quiet, silent fireworks are being adopted. And now I understand the drone light shows are also becoming popular. So there's no reason why this applicant cannot use these quiet fireworks or drones. And I would like to say that in your special condition 3, it says that the applicant or permittee shall submit evidence that the fireworks display will comply with following limitations, alternative fireworks. Unless technically infeasible, the permittee shall use any alternative firework design available that may reduce environmental impact. And that would include silent, quiet ones. So I would put that out there. Please do not approve this if the loud fireworks are part of this. I think that 1,000 fireworks also is a huge number. I love the light show, so let's have a light show, but let's not have.
Thank you, Ms. Purcell.
Thank you.
Much.
So I'm going to lower all hands and call a few names that signed up to speak, but did not appear on the list. So if you hear your name, please raise your hand by dialing *9, pardon me, if you're on a phone. We have Alex Charon, Marcia Hanscom, Robert Roy Vandehoek, Sky Casper, and Brandon West. If you heard your name, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Failed, great job. All right, I'm going to bring it back to the applicant for of Mr. Morris or Ms. Wilson. One of you can respond. Are you there, Mr. Morris?
Yes,
Ms. Wilson?
I'm here. What am I responding to?
Do you want to respond to any of, you have 2 minutes to respond comments made by members of the public who oppose the permit?
Yeah, I hear what they have to say, and I come back to, we just spent, most of the people that spoke today were the very same people that sued me, that we went to federal court with, and a judge in federal court ruled in our favor that we're not polluting the waterway. The trial wasn't part of the birds, but we do everything we can. There's never been an issue. The birds come back. Every write-up that's happened, the birds come back. The issue they keep bringing up about the Greenbelt area is I'm in the middle of a permit process. The city's ready to issue a permit to allow me to use that in space permanently. And I know I still have to come to the Coastal Commission to get that through. I'll face that challenge as that comes up. It'll be a mixed use deal with the Aqualink. Travelers will be able to use shade underneath the area we want to create. But we do everything we can to maintain, keep the waterways clean, take care of the birds, and take care of the people. I don't know what else we can do. And as far as, I have to throw this out there because we use the drone sometimes to take pictures of our area, and the birds around here go after the drones. And I mean, after, it's like, it's unbelievable to watch how they dive after drone. So I don't know about a drone fireworks show. I wouldn't mind looking at anything, but you know, it's fireworks are what people want right now. That's what I've got to say.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, I'm going to bring it back to staff. On to any of the comments made by the public, and then we'll go to the commission.
Yes, thank you, Chair Brownsie. I have a few comments and then I'll pass it off to Steve or whoever else. Just wanted to mention that this is not the first time that the commission has required a CDP for fireworks shows. There was a CDP required in Cambria, Pismo, Capitola, and possibly some others. And then regarding the divers, it's not our intention to put any divers in any sort of danger. It is important to get eyes on the ocean floor to see what's there as soon as possible. Our condition requires that the applicant send divers down the next day between 5 a.m. and 8 a.m., which we don't think there will be a lot of heavy boat traffic at 5 to 8 a.m. in the morning on July 4th, but possibly later in the day. And then there's also an exclusion for that requirement if the ocean conditions are too rough for divers. So it is a requirement, but it's not a requirement if there's any dangerous situations. We certainly don't want to put any divers in dangerous situations. And then regarding the unpermitted development, enforcement staff is available to address any questions that the commission may have about unpermitted development at the site. And Steve, do you have anything else to add?
Okay, thanks, Shannon. I do have a couple additional comments. So just on that that request by the applicant to modify the diver condition, I just wanted to add to what Shannon just explained, that we did meet with the applicant, heard their concerns, and that's why we modified that condition pursuant to the amendment, the addendum. And specifically, as Shannon had mentioned, it's not that if there were dangerous conditions, there would be no dive survey. The requirement is because there may be increased boating traffic on the 4th of July, the day after the event. You know, we came up with this limited range of hours, just sunrise to 8 a.m. But if the dive consultant determines the morning of that the conditions are too dangerous to perform dives, then of course we don't want them to do that. And it allows for them to notify us and they make that determination, and they would not be required to do dives that day. It does still require that the follow-up dives the following day occur as normally required by that condition. In response to the question by, I think it was the applicant's attorney, well, one of the applicant's representatives, that, and the applicant himself, that it seemed burdensome that we were asking for confirmation of the payment of the net profits, the net proceeds to the charities. I would just note that we do believe that's reasonable. It's not a trust issue, of course. It's just confirmation and getting information. We expect that this hopefully will be a show going forward into the future, and we'll be dealing with future permit applications for this or alternative shows. But we don't have any information on even what the difference is between the gross proceeds and net proceeds. The condition that we have allows for payment to multiple charities that would be determined by the applicant. So we are asking for that. We do believe that information is important to get a better understanding of how much these net proceeds are. That'll also help us determine in future years the feasibility of our conditions. So there is that yin and yang, that push and pull, that as we have more conditions, of course, this monitoring will cost money, and it will affect, of course, how much money goes to charity. So we do want to have a good understanding of the economics of this show and the benefits that are received by the charities themselves. I would also, let's see, like to note or just respond to some of the comments from speakers about the unpermitted platform adjacent to the restaurant. So we have seen some videos and pictures of this at some previous hearings from speakers. It is a unpermitted dining area adjacent to the restaurant, but that was originally permitted pursuant to the city's outdoor dining program, but that expiration has ceased. And so as the applicant correctly mentioned, he plans on submitting a future application for development to occur. But in the interim, of course, this is a matter of an ongoing enforcement investigation. Our enforcement team has been in contact with the applicant, and he has been requested to immediately remove that development. The tent has come down, but that large platform, which the applicant's representative had noted had some astroturf on it, it's actually a large platform that is required pursuant to our conditions of approval to be removed now prior to the show. We are not authorizing any of that unpermitted development through this permit. We are allowing the use of that same disturbed area for one night as part of that VIP area. And again, that was a change in the conditions that we made as part of the addendum. But after meeting with the applicant, we believe that that's an important compromise that we think provides for a more balanced approach to the show to allow him to use that VIP area. But that condition also requires the complete removal of all development within that same area by the next day. So we do see this as an important step forward to resolving that situation. And one last note, several of the opponents to the project also noted their concerns in previous years as well, when exemptions were issued for this show, that there were impacts to birds, and there was a video shown that showed birds leaving the tree during the fireworks show. We did receive biological monitoring surveys for at least the past, I believe, 2 or 3 years from those previous shows. The surveys that we received showed that although there were birds, adult birds that left the nest, that all the adults returned to the nest, confirmed no nests were abandoned, and there were no loss of chicks and no chicks that were on the ground. There was certainly some concern by many of the opponents about the adequacy of those survey reports. So that's something that the conditions of the CDP will address, and it requires that these types of surveys will continue and be required as part of this permit. It also requires that those surveys be subject to executive director review and approval. So we're going to be taking a very close look at those surveys to ensure that the effects of these shows are not more significant than what we believe and what we intend. And I just would like to add that I see this as this is the first year that we're requiring a CDP for this show. But as Ms. Vaughn stated, it is not the first CDP that has been required for other shows up and down the state. There have been many others, and those are specifically cited in the staff report and laid out. But I would like to mention that this permit, I see it as a roadmap or a pilot project to help guide us in future years, as the applicant would likely intend to continue the show into the future. And we're going to get a lot of good data and information from these conditions, and that will help us make modifications going forward in the future and learn quite a bit about the water quality and biological effects. So I'd just like to note that we do have our whole team here today. Dr. John Engel, our senior staff ecologist. We have our Southern California enforcement supervisor on our enforcement team as well, our planning staff. So I'll just note we are available for questions and in-staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. All right, I'm going to bring it back to the commissioner.
Thank you, Chair Browsey. And I want to commend staff for their involvement and their engagement with Mr. Morris, as well as the representatives of the environmental groups that are there. I just want to state that I sort of have a mixed emotion here. The philanthropic side of me supports the project because of the ability of this foundation to give to charities. It's very much needed, helps kids. The people who came forward had testified on the charity's behalf is compelling in the sense that it really gives a human base to the donations that are being made for everybody in regards to being able to help them do their job in helping kids. I always hope that many of those are inner city kids, kids in my area, kids of color, something for them to check out, something that I will address at another time. This is not the venue for me to address that with them at this point. There are other ways to do that. However, the environmental side of me says that there's pollution. There's smoke in the air. Studies have already shown in the past that fireworks are harmful to the atmosphere. They create a lot of pollution out there. There's opportunities to put out some alternative types of shows that are not as intrusive to the environment. So I want to also encourage staff to continue their work with this particular venue and this particular show in trying to work out ways of being able to address all the concerns raised regarding water quality, air quality and issues, so that we can get an event that will be able to continue. I think it's an event pretty much like other events in the city of Long Beach. The Grand Prix as an example, that is yearly, creates a lot of noise, creates a disturbance, but do the benefits outweigh the detriments? That's something that I guess we will need to weigh in future considerations of this application, as well as those others when they come to us in the future. I want to also throw out my kudos to staff for being involved in this, for keeping their vigilant eye on what's taking place, not only in terms of what's going on commercially, but what's taking on environmentally with the issues that are important to environs, and specifically with birds, air, and ocean. That's very important. Land, air, and sea. There you go, all three of them. So when we come down to it, I ask my commissioners to weigh heavily on what's taking place here. Like I said, personally, I'll wait for a discussion to take place. The questions being asked, I know there are many. I didn't want to go that route at this point, as I'm sure that my colleagues have several issues to raise regarding all topics, all sides of this matter. So I will leave it at that, other than to say that there's compelling evidence on both sides that we should consider. And it's one of those where does your which side do you find more credible and which ones you don't? That's what it looks like it comes down to. So with that, I leave it to my colleagues. Thank you, Chair Rousey, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well stated, really just well stated. All right, I saw a hand up, Commissioner Bochco.
Yes, I just wanted to concur with what you just said, Madam Chair. I think Commissioner Rango said it so eloquently and has stated both the problems and, our attempted solutions perfectly. I too feel I would like nothing better than to never see or hear another firework along the coast, because we do know that there are damaging effects. But we also know that this is for a good cause. We have done, I laud staff for an incredibly thorough deep dive into all of the issues. And I also think that as a pilot program, as Mr. Hudson was saying, we will learn more every time we do this. And at some point, it may be called for to stop it. That, of course, would be my preference, but I wholeheartedly agree with Commissioner Uranga on this, and therefore I'll be supporting the staff position. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Escalante, Commissioner Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's tough. It's tough because I know that we all like to see fireworks, but we don't like the consequences to the ears and the lungs of everything that's living and around them. So indeed, it's quite a conundrum. But I sense, luckily now we're seeing more and more alternatives within this particular permit. Is there something that says that for the next application, we should have a comparison of what, why the drone or silent, less impactful environmental alternatives would not be an option? It would be nice to see what it is. Other than, it's hard to change tradition. It's hard, I understand that, but we also, have to, accept science and recognize that it comes at a high cost. So staff, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cummings, followed by Commissioner Aguirre.
I think there was a question for staff in there.
Oh, was there staff in there
about the alternatives analysis?
I
Through the chair.
Missed that. Yes, go ahead.
I can respond. I think I know what direction the Commissioner Escalante would like us to move in. And I would like to note that we do have a special condition now. It's sort of tucked in there. There's a lot of conditions, but we have a provision that requires the applicant as part after the show. So it's there's several alternatives that will be used to ensure that the fireworks used this year are the least environmentally impacting. But there's a broader alternatives analysis required so that we can use that information for a show if there is one next year. And that requires that as part of their next that they submit so that we can use it as part of their next application, a full analysis of alternative technologies, including drone shows, silent fireworks, etc. So we do think that will be helpful.
Thank you so much for that question, Commissioner Escalante, and thank you for the answer, Mr. Hudson. Commissioner Escalante, did you have a comment or anything to follow that?
No, I appreciate that answer. I think I made my comments. I'd love to hear from the rest of the commission.
Great, thank you. All right, Commissioner Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to appreciate all the comments that my colleagues have made before me. I did have one question before I make my comments, and I just was wondering if staff could comment on one of the comments that have been brought up by members of the public relating the private party on Seal Beach and how that's not under this application, and that the person who has applied for this permit is proposing to have another private party that's not included. So I'm just wondering if you could comment to those to what was stated earlier regarding that.
Yes, I'd be happy to. So it's our understanding we don't have all the information about this other event because we don't have an application before us, but there is a separate event by the same applicant, but is in a different city and even a different county. It's in Seal Beach. at a public park. But this is not on the beach itself and does not include any fireworks. So it's our understanding is it's just more of a party in the park, a private event. And even though it may have a fee associated with it, we have not fully analyzed it, but it would most likely fall under an exemption pursuant to our temporary event guidelines. So that does allow for the use of public spaces in inland areas when it's not on the public beach. So that is what we know about that. Our enforcement staff and planning staff for that area is also here to answer additional questions, but I would note that we're looking into the details of that event more thoroughly.
Thank you. Well, first, I just want to express my appreciation of staff and the work that they've done to try to reach some kind of resolution. It seems like this, you know, the public don't want us to have it at all. The applicant feels like we're being a little too overly aggressive, which means I think we probably got to a mutually agreeable place. I would like to say that as a drone pilot and someone who used to teach students how to use drones, these aerial displays are becoming more and more common and less costly. And, you know, I think in the end, you know, people are being drawn to a light display to celebrate the 4th of July. And it gives us an opportunity to really shift away from these very polluting forms of light displays to moving to ones that are actually, you know, reduces litter, reduces impact on wildlife. And also, I think, you know, to a human health perspective, reducing the noise impacts, especially on people who are suffering from PTSD, because we know that these types of events can be triggering to veterans who have served during war times. And so I think moving forward, we should definitely be pushing to the greatest extent possible for some of these low noise light displays, especially those that are drone related, which have, you know, very minimal impacts in terms of pollution. And so just hope that we can keep that in consideration moving forward so that there can be some kind of an event that helps to raise funds, but really moves us away from these kind of, you know, these practices that have become outdated now that we have technology that can replace them. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Aguirre.
Thank you, Chair. I align myself with what my colleagues have mentioned so far. And in fact, you know, and encourage us to transition towards, you know, drone lighting show events. Here in Imperial Beach, we actually had one last year because of supply chain issues with fireworks during COVID. It was really successful. We had a big turnout and people were really happy and all of that. Obviously, there's severe concerns, environmental concerns, concerns to mental health and well-being, right? Related to our veterans, related to animals, pets, especially having issues. But I think what I'm having a challenge on this particular permit is not so much everything I just mentioned, but more so the privatization of the coast, even if it's for one night, and reaching that threshold. Even if it's for a good cause, it's just, I would hate for us to start, you know, here's one incident and then, you know, in the future there's another, and then little by little we start eroding that. So for me, that's an issue of great concern, especially, you know, with the cost not being affordable for folks. And so I have concerns about that. I want to hear if anybody else has comments to make, because I'm still on the fence, but I'm feeling pretty strong about that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Staff, do you want to respond to that particular item that Commissioner?
Yes, thank you. I would appreciate the opportunity, and we share that concern, and that has been the main question on any of these events that use public spaces for a private event. This it's relevant to us that this event, that all net proceeds would be donated to charity, and we think that is a useful offset. And as background, the reason why I think that is our temporary event guidelines do provide that public spaces could even be exempt, provided that a minimum of 75% of the area or the seating would be provided to the public free of charge. And the whole purpose of that is to ensure that areas, as Commissioner Geary said, that are available to the public are not privatized. Now, when an event is completely privatized, and in the rare events that we've allowed those for certain concerts, volleyball events, we've looked for alternative forms of mitigation that would be the equivalent to that 75% provision of public seating or participation. And in this case, the unique factor is, for me, is that this money, or 100% of the net proceeds, would go to these charities, which we've confirmed, are good charities. Also, given that this is a fireworks show, we do believe that also lends itself to a type of public benefit that it will be viewed and enjoyed not just by the people that are paying to use this one block area, but by a much larger area, because everyone within the vicinity will be able to enjoy it and participate in this fireworks show. So given those two mitigating circumstances, we do see this event as unique. I hope that responds to your concerns.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm cognizant of the fact that we have, where I was talking about limited staff, especially when it comes to enforcement, and it might add an additional, it might be taxing to staff to have to make sure that they are complying, but that could apply to any coastal permit that we approve. But I appreciate your feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, Commissioner Nothoff and then Commissioner Uranga.
Thanks. This is, I'm very torn on this as well. I wish that we had time to see what alternatives to the fireworks could be available this year. One of the commenters talked about how one of the existing special conditions could be read to require consideration of alternatives this year. And I wanted to see what the staff had to say in response to that comment.
Of course. So we do have a special condition. We have multiple conditions. One of those conditions requires the use of the alternatives. Really, it's alternative materials and minimizing impacts from the show by looking at those sorts of alternative technologies. And what was intended by that condition is using the least polluting sorts of fireworks. There's a range of fireworks out there. Some include plastic casings and shells. And so we've prohibited those sorts of fireworks, and those fireworks that contain the chemicals that would be most impacting, and we're requiring and we'll review and ensure that the fireworks that are used are the sort of fireworks that would minimize water quality impacts to the maximum extent feasible. And also that sound and noise be minimized, not avoided. We have a condition that allows for 3% of the total shells to include those for the big loud ones, the ones that have the big trails of light and sort of the big show pleasers. But it's capping that amount. And then it also requires that the other more regular fireworks be minimized in terms of the sound they produce to the extent feasible. And we have some flexibility there as we're trying to ensure that we're recognizing this is a fireworks show. And of course, the sound and the light is sort of part of the big extravaganza. And we don't want to ruin the fun of the event, but we're trying to learn from this event, minimize the impacts. The second part of those conditions, though, is that we will be evaluating a fuller range of alternatives, the light shows, drone shows, et cetera, to try to determine how that might fit into this site, if fireworks are to be approved in future years, and that we have a better understanding of how drone, light shows, and alternative technologies could be implemented here. So we expect that if we bring this back in a future year, we'll have a broader suite of those sorts of alternatives to talk about.
Okay, because it does seem like those are getting more broadly used, and I'd like to see them more used here. You know, we've done it as marine life and bird life recover. You know, we have better populations, and so we want to protect them. We've worked hard to recover those populations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Uranga, then Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Browsey. I would be remiss if I didn't commend the applicant for complying, for working with the staff to create all these alternatives, as well as being able to meet the standards that have been set before them, and to meet the conditions. They're in agreement with the conditions, albeit begrudgingly, but they are complying with them, or at least agree to it. Excuse me, I got distracted. I have my grandson here, so I got a little sidebar here going on, which I'm very pleased to see him. Don't get to see him that often, but I get to see him. So I want to also commend the applicant for considering other alternatives. Perhaps this would be a great opportunity as well to work on a hybrid type of event that includes other alternative celebrations, lights, whatever, that would be able to incorporate and minimize the use of fireworks, or at least cut them back a little bit, so that fireworks aren't the main focus, but the reason we're there is to celebrate a significant event for the country and as well as for Long Beach. So I just want to make sure that I mention that, because it's important that we acknowledge the importance it has for Long Beach, and the willingness of the applicant to meet with the staff and to comply, or at least to express their intention of complying with all the conditions that are being put forward on this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Wilson.
And so that Commissioner Ranga can get to more important matters here, I'll keep it very short. I do, with all the other commissioners that have expressed the both internal and external conflicts that we have with relationship to all the issues here, I just want to uplift one of them from Commissioner Aguirre in the privatization around this space. It was only really more, it was even more concerning to me because of, quite frankly, the pricing. You know, at $75 for an adult and $30 for a kid. It just, from my perspective, on a day that we celebrate our patriotism in an inclusionary, nation, or an ideal or at least that's the ideal that we are aspiring to, this land is my land, this land is your land, sort of space that I come from when I think of how we want to see ourselves portrayed in the future, that pricing and that sort of exclusionary space in this type of celebration is something that I find I want us to move away from. It's and I understand the issue around the charities, and I hear you, Director Hudson, on that. But in this particular, it's just a weird dichotomy for me. And I even know, I mean, and I have to say, like, notwithstanding all of the crazy histories that we've been dealing with around all of these issues, I'm just not going to go into that necessarily, but I just, under what I feel like we're trying to get to, it's I find it hard, but nonetheless, I see also the transitionary elements of this board or this commission around these issues, and so in that way, I really support staff's efforts to try and get us there. So I just had to express my concern around that. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cummings, then Commissioner Harmon.
Yeah, I just want to put it out there to Commissioner Wilson and Aguirre's point that, I think for many of us, we've been in communities where there've been street fairs and different types of events where they've actually just had it as a suggested donation. And so, I mean, that could be a way of ensuring that people who might not be able to afford a $75 adult ticket or a $35 ticket could have access, because I think if people know that they're, that by buying a ticket, it goes to a good cause, but we're not trying to exclude anyone, that people will still, want to donate to support these kinds of events at the same time, by not being exclusive to people. So that's just something I think that may need to be taken into consideration, because if it can be some kind of sliding scale, or like I said, a suggested donation of $75 or $35, or they can give back in some other kind of way if they can't afford it, that might be a way of addressing that concern.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Harmon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief as well. I just wanted to associate myself particularly with the concerns expressed by Commissioner Aguirre and Wilson. What they shared was sort of what kept coming up for me as I was thinking about this issue, and just in general, the tension that we're talking about between where we know that we need to go for so many reasons and where we are, and that sort of transition. So the second time we've been talking about that very sort of thing today. And I wanted to just express my support for staff in really trying to move us forward and putting together a set of conditions that I think do sort of tangibly move us in the direction that we as a body very clearly want and need to go. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Harmon. Really appreciate that. So I'm just going to wrap up by saying that I want to associate myself with the comments of all the commissioners. I do see this as a time of transition. I don't believe that that a charitable event can't meet protective environmental benchmarks. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think that for a whole host of reasons, they should be inclusive to each other. Perhaps one way to look at making this event non-exclusive would be to invite the kids from all those organizations to come and watch the fireworks. There could just be a kids section associated with, the private pay section as a way to balance. I mean, there's lots of ideas. I want to thank the staff for being so meticulous in terms of thinking through all of the issues associated with this ancient form of entertainment. And that I want to thank the applicant for being responsive. It's tough when you're used to doing an event a certain way to have to shift and think about a whole bunch of other to-dos. But I do think that it will lead to a better and more environmentally protective event. And I think that's something the applicant can lay claim to, as well as the city. And so I hope that this event will continue as it evolves into a more environmentally, just a more environmental approach to celebrating our country's birthday and just people having a great time in a beautiful area. So with that, I think staff really got it right. I want to thank you dearly for all your hard work. And I think I'm looking for a motion if that's possible.
I'll be happy to make the motion of chair.
Okay, please do. Commissioner Uranga, it's on page 5.
Okay, I must say, although reluctantly, I move that the commission approve Coastal Commission permit number 5-23-383 pursuant to the staff recommendation, recommend a yes vote.
Okay, is there a second? Commissioner Bochco? Commissioner Bochco moves the second. It's been moved. Thank you, Commissioner. It's been moved by Bochco, seconded, it's been moved by Uranga, seconded by Bochco. The makers of the motion are asking for an aye vote. Ms. Miller, please call the roll.
Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Nuttall.
Yes.
Nuttall, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Trimble Sanders.
She had to step out.
Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre.
No.
Aguirre, no. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
No.
Escalante, no. Chair Brownsy.
Aye.
Brownsy, yes. The vote is 8-2.
All right, the application is approved. Look forward to hope you guys have a great time this year and look forward to getting all the information. And thank you to the applicant and thank you to all the members of the public who shared your important matter. Okay, with that, we're going to move to item number 14, which is the Deputy Director's Report for Orange County. Mr. Schwing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the Deputy Director's Report, we have 5 waivers, 1 immaterial amendment for routine projects in Orange County, as well as 2 permit time extensions. Except with regard to one of the waivers, there haven't been any comments in opposition to the items. On waiver 523-297, which is for an ADU at 400 Corsair Way in Seal Beach, staff has received 2 letters in opposition and 4 letters in support of the proposal, and those were posted as correspondence to the Deputy Director's Report. The opposition focuses on alleged inconsistencies with locally adopted covenants, conditions, and restrictions, or CC&Rs, as well as alleged inconsistency with the state's ADU law surrounding the entryway to the unit. It's staff's understanding, based on the State Housing and Community Development Department's ADU handbook, that any rule in CC&Rs that might interfere with development of an ADU that is otherwise consistent with the state law is considered void and unenforceable. Meanwhile, the applicant continues to take the position that there's no issue with the entryway to the proposed unit. Commission staff's reviews focused on whether the project conforms with the Coastal Act, and in this case, staff hasn't found any inconsistency with Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act, including with regard to bulk, height, and overall community character. So staff continues to recommend the waiver be authorized. I do want to note that the applicant requesting the waiver appears to be signed up to speak in support of their project. But with that, we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the waivers, extensions, or the amendment in the report.
Thanks, Mr. Schwang. Okay, taking it to Vail. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak?
Just folks available for questions.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Bringing it back to the commission. Any questions or comments regarding anything on the DDR? Okay, seeing none, do 3 or more commissioners wish to remove or object to anything on the DDR report? Okay, seeing none, the Deputy Director's report for Orange County is adopted. All right, we're going to move down to item 16B, I believe.
Yes, that's correct. And Mandy Ravel, the lead analyst on this project, is going to do the staff presentation. If we could bring up the PowerPoint on that. And Mandy, please begin as soon as you're ready.
Hey, thank you, Carl. Good afternoon, commissioners. The next item is 16B, which is a CDP application by Hometown America LLC for the installation of a single-story, 14.5-foot high, 1,782 square foot manufactured home and a 48 square foot storage shed on a vacant 4,547 square foot lot within an existing mobile home park, and implementation of on-site and off-site habitat restoration in order to fully resolve a coastal act violation that occurred at the site. Next slide, please. The subject site is K53, located at the end of K Street within the Laguna Terrace Mobile Home Park, and is surrounding property in the Hobo-Liso area of Laguna Beach in Orange County. The Laguna Terrace Mobile Home Park is an approximately 48-acre, partly developed mobile home park located at 30802 South Coast Highway, and a partly developed lot with a private parking lot located at 30782 South Coast Highway. The developed part of the mobile home park occupies about 14 acres within and at the mouth of Hobo Canyon. The remainder of the land is undeveloped. The site's topography varies from moderately steep to very steep slopes, with flat areas at the bottom and mouth of Hobo Canyon where the mobile homes, related structures, and parking lot currently exist. Mobile home space K53, indicated with a red circle on this slide, is authorized by Coastal Development Permit number 513471, which was approved by the Commission on July 14th, 2016. The pad for the proposed mobile home had been cleared prior to the passage of the Coastal Act, and the 2013 CDP approved grading of the pad and anticipated that there would be a structure on the site in the future. Including space K53, the 2013 permit approved 3 mobile home spaces and formalized and delineated boundaries of different areas within the park, including a dam maintenance area for the debris dam located at the inland terminus of K Street, which is immediately adjacent to space K53. Coastal Development Permit number 513471 required revegetation of portions of the dam maintenance area that had been impacted by unpermitted development. In order to mitigate for impacts to habitat in the maintenance area resulting from unpermitted development, the CDP also approved restoration of approximately 1 acre of habitat area on the adjacent property known locally as driftwood, indicated on the bottom portion of this slide. Restoration of the driftwood restoration site and within the maintenance area was initiated in November of 2019 pursuant to the Laguna Beach Terrace Habitat Restoration Plan, which was approved pursuant to the 2013 CDP. It took some time to secure access to the driftwood property to carry out the restoration, but ultimately that was accomplished with much effort by staff and the applicant, and the restoration projects in driftwood and in the dam maintenance area are currently underway. Next slide, please. This slide shows the site plan approved with the 2013 CDP, which also required recordation of an open space and conservation restriction over all 22.4 acres of the property outside the developed areas of the park to ensure the protection of the sensitive habitat surrounding the mobile home park. The area restricted solely to open space and habitat conservation purposes is shown in blue on this slide. Additionally, the 2013 CDP formalized an existing 20-foot wide strip of land behind the mobile home spaces, which is maintained for fire hazard mitigation and is shown on this slide in red. Next slide, please. In 2021 and 2022, when preparing space K53 to install a new mobile home, the applicant removed all the storage equipment and materials from the site, dug a trench through the pad, and removed vegetation that was present on the mobile home space without the benefit of a coastal development permit. Commission enforcement staff notified the applicant that the unpermitted activity constituted violations of the Coastal Act and directed the applicant to work with staff to assess the damage to habitat and resolve the matter. This is a photo of the site from 2017 before the unpermitted development occurred. This application is the result of coordination between commission enforcement and permit staff and the applicant with input from the public to resolve the Coastal Act violations at the site. Although most of the vegetation that was removed was later determined to be exotic landscape species, the consulting biologist has determined that approximately 70 to 100 square feet of native shrubs scattered through a much larger area were removed from the site. No sensitive plant species, such as big-leaved crownbeard, were removed from the site, and commission staff's environmental program manager determined that the scattered plants that were removed did not constitute ESHA. To help determine what vegetation had been removed, the applicant delayed the application for 1 year to allow the consulting biologist to both review photographic history of the site and survey vegetation on the site following regrowth after a growing season. Next slide, please. During the site surveys, a big-leaved crownbeard, which is a threatened plant species, was discovered in the unpermitted trench at the toe of the slope, as indicated by the yellow circle along the lot line, in addition to the existing big-leaved crownbeard that occurs on the adjacent slope, also shown in the yellow circled area, which is outside the area where the unpermitted development occurred. The presence of the crownbeard at the bottom of the trench, as well as its absence in previous photographs of the site, suggests that it began to grow in the trench after the unpermitted development. Next slide, please. The primary issues raised by this project are protection of sensitive habitat and hazards associated with flood and fire. Section 30240B of the Coastal Act requires development adjacent to ESHA to be compatible with the continuance of those habitat areas. While the vegetation that was removed without a CDP did not rise to the level of ESHA, Dr. Engel has confirmed that the hillside and open space adjacent to the proposed project are ESHA. Due to the physical site constraints of this location, the proposed mobile home would be placed approximately 18 feet from the adjacent coastal sage scrub habitat that supports big-leaved crownbeard. Because the pad spans only 75 feet between the hillside and the road, the placement of any structure would not conform to a 100-foot or even a 50-foot buffer for protecting ESHA. However, in this case, the natural topography and the existing 4-foot high landscape wall provide some separation between the site and the adjacent habitat. Because the coastal sage scrub habitat, including the crownbeard, occupies the face of the cliff well above the site pad elevation, it is less likely to be impacted by typical human residential activities, such as noise and artificial lighting, compared to sensitive habitat at grade level consistent with the proposed project. To address the violations, the applicant is proposing to plant all areas of the site where native plants are present and have regrown with appropriate native plant species, which are indicated in orange on this slide, including new big-leaved crownbeard. They also propose to remove 900 square feet of non-native bougainvillea on the adjacent slope and replace it with big-leaved crownbeard and other native plant species, and provide an additional 3,636 square feet of habitat restoration in an area adjacent to the site that abuts an existing habitat restoration project that was authorized with Coastal Development Permit 513471. The habitat restoration mitigates for the 70 to 100 square feet of habitat impact at a more than 35-to-1 ratio, which greatly exceeds the typical ratio the commission has required for impacts to this type of habitat, which is typically 3-to-1. In addition, the existing native vegetation indicated by the green circles will be protected in place, including the existing crownbeard growing on site in the trench or on the adjacent slope. The restoration is required to occur pursuant to a plan that will be reviewed and approved by staff and which will include performance standards that are enforceable by the commission. Cumulatively, the proposed project will provide 6,618 square feet of habitat restoration. Therefore, in addition to full restoration of the areas with native habitat that were impacted by the unpermitted development, in order to both address the commission's claims for monetary penalties and to mitigate for temporal impacts resulting from disturbance to habitat, the applicant will be doing significant additional habitat restoration that is far and above the typical mitigation ratio for the habitat impacts that have occurred on site. Next slide, please. Can I get, thank you. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Here we go. The commission received correspondence from several members of the public and representatives of the Sierra Club, raising concerns regarding alleged Coastal Act violations on site, fuel modification as it relates to impacts to the proposed restoration and offsite mitigation areas, and impacts to big-leaved crownbeard from the unpermitted grading, vegetation clearance, and the size of the proposed mobile home development. Commission staff also met with concerned mobile home park residents, representatives of the Sierra Club, the applicant, and the applicant's consultants on May 16th, 2023, where participants voiced their concerns regarding potential negative impacts to existing native vegetation resulting from the width of the proposed cantilever deck and width of the proposed driveway. In response to these comments, the applicant is proposing to reduce the size of the mobile home by 81 square feet by pulling the back of the rear portion of the home away from the canyon slope by 2 feet, relocate the storage shed 11 feet closer to the dwelling unit from the slope, and reduce the size of the driveway apron by 392 square feet and restoring that area with appropriate native habitat. In addition, special condition 1 requires the applicant to redesign the plan for the cantilever deck to avoid any existing native vegetation on the site. With regard to fire management, fuel modification is anticipated to occur within the 20-foot fire management area approved through Coastal Development Permit 513471. But fuel modification does not typically include removal of endangered species, so big-leaved crownbird is not authorized to be removed. However, given the sensitivity of this site due to its proximity to a restoration area, if the applicant conducts fuel modification outside of that 20-foot fire management strip, the applicant is required to coordinate with the executive director prior to conducting the fuel modification for authorization of that fuel modification consistent with the Coastal Act, which is memorialized in Special Condition 7 of the permit. Staff would like to note that there is an addendum for this item that has been posted on the Commission's website that addresses additional public comments received after the staff report was published, which discusses Commission staff's inclusion of Special Condition 7E that requires the applicant to utilize a qualified restoration ecologist experienced in restoration and revegetation of coastal sage scrub and southern maritime chaparral habitats for this project. Special Condition 10, which requires a biological monitor on site during construction. And Special Condition 11, which requires an occupancy agreement that notifies future lessees of the mobile home on K53 that they will be required to adhere to all terms and conditions regarding habitat protection imposed with this coastal development permit. Finally, Commission staff would like to highlight that when analyzed in its entirety, the underlying permit that authorized space K53, which required the property owner to designate 22.4 acres of the property as open space, sufficiently mitigated for potential impacts that could result from the development of space K53. Commission staff finds that as conditioned, this project strikes the appropriate balance in effectively resolving Coastal Act violations that have occurred on site and adequately protecting the habitat while allowing vested development to occur. Therefore, staff recommends approval with 11 special conditions beginning on page 7 of the staff report, and the motion for approval can be found on page 6 of the staff report. I would also like to note that our enforcement staff counsel, Andrew Willis, is available to answer any questions you may have regarding the enforcement aspects of this project. And Dr. John Engel, the Commission's environmental program manager, is also available to answer any questions you may have regarding staff's ESHA findings or biological resources on the site. And this concludes the staff presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Thanks so much, Ms. Ravel. Good job. Lots of detail there. Okay, is there a representative of the applicant who would like to speak?
We have Bruce Oliver.
Okay.
I'm moving him in as a panelist now.
Okay. Mr. Oliver?
Might just take a second. He's coming in right now.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Vail.
Mr. Oliver, if you can hear me, how much time do you need for your presentation? I've asked him to unmute. Bruce Oliver?
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
5 minutes, please.
Yeah, 5 minutes is fine, Mr. Oliver, no problem. But before you start, I just need to ask, are there any ex partes on this issue? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Oliver, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to address the commission. My name is Bruce Oliver. I'm a principal in the firm of Soliso Incorporated Landscape Architects, speaking on behalf of the applicant Hometown America. Soliso is an acronym for the Sustainable Living Solutions, a name indicative of how we approach the challenges associated with projects like Laguna Terrace. Soliso, together with their team of biologists, geologists, land surveyors, and engineers, is well positioned to conduct the necessary scope of work required to achieve optimum design solutions for Laguna Terrace. In addition to myself as a speaker, we have available for questions or clarifications Melissa Doherty, Wendy Romero, and Craig Gentry from Hometown America, Scott Fears, the official applicant, and Robert Hamilton of Hamilton Biological. Laguna Terrace is a development. It's a very desirable place to call home, while at the same time, home to native habitat and endangered species. The challenge to coexist in such a unique place is why we are here today. I would like to provide a time perspective since Hometown America acquired the project in 2013. Slide 2, please. The satellite image of the project site includes K53 and the future habitat restoration as delineated by Roberts in 2018. Both sites are occupied by storage containers and miscellaneous construction equipment. The site was eventually cleared of this material by Hometown America. Slide number 3. In 2021, Hometown America prepared the site plan per the approved CDP. The work was limited to the removal of non-native trees and the relocation of existing gravel pads. No grading took place and no bulldozers were deployed. The habitat was planted by Land IQ in 2022, and ongoing maintenance and monitoring is proceeding accordingly. Slide number 4. In order to verify site layout and existing habitat area, a new survey was conducted. This allowed the team to work with the commission staff to determine, among other things, the exact location of the boundary fence, and through field observation, determine the existing layout and delineation of planted habitat. Slide 5. Working closely with Andrew Willis, Mandy Ravel, Laguna Beach Fire Department, and the public, we have been able to continually refine the site plan for K53 and the proposed enhancement of the habitat restoration area previously planted. The slide in front of you reflects existing native material found on K53, including an individual crown beard specimen, as well as proposed native plantings. Next slide, please. The final proposal adds substantially to the size of the habitat, offering a more contiguous planted area and a much more sustainable habitat going forward. Our objective is to optimize the site to its greatest potential. And by site, I mean both K53 and the habitat restoration area. For example, Hometown America is proposing to develop the landscape of K53 with compatible native plants. The final attribute, which we are excited about, is the creation of a bioswale that serves as a home for the individual crown beard specimen that was identified by our biologist, and the restoration of an existing area upslope in the northwest corner of K53. Slide 7. Our final graphic illustrates the relationship between the mobile home, the native slope planting, and the adjacent habitat area. By working closely with the commission staff and other jurisdictional agencies, Hometown America has greatly exceeded commission's requirements for off-site mitigation, and in the process created additional on-site mitigation. This proposal has evolved over a long period of time, and Hometown America is excited to finally execute on this project for the benefit of the fragile environment and the community as a whole. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oliver. All right, I'm going to open it up for public comment. Vale, do we have any members of the public who wish to comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have 3 members of the public. I'm moving them in as panelists. We're going to start with Penny Elia, followed by Adam Chubb, and then Sean Schluter.
Thank you.
Penny, you should be able to unmute and begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Penny Elia, Sierra Club. Hobo Canyon, the location of the Pros project, and Big Leaf Crownbeard are a major focus of this project. Dr. Marsh, who reported on both Hobo Canyon and Crownbeard in 1992, would be dismayed to know that in 2023, this area has become the only location where Crownbeard can now be found in the world. This commission takes a lot of time and effort evaluating every project, and we so appreciate this. This controversial Coastal Act violation being resolved through permitting is no exception. This intense scrutiny comes as a shock to Hometown America, who is not accustomed to any oversight at their other properties. Next slide, please. The Coastal Commission has worked with the Coastal Conservancy and the Sierra Club for over 2 decades to protect this area. This sign was installed last fall at Hobo Aliso Ridge, which Mandy referred to as Driftwood. Just above K Street, a very healthy big leaf crownbeard is pictured. Next slide, please. Unlike Hobo Aliso Bridge, where crownbeard is healthy, this species is struggling to maintain existence on K Street due to Hometown's repeated unpermitted fuel mod, grading, and development. Next slide. Staff has done a good job addressing the majority of issues related to natural resource protection and preservation. The cantilever deck over the westerly slope is still a problem. Recent photos show that habitat is growing on the edge of the top of the slope where caissons are proposed. Habitat populates the majority of this slope. We trust that commissioners and staff see the wisdom in eliminating this deck completely for the benefit of the habitat. We know that staff still has their work cut out for them when it comes to reviewing plans and monitoring the construction of this constrained project, and thank them again, as well as the commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Adam Chubb, followed by Sean Schluter.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, it's Adam Chubb. I live in K52 next door to this site. We moved into this neighborhood approximately 3 years ago. When we purchased this home, we were informed that another home would be going in next to us. We didn't think twice about this since the cul-de-sac was lined with mature trees. While we were away, we were told there would be minor landscaping done. This minor landscaping included the destruction of all mature trees, including bird nests, as well as destruction of all native plants. All this done without a permit or arborist report. Initially, I was very disappointed in the tree removal. However, at the time, I was unaware of the special natural habitat specific to Hobo Canyon. After working with the Sierra Club and learning more about this area, I realized how unique and special it is. I am speaking today not because of my opposition to this home, but because I am trying to preserve the endangered species that call this place home. My main concern is with Hometown's continual disregard for the habitat and policies put forward by the Coastal Commission. Their continual inconsistencies with responses and answers make them untrustworthy. The dimensions for the mobile home slotted to go into K53 has 3 different dimensions depending on which drawing you look at. Those drawings are also inconsistent with the notice posted at the end of K Street. The lot has not been staked out to see what space the mobile home will occupy. Other inconsistencies include lies about grading and as to why they removed all the habitat and trees. They now claim that there will not be a cantilever deck if it impacts habitat. Can we believe them? No. They also claim that endangered crownbeard and other native plants will not be harmed during construction. How can this possibly be true? They claim someone will be monitoring it. Who's this person? I understand that Hometown has the property rights. However, they should abide by their word and the policies of the Coastal Act and protect this special area. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, Sean Schluter should be able to unmute.
Hello there. Got me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I live down the street from Adam. I've been going along with this whole thing for a while. Things that jump out at me is, yes, I don't think there should be a cantilever deck over the Esha that juts out right over the plants there. And then second of all, because of the Hometown doesn't have very good history of following the rules. I believe that the property should be completely staked out like story poles if necessary, and those lines to be photographed, string lines to where the house will be, and all the structures are going to be with string line and photographed and documented by us people in the park to make sure that what is staked out is approved, and that if and when construction does occur, that it conformed to the lines that were the lines that'll be put onto the lot. And we need to watch that as the construction continues. They don't have a good track record of following the rules, so we need to document the string line and the staking out of the lot. And also, as Adam mentioned, first of all, it was a 40-foot by 40-foot home. Then the Hometown America said it was 46 feet at the widest, and now on the latest drawing, it's 44 feet. Well, we don't really see, it's just another example of fudging here and fudging there, trying to put in a 10-pound house on a 5-pound lot. Anyway, that's enough for me. I just think that Adam and us, we should keep an eye on it and make sure if and when construction goes, that we have a say and we watch to see that they're conforming, and we photograph the string lines and the stakeout. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to bring it back to the applicant, Mr. Oliver. If you would like, you have 2 minutes to respond to any of the public comments.
Can everyone hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. I would like to maybe put this in a positive space. Since I've been involved with Hometown America, I did the first shade study analysis for K56 back in 2017, and I've been working with them over the years, and more specifically now on the habitat restoration and the K53. What I would like to really convey to the public comments is that my experience to date and my mandate given to me by Hometown America is that as much as my role as a landscape architect and as an environmental planner is to be a steward of the landscape, I would have to say that Hometown America has allowed me and has encouraged me to exemplify that on their behalf. I think the criticism is harsh and it's not appropriate. If you look at the science, if you look at the fact that we have conducted a professional survey of the site to determine exactly where the habitat is, to determine exactly the boundary where the fence would go. And in terms of the fence, what we did discover is that the fence, or that the habitat, was actually planted not per the exact plans that were approved by CDP, but in fact encroached onto K53. Working closely with Andrew Willis, we decided that we would leave that encroachment in place and that we would place the fence even further within K53 to accommodate the existing planting habitat. The way we approached this project initially was we weren't necessarily looking for the minimum requirements. We fully enhanced every opportunity that we saw with this site and with the existing habitat. We have added tremendously to the potential value of the habitat, and K53 will be an exemplary project within Laguna Terrace because of the integration and the care that we have given in terms of our design to date.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Oliver. We really appreciate that response. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to staff, and Ms. Ravel or Mr. Schwang, can you address the cantilever deck issue in your comments?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. So The cantilever deck that overhangs the slope that faces out onto, or the slopes that face out onto K Street on the sort of street side of the mobile home. It's not facing up on the sensitive habitat slope that contains the crown beard. But in terms of protecting native plants that are there, we do have a special condition 1, which requires revised final plans. And on that, there's a provision that says if any portion of the cantilever deck proposed along the western side of the mobile home, including the proposed posts and footings, encroaches into or over any existing native vegetation, the deck shall be reduced in width, or the posts shall be relocated so as not to shade or impact the existing vegetation. So we think that special condition addresses the issue surrounding the cantilever deck. I just want to also mention the question about different dimensions on plans. Now the applicant has been revising the project to address issues that have been raised with it. We do have a final revised plans condition, so we will be able to confirm that it's cited consistent with all of our agreements. With that, I just want to thank all the folks that have been involved with this. It's been a sort of a long haul, and we do appreciate everybody's time and effort and energy. With that, I just want to check with Mandy or Andrew if you have any further comments before I wrap up here.
Thanks, Carl. Oh, go ahead, Andrew.
If I may, Madam Chair, I just have a point to make.
Yes, please go.
Thank you. And just in case this point was lost in a presentation or lost in the shuffle here, we've worked with the applicant closely to resolve the violations through this permit, and through the permit, we're not just trying to restore the impacted areas. That's certainly going to happen, but there's going to be much more restoration relatively in order to fully resolve the violation. So we're excited to get the project going in order to help improve the habitat in this area. And that's it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Willis. Ms. Ravel, did you have anything to add?
No, I think I'm good. Thank you so much.
Okay, I want to thank Mr. Willis and Dr. Engel for being here too. Appreciate your participation. Okay, bringing it back to the commission, Commissioner Nothoff.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify then with staff. So you think that the existing special conditions address are sufficiently directive so that if the deck is found to be a problem, that it will not be allowed? I want to get back to Ms. Alaya's comments. And then also, since there seems to be a continuing concern about ongoing enforcement, that's something that Mr. Willis and does the commission staff feel confident that there'll be ongoing monitoring so that this will be conducted consistent with the permit requirements?
See, Carl, do you want to start with the deck?
Yeah, as far as the deck, yes, we do feel that condition will address that circumstance. It does, call for adjustments to the deck to address any native vegetation. So we believe that does address that issue.
And I just wanted to also make it clear that the vegetation on that slope where the cantilever deck is proposed to go is the slope that's actually between the two homes, between Mr. Chubb's property and K53. And all that vegetation was reviewed and surveyed. And Dr. Jonna Engel has made the determination that that vegetation did not rise to the level of ESHA. So we're talking about several native plant species, but because of the scattered nature, the determination has been made by staff that it's not ESHA. There was some discussion about that through public comment that it was, but in fact, staff's determination was that it was not ESHA. I just wanted to make that point clear.
And so do you anticipate further analysis, or do you think, I mean, I thought I just heard staff say that if it's during construction, if there seems that there can be an issue there, that the deck could either be disallowed or reduced in size or something like that. There's some flexibility there. Is
Yes,
that what I'm hearing you say? Okay.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. There is flexibility built into that condition, and that would be handled in the revised plans phase of our prior to issuance conditions during condition compliance. It's not atypical for us to require revised plans, so we have the final lay of the land and know what's going on. And I envision having the existing native vegetation laid out with that concrete, the cantilever deck. There was a little bit of confusion about exactly where that deck was going to go, so that's why we included the condition. But in review of the vegetation existing, we're confident, considering our condition language, that we've sufficiently covered that to protect the habitat.
Okay, thank you. With that assurance, it looks like staff's done a good job of addressing some violations and making up for it. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments? Seeing none, is there a motion? Motion is on.
I'd be happy to make the motion, Chair.
Oh, great. It's on page 6.
I think I've got it. I move that the commission approve coastal development permit number 5-21-0562 pursuant to the staff recommendation. And I'm asking for a yes vote.
Second.
Okay, moved by Rice, second by Wilson.
And then can I just, through the chair,
Yes,
I just want to
please.
say, I just want to echo Commissioner Nodoff's final comments there. I really think the staff actually did quite a good job on this. And I know all eyes will be on the project going forward, but just an excellent job by staff, all those involved. Thank you.
You're here. Okay. Ms. Miller, please call the roll. The makers of the motion are asking for an aye vote.
Commissioner Nodoff,
Aye.
Nodoff, yes. Commissioner Rice,
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders. She's good. Commissioner Uranga. Commissioner Wilson,
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre,
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco,
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings,
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner
Okay, is it me or did Ms. Miller freeze?
Commissioner Hardy.
She froze, but she's unfrozen.
You're unfrozen. Ms. Miller, after Commissioner Harmon, who did you call?
I haven't called anyone. I called Commissioner Harmon.
Okay.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Escalante, did I get her?
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Uranga, is he back?
I think he's frozen.
Okay. Chair Brownsy.
Aye.
Brownsy, yes, the vote is unanimous.
Thank you. The application is approved. All right, it's almost 3 o'clock. Why don't we return at 3:10? We have the next item. It's going to take some time. We have a lot of public comment. Or not a lot of public comment. We have, it's just a complicated issue. So why don't we take a bio break and let's return at 3:10. Thanks.
All right, I'm still here. I'm not
We're
going
still
anywhere.
there. We
I'm
know
not
you're
going
not.
anywhere.
We know you're there.
I'm not going anywhere. All right. Thank
It
you.
was good. It was good to see your little grandson. God, he is cute. Oh my
He's
God.
growing up. He's got 3 teeth, 2 at the bottom, 1 at the top.
Oh my God. Can't believe how big he is already.
Yeah, well, he's 9 months. 9 months.
Oh my
They're,
God.
they're darling. Good day, kiss him, give him back. And you witnessed that.
Yes, he was so adorable though. Oh, so adorable. I can't believe
Thank
he's
you.
9 months old.
Thank you.
Oh my God, they grow up so fast.
Yeah, they do.
Oh my goodness. Okay, let's see, what time is it? It's 3:10. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7. Okay, we can go. All right. We're going to reconvene the California Coastal Commission hearing. We're now going to move to item 17, which is the Deputy Director's report for San Diego, Mr. Schwang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there are 6 waivers for routine projects in San Diego, Del Mar, and Solana Beach. There's no known opposition. So we are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the waivers in the report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schwing. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on any of the items in the DDR, Vale?
No, Madam Chair, no public.
Nope. Okay, thank you, my dear. All right, moving it back to the commission. Any questions or concerns about any of the items? Okay, seeing none, do 3 or more commissioners object? Okay, seeing none, the Deputy Director's report for San Diego is approved, Mr. Schwing. So do you want to move to, I think it's 18B?
Just before we move on, I want to mention yesterday, Commissioner Aguirre had some question about the status of the National City Balanced Plan project with us. That proposal consists of both a Port Master Plan amendment from the San Diego Port District, as well as a local coastal program amendment from National City. Both submittals have been received and reviewed by our office, but we did deem those applications incomplete. Understand that both the city and the port have recently responded with new information, which is currently under review, but we don't have a timeline yet as to when we would bring those significant amendments forward. We'll establish that once the submittals are deemed complete.
Okay. And
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and Mr. Schwang, when that happens, if you could just drop Commissioner Aguirre a note just to give her a sense of when that might be.
Absolutely.
Great, that would be terrific. Okay, thank you for that update. And any others?
Nothing more on that. If that takes us down to item 18B.
Okie doke, take it away.
And Kanani Leslie, our coastal program manager in the San Diego Coast District office, is going to do the staff presentation on that item. Go ahead, Kanani.
Thank you, Carl. Good afternoon, commissioners. Item 18B is the City of San Diego's proposed comprehensive update to the certified Barrio Logan Community Plan. The proposed amendment will affect both the certified land use and implementation plans. Staff is recommending approval of the land use plan with suggested modifications and approval of the implementation plan as submitted. There is an addendum for this item that revises the staff report in response to the city's comment letter by removing or revising several of the suggested modifications that the city indicated were redundant, as well as in response to new information regarding the existing motel, which will be discussed later in the presentation. And finally, revisions to the staff report to address the city's remaining concerns. Next slide. The community of Barrio Logan is located south of downtown San Diego and is bordered by Interstate 5 to the east, the San Diego Bay to the west, and National City to the south. The entire planning area shown in the dashed outline is located within the coastal zone, which is identified by the blue line. However, only approximately half of the land area located within the inland portion of the community is under the coastal permit authority of the city. The remainder of the community is under the jurisdiction of the federal government, shown in gray, or the San Diego Unified Port District, shown in beige. The majority of the waterfront here is developed with marine-dependent industrial and military uses, with the exception of Cesar Chavez Park, which provides public access to the bayfront. Next slide. Barrio Logan is one of San Diego's most culturally diverse neighborhoods. It suffers from high pollution due to historic zoning practices that allowed residential land uses to be located next to marine industrial uses, and lacks visual and physical access to most of the shoreline. This slide shows a map from CalEnviro Screen, a screening methodology developed by the California Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment that can be used to help identify communities that are disproportionately burdened by multiple sources of pollution. Barrio Logan, shown in red on the map on the right, ranks in the 99th percentile of the most pollution burdened and population sensitive communities in California. Next slide. The commission originally certified the Barrio Logan Community Plan in 1978, and it was later amended in 1983 in conjunction with the adoption of the Barrio Logan Plan District Ordinance, which serves as the IP. While the plan acknowledged conflicts between adjacent heavy industrial uses and residential uses and lack of shoreline access, it did not propose to rezone property, and these issues continued. In 2013, the city approved an amendment to completely update the Barrio Logan Community Plan, which included a buffer to separate incompatible uses. However, in 2014, the plan was repealed in a citywide referendum over concerns that the proposed land use and zoning would impact the shipbuilding industry and other maritime industrial uses. In 2020, an MOU was signed by the Barrio Logan Community Planning Group, Environmental Health Coalition, and representatives of the shipbuilding industry in agreement of additional revisions to the 2013 plan to further address the proposed buffer, or what is known as the transition area, between marine industrial uses and residential areas. The subject LCP amendment advances the policies and goals of the 2013 plan and incorporates the revisions agreed to in the 2020 MOU. Next slide. The modification to the LUP would be a complete update and replacement of the existing community plan to implement a compatible mix of land uses that promote a healthy environment, provide adequate outreach to the community's residents to further environmental justice goals, manage parking impacts and encourage non-automobile modes of transit, provide diverse and affordable housing while limiting the displacement of residents, provide employment opportunities and community serving uses, increase park space, and acknowledge and protect marine dependent and marine related uses. While developed with input from community and stakeholders, several Coastal Act issues were not sufficiently addressed in the amendment as submitted, and staff is recommending suggested modifications to update the plan based on new data and policy direction, and to provide clarity and affirmative language to ensure consistency with the Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act in regard to visitor serving uses, environmental justice, marine dependent uses, public access and recreation, visual resources, biological resources, coastal hazards, and archaeological resources. Commission and city staff have been working together over the past year to address these concerns, reaching agreement on many topics prior to this hearing. However, the city disagrees with two suggested modifications regarding lower cost visitor serving accommodations. Next slide. The proposed amendment contains policies that require existing hotel facilities to be preserved and rehabilitated where feasible, and that encourage additional overnight accommodations with a priority on low to moderate costs. However, there are no policies that would prevent a new hotel development within the community from being entirely high cost, or if lower cost rooms cannot be accommodated in the new development, require the developer to financially assist in the future development of lower cost overnight accommodations elsewhere in the coastal zone. As submitted, the amendment also lacks policies that require the replacement of future lower cost rooms if redevelopment occurs. Therefore, suggested modifications add policies that define lower costs, require new accommodation developments to provide a range of affordability with at least 25% of the units as lower cost, or if this is infeasible to be provided on site, require mitigation off-site by contributing to the funding of a new lower cost accommodation development, and require no net loss of lower cost overnight accommodations. These suggested policies are similar to other recent commission actions on LCP amendments in Long Beach and Half Moon Bay. The city has indicated their concern with establishing a requirement for lower cost accommodations, as well as an associated mitigation program for only one of the 12 planning segments in the coastal zone, stating that this requirement should be addressed in a citywide ordinance rather than in a community plan. Staff does agree that it would be preferable to address this issue on a citywide basis. However, the city has not brought a citywide amendment forward, even though this concern was initially raised in 2015 during the Commission's consideration of the Ocean Beach Community Plan update. Absent a citywide amendment that addresses the provision of lower cost visitor serving accommodations, these policies need to be added to community plan updates as they are adopted and submitted to the Commission in order to ensure consistency with Section 30213 of the Coastal Act. This is the Commission's current statewide practice, and it is essential policy language to include in any LCP update. Finally, the staff report for this item identified a single visitor serving overnight accommodation as currently existing in the community. The lower cost motel located in an area zoned for industrial use was recently cited by the city as a public nuisance for allowing numerous crimes to occur on the property. It does not appear that the hotel has been operating as a visitor serving facility. Because of this and its non-conforming status, staff has modified the recommendation in the addendum to require that only future lower cost hotel rooms be required to be replaced and not those of the subject hotel. Next slide. Finally, to address the city's concern regarding policy language regarding the prioritization of visitor serving commercial uses, staff is recommending that suggested modification number 21 be revised as shown on the right of this slide to prioritize visitor serving commercial uses, including visitor recreational facilities, retail eating and drinking establishments, and other visitor-oriented uses that foster pedestrian activity. The city is in agreement with this change. Next slide. Finally, the proposed amendment would amend the city's land development code, which serves as the IP, to remove the Barrio Logan Plan District Ordinance, adopt citywide zones, and add Barrio Logan to the Community Plan Implementation Zone in order to provide enhanced notice and financial support requirements for tenants of existing residential units who may be displaced by new development. The amendment does not modify the existing citywide zoning classifications, but instead will bring the zoning of the Barrio Logan Community Plan area into alignment with the proposed LUP as amended by separating incompatible uses. Staff agrees that the proposed amendment is consistent with and adequate to carry out the proposed Barrio Logan Community Plan. Next slide. Thus, staff is recommending denial of the LUP amendment as submitted, approval of the LUP amendment if modified as suggested, and finally, approval of the IP amendment as submitted. The motions begin on page 8 of the staff report, and staff, including the planner, Melody Laster, who's assigned to this project, are available for questions.
Thank you very much, Miss Leslie. Thanks to you and your team for all the work on this plan amendment. So with that, is there are there any ex partes on this item?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have one.
Okay, Commissioner Aguirre.
I had a meeting on June 6th at 9 a.m. via Teams with Adrian Grande, Heidi Von Bloom, and Chris Avila from the city of San Diego. They shared concerns with staff's recommendation of the 1-to-1 ratio visitor accommodation. They had concerns that the area is high in crime and not conducive to visitors due to the highly industrialized zoning. They also had concerns with the developer fee to help fund future low-cost accommodations. And they said that other than that, that it was great work that the staff had put into this project, that it's 10 years in the making, community and industry working together for a balanced approach.
Thank you, Commissioner Aguirre. Okay, Vale, is there anyone from the city here to speak to the commission?
We have a number of representatives from the city, all signed up as available for questions, but I brought them in as panelists in case any of them want to share.
Okay, is there anyone who could make some opening comments representing the city in response to the staff report, please?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Marlon Pangilinan, Interim Program Coordinator with the City of San Diego Planning Department. I do have a short presentation I would like to provide.
Please do. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission, the Coastal Commission. I am Marlon Pangilinan, Interim Program Coordinator with the City of San Diego Planning Department. The City of San Diego appreciates the opportunity to comment on the California Coastal Commission staff's recommendations on the Barrio Logan Community Plan. The city generally does not oppose 51 of the proposed modifications identified in the amended staff report. However, there still remains 2 modifications that the city does not support. Next slide. We support most of the proposed modifications and appreciate the ongoing discussions between city staff and the Coastal Commission staff. We also appreciate staff's willingness to work with us to develop policy language that meets mutual planning goals and objectives. The city supports the modifications in the staff report, which generally address the following topics related to updating demographic data, addressing environmental justice, improving access to the bayfront, restoring Choice Creek, and designating view corridors. Next slide. The city appreciates and supports the modifications in the amended report that include the following: removal of the requirement for a public nuisance to motel to continue, removal of regulatory requirements that the city already supports as policies, and prioritizing a range of related visitors serving commercial uses. Next slide. While we appreciate the efforts made so far, the City of San Diego cannot extend its support to modification number 19. This modification aims to preserve lower cost visitor accommodations within Barrio Logan, but we believe it may have unintended consequences, such as imposing additional requirements that could stifle the development of new overnight visitor accommodations in the area. Prospective developers are unlikely to treat this location to the responsibility imposed by this requirement. Next slide. Having a 25% requirement for on-site low-cost visitor accommodations would also stifle the development of new overnight visitor accommodations in Barrio Logan. This requirement would deviate from the requirements applied to other local coastal programs within the city. We must consider consistency in our policy decisions to ensure fairness and equal treatment. Barrio Logan is an environmental justice community and is within the federally designated Promise Zone. Potential revitalization would be impeded as prospective developers would be unlikely to choose this location due to the responsibility imposed by the requirements of Modification 20. It creates an economic disincentive to create jobs in a community that has some of the lowest average household incomes in the city. Next slide. In addition to the points mentioned earlier, Modification number 20 also requires the city to impose an in lieu mitigation fee. Unfortunately, this aspect is also unsupported by the city of San Diego due to the following reasons. Implementing such a fee would necessitate a study to identify a methodology for the fee, which the city lacks the capacity and resources to undertake. Furthermore, establishing a program to collect and administer the funds associated with this fee would require organizational changes within the city. Next slide. The city recommends the following revision for modification 20. Encourage the addition of overnight visitor accommodations, particularly serving the low, moderate cost range in the community. This is consistent with the San Ysidro Local Coastal Program adopted in 2017. Next slide. And you can skip that one. Thank you. This concludes San Diego staff's presentation. We are grateful for your attention and consideration of our requests. Should you have any questions or require further clarification, we are available. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Panglilian. Appreciate your presentation. All right. Vale, are there any members of the public who wish to speak?
Yes, we have Julie Corrales and Maritza Garcia.
Just two?
Yeah, just the two.
Okay. Please bring them in. They'll have 2 minutes.
They should both be in as panelists. Julie is first on the list. So Julie, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Julie Corrales. I'm a resident of Barrio Logan. I'm also the chair of the planning group, the Barrio Logan Community Planning Group. I'm an activist and an organizer here, and I'm calling in support of the plan and in partial support of the staff's recommendations. I am in agreement with the city's thoughts on the 1-for-1 replacement of affordable hotel uses. I live next door to what was one of 2 hotel uses in the area. It's recently been converted into city space for shelterless families. They're working on that now, but prior to that, this was a low-cost hotel accommodating low-income folks, and it's been horrendous to live next to it. We are just about 3 blocks from, for lack of a better term, Skid Row in San Diego. My children have seen the police have come and invaded this hotel several times, doing raids, waking my children up in the middle of the night. We've seen dead bodies on the balconies. We've seen needles and drug use happening adjacent to my home in alleys. Folks have had mental health episodes, woken up my children, woken me up in the middle of the night. We found people in our yard. During the COVID epidemic, folks were getting vouchers. So it was every first of the month, at the beginning of the month, it got really, really bad. And then during the COVID epidemic, it was constant. It was unsafe. And so this is the kind of activity that we see, unfortunately, in this community when there's low cost accommodations. The Barrio is not a place for tourists to come spend time in the coastal area right now. If you come and visit our community, you'd understand that. Right now, replacing these units is not beneficial to anyone in the community. The remaining location on Main is, so we ask you to please approve the report with that minor change. Thank you.
Thank you. Maritza Garcia.
Hi, thank you. Maritza Garcia, resident of Logan and fellow activist and organizer as well. I just want to echo what Julie is saying, and I want to approve it with that amendment as well. Hotels, unfortunately, are not needed in our community, and it's not a place for our community. We need other things, other resources that will accommodate to our community members and not the tourists. Please just strongly hear what Julie said. This is not her only situation. It is the situation of many of our community members. We have to see this daily, and accommodating to those needs is unfortunately not something that we need to do right now. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks for that public comment. I'm going to bring it back to staff because there wasn't any divergence between the public comment and the city. So Staff, would you like to respond to those comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So with regard to the one-to-one replacement policy, and that's suggested mod 19, as we indicated in our initial comments, we did change that policy so that it was not applicable to the existing motel that the city had identified as a public nuisance. As far as I'm aware, it wouldn't apply to any other existing hotels in Barrio Logan at this point. But staff did retain the policy for future circumstances. We're hoping that, if now is, it's not a good place to bring visitors now, we certainly hope at some point in the future that's changed, and the policy that we're proposing really relates to the future development condition. There were comments that the one-to-one replacement policy and the 25% on-site requirement would stifle or disincentivize new accommodations. That's certainly not staff's intent. The policy language that we're proposing here is language that the commission is using throughout in other local coastal programs. It was something that was adopted as more recently as part of the Half Moon Bay Amendment and the Long Beach Amendment. And so it's not something, unusual in that circumstance. But as far as the disincentivization, the city says it has that effect because it's only effective in Barrio Logan through this amendment. And we certainly understand that. What we would like to see is that the policy is effective throughout the city's coastal zone, and it wouldn't have such an effect. As we indicated in our initial comments, the city's local coastal program, at least the land use plan component, is broken up into 12 different components. And at this point, we're only seeing updates on a component by component basis. So we have this plan in front of us right now, and we think that this is the appropriate time to put those policies into that plan. Let's see, as far as there were some concerns about the in lieu fee and the basis for that fee. The staff does have a basis for that fee. It does come from the initially from the cost to construct a hostel unit that was provided to us, I believe, by the San Diego Hosteling International Organization initially. And then that cost has been updated with the consumer price index, the construction price index, I believe. And that number has been used by this commission in some other permits recently. As far as the concerns about being able to collect and administer the fees, understand that as well. Staff did build into the policy that the fees that might get collected could be managed by the Coastal Conservancy. So we do have that provision in there. And if the city doesn't want to set up a method to administer and collect the fees, we do have an alternative available. See, last, there was mention about a proposed policy. The one that was shown on the slides is already part of the city's proposed plan. It was policy 2.3.9, which read encourage the addition of overnight accommodations, particularly serving the low and moderate cost range in the community. And we think that's a good policy, but it does, lacks the implementation components that the policies we're recommending do contain. So with that, I'll conclude my comments. I do want to check with Kanani or Melody to see if they have any further comments. Kanani, Melody?
Miss Leslie's shaking her head, so.
Okay, I can't see her on my screen.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Carl, none at this time.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. No, I don't know. I can't see the other person that you referred.
Okay, well, then we'll conclude staff's comments, and of course, we're available for questions.
Great, thanks. Commissioner Rice?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation, and do you think it's good that the city's coming forward with this overall program generally? I have a question for the city representative, and this goes to Mr. Schwang's comments that he just made regarding modification number 20 and the city's reference to language that would have the city encourage the development of low and moderate visitor accommodations, which I think I heard, if I heard you correctly, Carl, that language already exists. But what I would like to ask the city is what they had in mind in terms of programs to support what does encourage the development of low and moderate housing look like? Is that fee waivers, or I'm just curious as to what the city had in mind or has in place.
Thank you very much. I'm Kelly Stonk. I'm the Deputy Director of the Environmental Policy and Public Spaces Division in the Planning Department. With all of our long-range planning documents or community plans, like the Barrio Logan Community Plan, we are laying out general policy direction for future development of the community and redevelopment of the community. And so our policy language is intentionally higher level and visionary, so that we then can look at potential regulatory amendments, code amendments to implement those and bring that forward. In terms of this particular policy encouraging low-cost visitor accommodations, I don't know off the top of my head of any code amendments that we have brought forward to implement that, but that is something that we're always looking at is with our annual code updates as well, is opportunities to implement the policy directions, the various policy directions of all of our community plans.
All right, thank you for that. And then with regards to the concern that condition 19 and or 20, I gather, would act as a disincentive to development of visitor accommodations. I'm just wondering, to me that it makes sense that could be the case, but I'm just wondering if there were any data or studies that the city relies on to back up that assertion.
There aren't any, or our concerns aren't based on particular surveys or data specifically, other than the generalized concerns that we hear about increased costs, increased fees, and the impediment that those can have related to housing and other types of development. And so the concern would be if there was a prescriptive requirement for percentage of affordable units that could again increase costs of development and redevelopment of an area, and therefore make it less desirable for investment and redevelopment.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, and then I'll hang up. I would like to hear from commissioners who are more familiar with the community itself, because I am not. I'm just wondering what the community discussion was regarding this issue around conditions 19 and 20, even if they weren't noticed as 19 and 20 when the community was discussing development of new visitor accommodations.
Well, as we noted in our letter, the Barrio Logan Community Plan was the result, as Kanani laid out as well, of many, many years of discussion and negotiation with the community and listening to their concerns about how past zoning practices have impacted the community and what they want to see for the future growth of their community. And we've heard some of those voices in this meeting as well. And so I think in addition to all of our own concerns about how this would be implemented and the regulatory nature of this language in a policy document, there is also the concern of the community's voice being properly heard on this matter and their concerns for what low-cost visitor accommodations currently means in their community right now.
All right, thank you very much.
Commissioner Aguirre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a clarifying question and then some comments. So just to clarify, the difference between what's being proposed here and what was referenced in Mr. Pangalanan's presentation regarding the San Isidro LCP is that LCP doesn't have an implementation plan? Is that how I'm understanding it? Mr. Shrink?
No, the city does have an implementation plan for their LCP. It is essentially the city's or portions of the city's municipal code.
Oh, got it. Okay.
And that document is sort of the city's unifying element of the LCP. While it does have these 12 different plan areas, in terms of the land use plans in the coastal zone. The IP itself is not broken up that way. It does apply throughout the coastal zone. I'm not sure I answered your question, but
no, that's fine. It's fine. No, thank you. I appreciate that. And in general, I do want to just thank and acknowledge all the work that's gone into this from community, from staff, city staff, commission staff, and everybody who's contributed to this. I know that it's been years and years in the making, right? And Barrio Logan has been historically a marginalized community. As was mentioned, it's a majority community that's been at the tail end of years and years of pollution. So it's really great to see that, we've come this far. It's such a resilient community that's an up and coming neighborhood that's highly visited now for its food, for its culture, for its music, for everything. So I just want to highlight some of the things that staff added as suggested modifications that I really appreciate. I really appreciate the bilingual wayfinding signage. I think that's super important. I can't tell you how many firsthand stories I've heard from youth telling me, I never even knew that I lived by the coast because, Barrio Logan is not typically known as a coastal neighborhood, right? So I think, just enhancing that wayfinding ability for people to understand that there is a coast, right? It's minor, but it's there. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate the prohibition of trucks being used on the local streets. I think that, that's something that this community has been highly impacted by all of this pollution, and it was referenced in staff's presentation. Amenities for the underused areas for recreation purposes, and will make the neighborhood more walkable, more amenable. I really appreciated the outside of the box thinking related to community gardens and urban agriculture for crop cultivation. I think that, again, this is a neighborhood that hasn't always had access to healthy food sources. So I think that's really great thinking for using former commercial and industrial use zoning there. Definitely encourage the coordination between MTS and the Port of San Diego to increase access to public transit and increase access to low-cost parking spaces, as well as the EV charging stations. I thought that was very well thought out. And just lastly, well, I just, for me, it's really challenging to hear that, you know, like the earlier item we were talking about, you know, not having a citywide ordinance where we can have all of the coastal districts homogenized, right, and have them all be the same, and hopefully, you know, be able to provide some, you know, clarity and developers that come to the city. But in the meantime, we're here, and we're at a point in time that we have the ability to make a decision that's in the medium to long term, right? And perhaps right now the community may, and I understand that, maybe feel averted to, you know, low cost accommodations because that's all they've known. They've had bad experiences, right? That the one there in town has been declared a nuisance. But I don't know if that means that in the future we can have some nice, you know, future hotel developers that come into town. And the last thing I think that this neighborhood deserves is not having access to what could be a really nice hotel. So I'd love to hear my colleagues who have their hands raised and hear their thoughts before I share where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cummings, followed by Turnbull Sanders, followed by Wilson.
I just want to thank staff for all the work and the presentation, and the city of San Diego for being here to speak on this item, and also the community members who came out and spoke. And I want to appreciate Commissioner Aguirre, your comments that you just made. I'm not familiar with this area, but it sounds like there's a lot of positive benefits that are in this. I had a question for staff, and then I had some comments that I wanted to make. I was just curious about the in lieu fees, and in other circumstances when in lieu fees have been imposed, how that's actually, you know, brought about more units or more affordable accommodation opportunities. Oftentimes, and I say this because oftentimes when you have in lieu fees that go into, you know, affordable housing funds or what have you, it's one-time funding that is not a one-for-one match for the cost of actually developing a unit. So you know, it oftentimes lets the developers off the hook in terms of, you know, actually being able to provide that match of affordable, whether it's housing or accommodation. So I'm just curious how these have been utilized in the past to actually bring about more affordable opportunities.
Thank you, through the chair. So the funds have, you know, been collected through a variety of different projects up and down the state. The one that comes to mind here is there was some funding collected from a higher cost hotel project in the San Diego area, and that was eventually directed toward some low cost camping opportunities down near the Tijuana border, but that project was somewhat recently completed. Staff actually was able to see it when we took a visit down to the park down there. So that was a great success, I think. And there are others like it that are being worked on in other parts of the state.
I appreciate that, because just, you know, as a newcomer to the group, just seeing how these in lieu programs actually bring about new opportunities is something that I think is very critical and very important for us to think about, so that we're not having these in lieu fees that just kind of sit there for decades and really don't actually produce, you know, new opportunities. That being said, I do have some comments. I actually, I hear the community's concern and understanding that this has been a historically underinvested community. I think to Commissioner Aguirre's point, you know, that's how you're going to end up seeing these higher levels of crime and these kind of lower cost accommodations. But given the fact that the city is, you know, undergoing redevelopment in this area, I'm really cautious at removing the one-to-one replacement. In the places I've lived where lower income neighborhoods have gone under community redevelopment, it oftentimes results in gentrification. And that's something that I'm really concerned with, is that there's going to be a lot of higher end investment within this area. It's going to drive up the cost of housing. It's going to drive up the cost of people who are lower income to access this area. And as a result, will become, you know, another example of gentrification. And so that's something that I'm really concerned with. And so in terms of keeping the one-to-one replacement, seeing as how that's really focused on future use, to one of the points that was brought up earlier, it could be that that motel that's there that's problematic is replaced with a youth hostel, which is, lower cost opportunity for people to access the coast and are oftentimes not associated with these kinds of behaviors. So I think that having that included is really important. In addition to that, I disagree with the staff's or the county, or sorry, not the county, the city of San Diego's recommendation on encouraging additional low-cost opportunities. And the reason why is because my experience within the city council here in Santa Cruz is anytime you encourage something, the developers often say and figure out a way to make it not pencil out. But when you legally require it, if they really want to do it, they figure out how to make it happen. And I'll just give an example that here in Santa Cruz, we've increased our inclusionary affordable housing percentage from 15 to 20%. And we oftentimes heard people say, it's going to make it so we can't build. And we have at least 10 projects that are being built right now or in the loop for being considered with that. They're going to be built with that 20% inclusionary. And so I think that, with hotels being able to be flexible with their pricing, the closer to the time you want to stay somewhere, the more expensive the price gets, that, removing that requirement of having affordable units is something that we shouldn't do. I think we should make sure that that's in the requirement of 25% low income housing in the new developments is something that we hold on to. And I'm a little torn with the in lieu fee, just to the points I made earlier. Oftentimes you see these in lieu fees just go into a pot and it takes, decades for the affordable accommodations to actually get made. So that's why I'm a little hesitant to want to support that. However, there was a good example of how those inclusionary funds have been used to provide other forms of low cost accommodation, whether it's camping or other forms of low cost accommodation. So I just wanted to, again, express my support for the staff recommendations with the exception of the in lieu fee. And, but I'm willing to, I could be supportive of that depending on how others feel.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to mention there are a number of in lieu fee, lower cost accommodation projects that have been funded throughout the state, particularly in Southern California. But in your city, in Santa Cruz, Coastal Conservancy funds that came from an in lieu fee account expanded the youth hostel in Santa Cruz and upgraded the facilities so that they were more family friendly. But I know that it's very common to direct those funds to youth hostels, to specific campgrounds that have good accommodations, as well as to other funding for lower cost accommodations that are being constructed or being renovated. So we do have lots of successful transplants, but like you said, it is something that you really got to keep an eye on. Okay, I just wanted to offer you that to think about. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders, then Wilson, then Aguirre.
Thank you, Chair Brownsie. I wanted to strongly associate myself with the comments made by Commissioner Aguirre. And, looking at the history of this site and the long-term inequities around zoning and planning, the Cal Enviro screen was just, it was all red. And to be in the 99th kind of percentile of most impacted areas, I think we have to take a closer look at what that means for implementation and this potential adoption of this LCP amendment. I've been to the Barrio Logan area. I used to run a promise zone, and so I worked in the past pretty closely with the San Diego promise zone around bringing resources to areas that have been neglected for years. And I think that Commissioner Aguirre was onto something when she talked about how community members may not have any other model other than nuisance properties to see what's possible for low-cost visitor serving accommodations. And I think there's an opportunity for the city of San Diego to propose options that are not nuisance options, but are actually low cost, but still family serving, and that still have a quality and value. And so I do recommend keeping condition number 19 for that reason. And perhaps there's a way to kind of really focus in on a strengths-based approach from the city's perspective. And then on condition number 20, I also believe that the in lieu fee is an important way for the commission to try and figure out some solution. It's really one of the few tools that we have to preserve low-cost visitor serving overnight accommodations. We have struggled with this, no doubt, over the years, but I thought this was also an opportunity for future, maybe Chair Brownsy, for a future kind of teach-in. I know we've had these opportunities for staff briefings on issues around this in the past. I remember, I believe, Yana Zimmer, a former commissioner, took the lead on a discussion on this kind of low-cost overnight visitor serving accommodations and in lieu fees. But I think maybe also some of the commissioners who are newer to the commission may have some ideas about how we may work with the Coastal Conservancy and the state lands to really think about creative ways to use those fees in the future. But I am supporting the staff recommendation and just want to extend a great deal of appreciation to our staff for working with the city, and also to the city for really engaging community on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I think that's an excellent suggestion. And Mr. Hudson, if you could take note, we should talk with Dr. Hucklebridge about that with respect to a briefing on the lower cost accommodations and the different mechanisms. Okay.
Thank you. And we will note that, and we do know that this is such an important issue, and we are laser focused on this exact issue. So thank you. We'll follow up.
Terrific. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Wilson, then Aguirre.
Yeah, I just wanted to I guess back up what Commissioner Cummings was saying with relationship to the conversation around what we hear from developers when we talk about inclusionary zoning. And I think this sort of is not, this has some parallels and some similarities with relationship to that. And so that's where I was coming from walking into this, and I support the other commissioners' discussion around this. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Aguirre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just thinking about the in lieu fee, I know that there's an effort to establish low-cost accommodations at Silver Strand State Beach, which is adjacent to Barrio Logan, to encourage underserved communities such as National City, Barrio Logan, Chula Vista, and Imperial Beach to be able to camp at the beach. So I'm just thinking that's a perfectly natural, I guess, fit for this particular conversation, I think, because what better experience than, take some of the kids from Barrio Logan that don't have a sandy beach per se, and take them to this potentially new future camping ground, right? That's just a drive down the freeway. So that could potentially be a use for that funding after what Commissioner Turnbull Sanders was mentioning, the conversation that I agree we should have as well. So with that, I'm happy to make the motion if we're wrapping up discussion, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I'll come right back to you. I just wanted to say a few words. One is just to associate myself with all the comments from the prior commissioners, and particularly Commissioner Aguirre. Really appreciated you calling out all of the elements that are really going to improve the planning and the on the ground livability of Barrio Logan as a result of these changes. I feel pretty strongly about the low cost accommodations provisions and the in lieu fees, because I remember when I was new to the commission, so this was about 6 or 7 years ago, we were here in San Diego, we were in San Diego, and it was about a hotel development across from the airport. And at one point, we're going back and forth in terms of some of the conditions. And really, at that time, it was the port that was opposing the percentage of lower costs. But the developer said to the commission, just tell us what you want us to do. We'll make it pencil out. We will build it to what you direct us to do, because that's what we do. And, you know, the commission at that time was staking out a role in saying, hey, there are so many hotel rooms in San Diego that are very expensive, but there needs to be more thought given to affordability for most families who can't afford super expensive, luxurious rooms and who aren't asking for those. So I think that there should be, and I understand the community's upset. I mean, there is nothing worse than having a nuisance neighbor, particularly as described by the community members in their testimony today. And really, that's the abandonment of the owner and other reasons why those things happen. But I think that in the future, this area of San Diego, this community deserves lovely accommodations and options for lower cost accommodations for the people who live there and for the people who are their friends and family who want to come to visit. So I would just concur with the other commissioner statements, and Commissioner Aguirre, if you would like to make the motion, appreciate it.
Of course. I move that the commission certify the land use plan amendment for the city of San Diego certified LCP as submitted. I ask for a no vote.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, who is the second?
Effie.
Oh, Effie, thank you. Okay, moved by Aguirre, second by Turnbull Sanders. The makers of the motion are asking for a no vote. Ms. Miller, please call the roll.
Commissioner Rice.
No.
Rice, no. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
No.
Turnbull Sanders, no. Commissioner Uranga.
No.
Uranga, no. Commissioner Wilson.
No.
Wilson, no. Commissioner Aguirre.
No.
Aguirre, no. Commissioner Bochco.
No.
Bochco, no. Commissioner Cummings.
No.
Cummings, no. Commissioner Escalante.
No.
Escalante, no. Commissioner Harmon.
No.
Harmon, no. Commissioner Notoff.
No.
Notoff, no. Chair Brownsy.
No.
Brownsy, no. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. The LUPA as submitted is rejected. Motion number 2, Commissioner Aguirre.
I move that the commission certify the land use plan amendment for the city of San Diego certified LCP as submitted. If modified pursuant to the staff recommendation, I ask for a yes vote.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner. Moved by Aguirre, seconded by Turnbull Saunders. The makers of the motion are asking for an aye vote. Ms. Miller, please call the roll.
Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson,
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre,
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco,
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings,
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante,
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Harmon,
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Notoff,
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Rice,
Yes.
Rice, yes. Chair Brownsy,
Aye.
Brownsy, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. The LUPA as modified by the staff is approved. Okay, motion number 3, Commissioner Aguirre.
I move that the commission reject the implementation program amendment for the city of San Diego certified LCP as submitted. I ask for a no vote.
Second.
Moved by Aguirre, seconded by Turnbull Sanders. The makers of the motion are asking for a no vote. Ms. Miller, please call the roll.
Commissioner Uranga,
No.
Uranga, no. Commissioner Wilson,
No.
Wilson, no. Commissioner Aguirre,
No.
Aguirre, no. Commissioner Bochco,
No.
Bochco, no. Commissioner Cummings,
No.
Cummings, no. Commissioner Escalante,
No.
Escalante, no. Commissioner Harmon,
No.
Harmon, no. Commissioner Notoff,
No.
Notoff, no. Commissioner Rice,
No.
Rice, no. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders,
No.
Turnbull Sanders, no. Chair Brownsy,
No.
Brownsy, no. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. We have rejected the IPA as submitted, which means it is now certified. Okay. The certification of the IPA was failed, so it is now certified. I think that's the right way to say it, right?
The commission rejected, it's voted no on the motion to reject it. So yes.
Right,
it's certified
right.
as submitted.
That always confuses me.
It is a confusing motion.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner Aguirre and Commissioner Turnbull Sanders and Commissioner Aguirre for your insight into the community. Very helpful. Okay, we're going to move to our last item, and then we do have some trailed public comment. Vale, I don't know if folks are still around, but we're going to move to number 19, Mr. Schwing.
Thank you. So that does take us down to item 19A, and Alex Urandi with our San Diego Coast District Office is going to do the staff presentation on that matter. There is a PowerPoint. There it is. Go ahead, Alex.
Thanks, Carl. Hello, Commissioners. Item 19A is an appeal by Preserve Wind and Sea Beach Association of a permit granted by the City of San Diego to Friends of Wind and Sea and Neary Landscape Architecture to install park improvements at the portion of Wind and Sea Beach Park along Neptune Place in the community of La Jolla. Upon review of the appellant's allegations and the city's action under the requirements of the certified LCP, staff has determined that the project and the city's action appears to be in conformance with all requirements, and is recommending that the commission find that the appeal raises no substantial issue. Next slide, please. The approved permit authorizes the installation of approximately 1,800 feet of post and rope fencing along the sidewalk on the west side of Neptune Place bordering Wind and Sea Beach Park, as well as construction of approximately 63 square foot bluff top gazebo, also called a belvedere, and the relocation of 2 existing public benches and the supporting concrete pads landward. Next slide. The project site is Wind and Sea Beach Park along the stretch of Neptune Place between Westbourne Street in the north and Palomar Street in the south. This approximately 0.4 mile stretch has an 18-space public parking lot and 6 formal public access stairs down to the beach. Next slide. This slide shows an elevation of the approved gazebo as it would appear from Neptune Place, circling green, and it shows the gazebo substantially open design as it would appear. Next slide. This slide shows a site plan for the approved gazebo, where it will be located approximately 10 feet back from the bluff edge next to the sidewalk. Next slide. This cross section shows the elevation of the 9-foot tall approved gazebo relative to Neptune Place and the sidewalk. As can be seen from this cross section, The gabled roof of the gazebo, which is 11 feet long on the side parallel to the street, will be a minor visual impediment while providing a new shaded viewpoint for the public to sit and enjoy. Next slide, please. In their appeal, the appellants raised three main issues. The appellant argues that the wooden gazebo would be located atop an eroding coastal bluff, creating future public risk should the gazebo fall onto the beach or requiring future shoreline protection that would impact coastal processes. The appellant also argues that the gazebo's construction on a currently vacant space will obstruct ocean views from Neptune Place and the sidewalk, and that its presence will attract additional public traffic to a popular beach park that currently experiences parking issues, harming public access. Next slide, please. The site photo shows the blufftop space where the wooden gazebo would be located between the sidewalk and the existing benches. The gazebo will sit atop a concrete pad and at footings 2 feet deep or less. And the city will place decomposed granite along the existing dirt path to help make the gazebo more accessible for wheelchair users. Next slide, please. The project includes 1,800 feet of post and rope fence because due to the shallow slope of much of the bluffs here, the public have been creating informal trails on the bluffs rather than using the access stairs, causing loss of vegetation and hastening erosion of the bluffs. The fencing would have public access signage directing the public to the formal access stairs, one of which is visible in the rear of the photo. Next slide, please. This slide shows another of the formal access stairs, this one next to the existing city's pump station next to the sidewalk. Next slide, please. This slide shows one of the existing public benches that is being partially undermined due to erosion and that will be relocated landward as part of this project. Next slide, please. Upon review of the city's action under the LCP, the appellant's argument do not raise substantial issue. The wooden gazebo would be located approximately 10 feet back from the bluff edge, not on the bluff face, while the LCP allows accessory structures such as gazebos to be located as close as 5 feet from the bluff edge, in large part because accessory structures do not have deep footings, such as here, and that makes them easy to remove in the future should there be need. The city has also confirmed to commission staff in an email attached as an exhibit to the staff report that the gazebo will be removed if future coastal risk arises regarding it. With regards to public views, the 9-foot tall gazebo will be substantially open air, with an approximately 3-foot tall wooden railing along its bottom and a 3-foot tall gabled roof at the top being its main visual obstructions. Finally, the gazebo is part of the overall Wind and Sea Beach Park, and the LCP does not have formal parking requirements for public parks, much less specific seating structures within them. Thus, the approved gazebo is not required to provide new off-street parking as part of its construction. Next slide. In conclusion, the city's review and approval of the Neptune Place Park improvements conform to the requirements of the LCP, and the appellant's contentions that the project will adversely impact public safety, public views, and public access do not raise substantial issue. The appropriate motion can be found on page 8 of the staff report. There is an addendum to the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Urande. Okay, are there any ex partes on this matter? Commissioner Harmon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On June 2nd at 9:30 a.m. via Zoom, I had a brief ex parte with Chandra Slavens and representatives from Preserve Wind and Sea Beach Association. They shared their perspective that this development ignores development regulations related to sensitive coastal bluff areas. They believe that this interpretation of the municipal code sets a negative precedent for future similar projects, that the LCP has no sea level rise guidance, and for that reason, this is problematic, and that they request that we make a finding of substantial issue on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Aguirre.
Thank you, Chair. On June 6th at 4:30, I held a meeting via Zoom with Chandra Slevin from Coastal Land Use Consulting, who's a representative of Preserve Wind and Sea Beach Association. I also met with Suzanne Baracchini. They both raised concerns related to the code that was used for this assessment is incorrect. They mentioned that the geotechnical study is not based on science. They had concerns regarding it being a sensitive coastal bluff and subject to erosion and to storm drain failure. They also had concerns with the lack of public safety measures if the gazebo is built. And they had concerns regarding the applicant having a dubious history of maintenance, as well as the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to announce it that there will be 3 minutes per side. Is there a representative of the appellant?
Yes.
Yes. We have Chandra Slavin and Suzanne Barachini.
Okay, you will have 3 minutes.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Brownsy and fellow commissioners. My name is Chandra Slavin and I represent the appellant. We are requesting de novo as this project represents critical issues impacting communities throughout the coast. By re-examining this project under the Coastal Act and sea level rise guidance, the result will be a better project. To begin, the gazebo's proposed location will be on a severely congested, sensitive coastal bluff. Next slide. Even though public access is abundant, this slide shows the reality of wind and sea. Next slide. Substantial issue 1 is the interpretation of using the coastal bluff setback for residential accessory structures for this project. This begs the question, how is this an accessory structure? Accessory to what? How does this apply in the case of a public access structure? The assumed setback should be re-examined as no specific code provides a coastal bluff setback for a public access structure. Next slide. Substantial issue 2 is that the concept of essential is diminished as coastal staff relies on a technicality stating this code is not applicable. Whether located on a coastal bluff top or a coastal bluff face, we believe the community deserves an answer to the question, is this structure essential for public access? When in fact, there are 23 public access points at Wind and Sea along this half-mile stretch, 3 of which are within a few feet of the proposed gazebo. Next slide. Substantial issue 3 is coastal staff claims that the project's geotechnical survey was based on the latest available science to justify the city's extremely outdated LCP. Yet the study utilized calculations for the bluff edge relying on 1999 standards per page 2 of the survey. Until the LCP is updated to account for more recent standards, this project should be reevaluated under de novo, utilizing the Commission's sea level rise guidance. Next slide. In summary, the substantial issues include coastal bluff setbacks, questioning where and when a public access structure is essential, and relying on outdated bluff edge calculations. I want to be clear, my clients welcome the opportunity to collaborate during the de novo process, if so granted. Thank you for your time, and we are available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Slavin. Appreciate that. Okay, did I hear another appellant? Are you a different appellant? No?
Suzanne Barachini is also signed up to speak with a presentation. Is she with you, Chandra?
She's actually with me right here, so I'm going to.
Well, wait a second. So she's with you, but
She is.
but you're representing the same organization.
I am the appellant's representative, but I do have her with me, and I'm more than happy to let her speak or answer any questions you have.
Okay, so why don't we have her do questions if any come?
Okay.
Okay.
Understood.
All right. Okay. And then is there a representative of the applicant?
Yes, we have Jim Neri in.
Okay, Mr. Neri.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is Jim Neri. I'm a landscape architect. I'm also a friend of Wind and Sea and Friends of Wind and Sea.
Well, back in the day, who would want to be?
Can you hear me?
We just had a little interference, not sure where that came from, but anyway.
Friends of Wind and Sea respectfully requests that the planning or the Coastal Commission deny this appeal and support the staff's recommendation and also City of San Diego's recommendations, as well as the community of La Jolla's recommendations that this project be allowed to move forward. And the reasons for that are, next slide, please. Are that, as you are actively aware, the intent of the Coastal Commission is to increase coastal access. This project will not only guide people to existing coastal access points, including the trails that have been created, but will also provide replacement of a pre-existing Belvedere that was torn down by vandals in 1982. Next slide, please. In addition, this slide, or I'm sorry, this Belvedere is allowed by the Coastal Act because the replacement of any structure other than public works facility is destroyed by the disaster is allowed to be reconstructed. Next slide.
Hey. No.
So Friends of Wind and Sea started back in 1997. We have a city approved plan that we took through the community for Wind and Sea Beach. And next slide. And we received a letter authorizing that plan to be fulfilled. We have, next slide, fulfilled many milestones along the way, including the next slide, the improvements that you see to the this coastal bluff, to the access stairways, and have taken those all through the community along the way. Next slide. We've also maintained, contrary to what you just heard, maintained those improvements several times over the course of those years. And we have open books to prove it. Next slide. So in 2018, we noticed that we fulfilled that plan, but that there was continued erosion. So we identified some improvements we'd like to make, including the replacement of the Belvedere. Next slide. That was torn down in 1982. It was constructed in 1920. Next slide. As part of a series of Belvederes that exists along the coast in La Jolla, and our next slide, beloved by everybody in the community, as you can see from these letters, as well as, next slide, these letters from community members. You've seen this slide already, but this is a biological setting. There is no biological habitat. It's been letters. There's no geological problem, contrary to what you heard. And visually, this project, keep going, next slide, next slide.
Oh, come off.
And we don't have to see it. It follows the community plan. It follows the requirements of the community. So thank you very much for your attention to this. Again, I urge you to deny this baseless appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Neri. Perhaps just a suggestion, you might just want to list everybody who sent a letter in. That way we can read the list easily.
Happy to.
Just a suggestion. Okay. All right. Now we're going to go to, are there any other qualified members of the public?
We have two, Kate Woods and Janet Varela.
Okay, why don't you bring them in? They'll have 3 minutes.
They are in. Kate Woods should be able to begin. Kate, I've asked you to unmute on your device. You should be able to. There we go.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Wind and Sea Beach is a western-facing beach with the full force of the ocean daily. I have been a resident on Neptune Place, Wind and Sea, for 25 years. Climate change, sea level rise, sand retreat are daily impacts to this beach. Giving a bit of background, approximately 100 years ago, when Neptune Place was a dirt road with no sewers, no sidewalks, and only a few cottages, a gazebo Belvedere was built on the bluff. The gazebo was 60 years old before it collapsed or was torn down. It was in disrepair. We had no gazebo for 40 years. Today, a paved two-way city street with sidewalks on both sides, 7 stairwells to the sand, 15 benches, 18 public parking places, 1 non-ADA porta potty down, 4 steps at the sewer pump house and the surf shack, making public access abundant for a small neighborhood beach. The applicant intends to penetrate 2 to 3 feet into the bluff, less than 10 feet from the bluff edge for this non-essential new construction. Public safety and maintenance are issues at Windansea, with narrow sidewalks which lead people to walking in the street, a failed sewer line in the bluff this year, a rotting sewer line in the sand for many, many years, where families enjoy the beach, rusty chain fencing, peeling white paint and fencing and stairwells to the sand, poor city signage, and much, much more. Let this private group put their $100,000 toward a gazebo, additional fencing, and moving 3 benches for money raised from the public to use to enhance Windansea. Instead of that, they should make a decision to create a better beach area, and a decision this non-essential gazebo is creating more maintenance when we have a maintenance issue. Please vote for de novo on this non-essential gazebo to give this residential beach an opportunity for a funded master plan performed by experts in the field, and to fix what we already have for the public in abundance. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Jana Farella is our last public speaker.
Hello, Madam Chair and commissioners. I am really outraged and I can't believe that the city would actually approve this frivolous structure and dig deep into this already sensitive bluff. And all these reports that they had were done way before this major storm season we just had. If you walk there today, you will see new crevices. And I mean, in February, we had sidewalk that collapsed. We had a storm drain and we had slope failure at the bottom of the Neptune and Westbourne. So it's just so absurd that today, in today's world, you would approve an additional structure. And I'm gonna just go back to page 12 of the environmental report, page 12 of 56 by Leighton Consulting. In section 3.6, they said surface and underground on surface and underground page water. They said no indication of surface water or evidence of surface ponding was encountered during our geotechnical investigation. If they were standing there between November and April of this year, they would definitely did not put that down. This poor bluff is so deteriorated, and if you approve drilling on that bluff, you will further compromise integrity of the entire street and stability of these homes. You are not just building one structure that was there 100 years ago. You are literally playing with people's lives. It's going to interfere with public safety. I was going to read my comments, but just listening to all these comments by Mr. Neary, it just got me all upset just because he is not being truthful. And when he was presenting his project to the city of San Diego, he used a painting. And that painting, that bluff looked 3 times as big as it is now. It's eroded significantly. So please keep this beach for our future generation, for my grandkids, for my kids. I don't want it. Nobody wants it. It's just gonna bring more crime. And I know surfers would like to have additional covered structure, but they don't need it. There's so many benches. There's just so many spots where surfers can hang out. This is frivolous. And again, it's an insult to any intelligence. So thank you for your time. And I hope that you will further investigate and take a deeper look into before proceeding with the construction. I know my kids will thank you. And we also had, our side had over 1,000 signatures and letters from residents who are against gazebo. We can send you copies of these letters. There is a huge community of La Jolla that does not want to have that gazebo. We want to keep it natural, and we want to protect the street and the entire city of La Jolla, because once we start digging deep like this, we're going to just create public hazard. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Varela. Okay, that concludes the public comment. Is there perhaps a representative of the city?
Yes, we have Karen Busey and Daniel Denary. They are both in. I'll bring them into the meeting now.
Did the city want to say anything?
They're listed as available for questions.
Oh, okay. All right. Good to know that you're here. All right. Okay. Closing the public hearing and now bringing it back to staff. Mr. Urande or Mr. Schwing?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as far as, in response to the comments today, staff did cover all of those points in the staff report and in our initial comments. I do want to point out, though, the proposal, we see it as beneficial from the standpoint of erosion control. They are installing some low fencing along this area to guide people towards the stairways instead of walking down the bluff face to get down to the beach, and that is beneficial from our standpoint. We do view the gazebo or belvedere as a nice public amenity. It's something that you do see along other La Jolla beach areas. As far as the consistency with the code, I do want to ask Alex to just briefly cover that. We would go ahead, Alex.
Sure, Carl. So references were made during the appellant's comments to various sections of the LCP. And some of these did come up, if the commissioners will recall, when we discussed the Abbott residence, not long distance from here, regarding the city's setback requirements for bluff-top properties. The majority are located in section 143.0143 of the Land Development Code. And it is that section that in its subsection establishes the default when we were dealing with actual primary structures, like in that case, the Abbott residence, is the default 40-foot setback from a bluff edge that can be reduced to no lower than 25 feet upon findings by a geological survey that primary structure would be safe for its economic life for 75 years. However, the code allows accessory structures to be as close as 5 feet from the bluff edge. And it lists certain examples of accessory structures in that section 143.0143 F2, which explicitly includes gazebos among patios and other substantially at-grade improvements that can be located that closely. Now, the appellants made reference to that section stating accessory uses traditional to, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, traditional to residential uses. The implication being that this is not accessory to residential use, so it would not be allowed to be closer than 5 feet. But there's been no interpretation or argument or action by the city or the commission in the past 22 years that we've had the Land Development Code that public accessory improvements, which in this case I would say is accessory to the park, the primary park use, need to be set back further than private developments. That would say that if a private bluff top owner was building accessory use, they get to be up to 5 feet to the bluff edge. But if the public is building it for everyone's benefit, it must be further back. And there's no basis in the LCP for any such differentiation interpretation. As for their argument about section 143.0143H, which deals with essential uses, if you read the entire section that was shown on their slide, it's essential uses for development on the bluff face. This project is not on the bluff face. The post and rope is not on the bluff face. The gazebo is not on the bluff face. It's on the bluff top. The bluff face is one of the categories of environmentally sensitive lands in the code, along with wetlands and steep hillsides. And like any environmentally sensitive land, you have setback buffers. Just like with wetlands, you have 100 feet. In the LCP for bluff faces, you have, again, the 40 feet for primary structures and the 5 feet for accessory structures. Again, this gazebo, which is 9 feet by 11 feet and 63 square feet approximately, is 10 feet back, and the footings are going to be 2 feet or less. So this will not be a substantial change in the composition of the bluff. And as I referenced, the city is of the understanding that the LCP does not qualify accessory structures for future shoreline protection, so that if there is future danger from erosion, this is a bluffs erode, that it'll be removed either by the applicant, the the citizens group, or by the city, because they will be entering into an EMRA, an encroachment maintenance and removal agreement, which puts the group on notice that with a 30-day notice, the city can tell them to take out all the development. And if they don't, the city will do it themselves and stick the group with the bill. So in no case is this gazebo going to introduce a new public risk that might erode onto the beach, because if there is a risk, it'll just simply come out.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Urande, and I was very impressed the way you rattled off those code sections, very smooth. Okay, so is there a comment, or bringing it back to the commission, comment or a motion? If there's a motion, that would be on page 8. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes, I'd be willing to make the motion. Excuse me. Page 8, here we go. I move that the commission determine that appeal number A6LJS 220036 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603 of the Coastal Act, and I'm asking for a yes vote.
Is there
I'll second. I'll second.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh,
And
thank
Madam
you.
Chair, I just want to very briefly, I want to say that I think staff did an excellent job in bringing out all of the facts on this one. And it actually seems like, you know, a delightful project. It's going to do very little harm and quite a bit of good. So I'm approve of it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bochco. The motion was moved by Bochco, seconded by Aguirre. I see that Commissioner Cummings, would you like to say something?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to appreciate the community's concern and both sides of this appeal. And I was a little bit confused with some of the terminology, but Mr. Aranda really helped clarify some of my concerns about the setbacks of the structure and also responsibilities of the city and the people who are putting it in should there be an issue with the erosion. So just really wanted to thank you for helping to clarify. Those were the questions that I had that were coming up, and just want to appreciate the benefits that this will provide. And so I just want to thank everybody for their hard work on this.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Cummings. Commissioner Aguirre, did you wish to say anything?
Yeah, I just want to commend staff for their hard work, and also the community. You know, as I reported, I had an ex parte, and they're very passionate about this issue. But at the end of the day, for me, it's important to have amenities that are serving to everyone, both the community and also people visiting the coastline. It's a beautiful coastline right there. I've surfed it before, and it's you know, having a gazebo where you can sit under a shade and a nice bench. I mean, it doesn't get better than that. So that's why I'm supporting this.
I love that. That's great. Thank you, Commissioner. And just want to say to the community testimony, it sounded like there may be some violations on that beach. You may want to check in with our staff and have a conversation to follow up in terms of some of the problems that you cited on the beach there. So, okay, with that, Ms. Miller, the makers of the motion are asking for an aye vote. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Nara.
Aye.
Nara, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Chair Brownsy.
Aye.
Brownsy, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. No substantial issue is found on this appeal. Okay, we just have, let me check with Vale. Vale, do we have any of the members of the public who are still around?
The one that I see in the meeting was Jana Farella, who just spoke on the last item, but she's the only one in the meeting that signed up for general public comment that we missed earlier.
Oh, okay. So why don't we just do 2 minutes with Ms. Farella and then we can say goodbye.
Jana, you're able to share whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I have to say I'm very disappointed. You should see how severely neglected that beach is. You are going to compromise the integrity of the bluff, and that gazebo is going to bring more crime to the
Okay,
area.
Miss,
And it's
Miss,
just, I'm just very disappointed. Thank you.
okay, thank you. All right, it sounds like she's done. All right, thank you, Miss Farella. Are there any other announcements or comments from commissioners before we close the hearing? Okay, seeing none, thanks for all the great work. Thanks to all the great work of staff, commissioners, to our audio team, and to the members of the public, as always. Couldn't do it without you, so thank you. And everyone, have a great weekend, and we'll see each other in person in Newport Beach next month. So take care and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye.